Even the space around at this time seemed to stop. This flash was silver in color, and when the flash finally ended, in that instant it even had hints of gold. Shie! The flash sliced right through the demon's neck, and the sharp flash extended to pierce into his body, immediately right into his life core, causing it to explode. Kill, kill, kill! The demon person's head fell on the floor. His mouth was slightly moving, still mindlessly muttering the words kill, even as his neck spurting out blood and crumbled on the floor. Shwa! Luo Feng gathered himself and stood there. With a solemn expression, he looked at the corpse on the floor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 520, Death or Submission. Chapter 520, Death or Submission. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. Fresh blood flowed onto the moss, staining the ground red. The decapitated body of the wild man was still slightly twitching on the ground. This aura is like a rose. Beautiful yet with thorns. Luo Feng shook his head. The moment one is unable to withstand the willpower, he would become a true mad demon, with no sense of logic. It's no different from death. The books had long explained that the ancient god ruins had attracted a large amount of warriors from Blood River continent. At any given time, there were many who were unable to withstand the intense killing aura, in turn, losing all sense of reason and becoming demons who only knew how to kill. This was no different from wild and savage beasts. However, to become strong, countless people still headed here. That's strange? Luo Feng frowned. This bottom area shouldn't be too huge. I estimated it to have a diameter of only 10,000 kilometers. And he's a domain level 1 strength. His flying speed should be very fast. In theory, a demon with low intelligence has no difference from a savage beast. Hence, it is not possible for it to stay here at the bottom. Luo Feng was suspicious. If one placed a cat in a house and didn't lock it up, it couldn't remain there forever. One theory was that the huge pit, to a domain level 1 demon, wasn't huge at all. Did he just become a demon here? Is there such a coincidence? These 2 years I haven't entered the bottom. Yet, the moment I do, I meet a demon? Luo Feng felt that things weren't quite right, frowning as he looked at the red aura before him. Within the depths of the huge pit on a certain platform, the bronze-armored silhouette sat cross-legged. He opened his eyes and surveyed below, simultaneously communicating, "Lord, the blood demon has been killed, let me settle this bunk." "No need." A voice filled with thick killing aura resounded in his ears. In the vast endless bottom, within that blood-red palace, a terrifying energy suddenly exploded. At the same time an alluring blood-red light rushed out of the palace. The blood-red aura revolved about. Even with Luo Feng's amazing vision, he could only see 10 kilometers clearly, he could only see a blurry huge body. It's strange. However, I have the Masha clansman. Hence, I have a guarantee of fleeing. If I'm careful, it shouldn't be a problem. I want to see just what is below here. Luo Feng hesitated a little at first, after which he swiftly made a decision. However, in the time he decided, a terrifying battle-filled aura immediately descended on him. Rumble. Powerful pressure. Just like some distant ancient demon god had appeared. Not good. Luo Feng's expression changed, immediately swiftly rushing into the sky. Who? The surrounding 1,000 kilometers space immediately condensed, almost like a deep swamp. The entire space became an endless swamp. Luo Feng fought hard to fly up, however with the pressure from the condensed space, it made his speed lower by 1,000 times. The pressure was just unbelievable. Before me, you cannot flee. A thick voice resounded in Luo Feng's ears and mind. Luo Feng's expression changed and he looked upwards. In mid-air, he saw a majestic silhouette. This person was dressed in a blood-red long robe, with long hair that reached his legs and had eyes that were a peculiar blood red. His presence there gave off the feeling of an endless blood ocean. That bloodthirsty aura made even one's soul tremble. What a terrifying being! Luo Feng's gaze focused. Since his willpower was incredibly sturdy, he was able to defend against the enemy's energy pressure. Oh my! Blood God Baki! The tall and sturdy man in the blood-red robe stood in mid-air, saying slowly, his voice resounding continuously around the pit. You are really not bad. You are only at cloud-level pinnacle, yet you are actually able to kill a blood demon I tamed that just entered the domain level. Looks like you've already stepped through the gateway to the laws, and doing not bad at that. Luo Feng was shocked. Tamed blood demon? That warrior that had completely been taken over by the killing aura's willpower and had been reduced to a mad demon, was actually tamed? Right, after becoming a mad demon it didn't have any intelligence and had only the basic killing intent. His intelligence as low as a wild beast. If one's power was very strong, like taming wild beast, there was definitely a way to control this mad demon. However, the mad demons normally could only slaughter. Cloud-level pinnacle, having so many achievements in the laws. Breaking through cloud level, to achieve the domain level, there is a huge difference. Yet, you killed the blood demon. You are very exceptional. The blood-red-robed man in mid-air said slowly. Even though he was complimenting, his voice was still cold. I admire you. You have two choices now. 1. Submit to me, blood god, and become one of my blood god guards. Henceforth, when I take over the world, you will be one of my loyal subjects. When I become the most exceptional and glaring being of Blood River continent, you too will receive eternal glory. 2. Go against me, and that will lead you to your death. The blood-red-robed man looked down on Luo Feng, making him shudder within. What was going on? He had just killed a mad demon and a terrifying and powerful being, at least a Sector Lord level 1, otherwise he wouldn't be able to force himself to submit, unable to resist. Right now this absolute being was pressuring him to submit? He was a virtual universe company core member. How can he possibly submit to a warrior of Blood River continent? Submit, or death? The blood-robed man gazed down at Luo Feng. I'll give you 10 counts to decide. 10. The blood-robed man's eyes, which were completely red, seemed to hold within them endless killing intent. That terrifying willpower pressure had completely descended on Luo Feng, and Luo Feng was like a solid rock trying his best to resist. 9. 8. 7. Like a god raging, the entire space trembled. Luo Feng felt the pressure about get more shocking, and that blood-robed man's killing intent grew heavier. Luo Feng didn't even suspect that if he didn't make a decision at the end, the enemy would just kill him. From the enemy's incomparably clear willpower, he could tell. This was a warrior that had slaughtered countless. He was one with exceptional pride and confidence, and he didn't allow anyone to go against him. 3. The voice was cold, his eyes gleaming with chill. Right now I have two choices. One is to immediately transform to the Masha and instantly escape as far as possible, simultaneously entering the automaton ship. Using the ship to accelerate and rush to the skies out of the 18 cloud levels. The automaton ship is an E-grade ship and is the pinnacle of ships. It belonged to an automaton undying. This man before me, from what I can tell, shouldn't be undying. I have 99% confidence of fleeing. Second choice is to submit. Because he obviously regards me as a genius, hence at least my life won't be in danger. With the first way, the moment I escape, it would reveal my outsider identity. It would result in the entire continent's governing body wanting to kill me. Then I wouldn't be able to return to the ancient god ruins, which has beneficial effects for my absorption of the Blood River crystal. If I wanted to acquire more crystals, the moment I leave, I would lose all chances. In an instant, many thoughts flashed in Luo Feng's mind. 2. The blood-robed man's aura began to change. Lord! Luo Feng knelt on one knee, with the most proper bow to a superior used in Blood River continent. He knelt and shouted. Immediately, the blood-robed man floating in mid-air revealed a smile. He looked satisfied at Luo Feng. Very well, your talent should be amongst the top 3 of my blood god guards. I like high talents, and people who know how to make decisions. From now on, you'll be my blood god guard 97. So. Suddenly human silhouettes swiftly tore through the skies and appeared. Be it from a distance or descending from above, in a blink of an eye, a total of 96 bronze-armored silhouettes stood on the ground. Every one of these bronze-armored silhouettes had strong energies. The lowest was at least a domain-level existence, with some even exceeding the domain level. Uniformly, the 96 bronze-armored silhouettes knelt on one knee, saying respectfully in unison, "Congratulations, Lord, congratulations." Ha ha ha, the blood-robed man laughed loudly. Number 1, you are in charge of teaching 97. The blood-robed man laughed loudly, following which he became a blood-colored beam of light and swiftly vanished. Luo Feng looked at the surrounding 96 bronze-armored silhouettes and was filled with shock within. By using his strong consciousness and willpower to feel about, he could deduce that among the 96 before him, 94 of them should be domain lord level, and 2 were actually sector lord, world level. 97. A tall bronze-armored warrior walked over. He smiled. Congratulations on becoming one of our blood god guards. You are the only cloud level of the blood god guards. Just what are the blood god guards, and who's the lord? Luo Feng was curious, asking. Ha ha. The tall warrior and the other guards had an obvious difference. That was a blood-red engraving on his armor. Among all the blood god guards, only 2 of them had this blood-red engraving. The 2 were both at the sector lord level. This man before him was one of the 2 sector lords. Our lord is an exceptionally rare genius, who could only be found 1 in a trillion years, from the Undying Shrine. The tall warrior's voice resounded loudly and was filled with pride. And in the Undying Shrine, our lord's status isn't lower than some of the Undying Spirits. The other group of bronze-armored silhouettes, many were filled with excitement and worship. If the Lord wishes, he could break through to Undying in a short time. The tall warrior said proudly. Only, he doesn't want that little achievement. You must know, our Lord has already absorbed 8 blood river crystals. What, 8? Luo Feng was startled. My God! After absorbing 10 blood river crystals, one could become the legendary Black Warrior. And it was supposed to only be a legend. The tall warrior was satisfied at Luo Feng's shock, nodding, right. Our Lord's aim is to become the legendary Black Warrior. For you to become one of the blood god guards, you should feel proud. Because, there are countless who wish to become one of us, yet they cannot receive the Lord's recognition. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 521, Savage Beast Chino. Chapter 521, Savage Beast Chino. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Isn't becoming a Black Warrior extremely hard? Luo Feng was curious, asking, from the books I've read, becoming a Black Warrior is almost simply a legend. However, to become a Blood Warrior, people still have some hope. But of course. The tall blood god guard laughed loudly. Black Warrior, that is the pride of our Blood River continent. Only after an immeasurable amount of time will one be born. And it's been very, very long since we've had a Black Warrior. After all, absorbing the Blood River crystals, everyone would have an increased requirement of 10 times from before, and every person's body has a limit. After a certain extent, the killing aura of the ancient god ruins won't have any use on the body. At that time, then that'd be no hope. Luo Feng was shocked. Limit. Right, he had only absorbed 2 crystals currently, and the killing aura was still benefiting his body. However, one's body would have a limit after all. When that is reached, even staying in the ancient god ruins wouldn't be effective at all. Let's hope that my body can take more. Luo Feng thought. Come, 97. Let me introduce you. The tall blood god guard walked towards the others. I am the captain of the guards, number 1. You'll call me captain from now on. This is number 2, the vice captain. 97. How do you do, 97? The many bronze-armored warriors walked up to introduce themselves to Luo Feng, because they were all clear that the title of Blood God Guards were the closest guard team to the Blood God. They were like his right arms. In the future, their group would go through thick and thin together. Hence, they had to get close and be on good terms with each other. After all, they would become life and death brothers. 97, you are the smallest. Small and young. 73, don't look down on 97. This 97 is the only cloud level that has been allowed in. You bunch of punks. 97, he even killed a blood demon. According to the levels of the outsiders, that is a domain lord level 1 blood demon. The blood god captain number 1 laughed loudly. Their levels are 10 times different, and that blood demon has even stepped through the law's gateway. However, 97 still won so simply. In terms of origin law comprehension, most of us don't even compare to him. Immediately the group of guards all looked shocked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was shocked within. One of the reason was because the captain knew of the term domain lord and the levels. The second reason was because he actually knew that Luo Feng had won easily against the blood demon, knowing that the demon had also stepped through the entrance of the origin laws. And the Lord before hadn't spoken much in detail before too. Looks like, my battle before had been completely monitored. Luo Feng thought. Right, him and the vice captain are the considered to be right hand and left hand of the blood god. Them and the blood god Baki were all sector lord level. Sector lords could use their world energy, the wonder of the world energy. This was something his earth body had yet to discover, it was normal. 97. The captain number 1 smiled at Luo Feng. From now on, we are all life and death brothers, all blood god guards. Luo Feng nodded. Come, follow me. The captain looked at the others. All of you return to your posts, go back to your training and whatever. Yes, Captain. Understood, Captain. Little thing, we'll chat next time. A group of bronze silhouettes spoke and became beams of lights heading in all directions. The captain brought Luo Feng. They were walking along the bottom of the huge pit and talking along the way. The ancient god ruins is the most ancient and mysterious place of our Blood River continent. Back then, our ancient warriors of the continent defended against the outsiders here. The outsiders were extremely strong, you cannot even begin to imagine. Luo Feng was shocked. Just how strong are the outsiders? I don't know either. Number 1 shook his head. Anyway, they are just terrifying. Just imagine, back then many undying spirits fell in this ancient god ruins. From this, you should already know how intense and tragic that battle was. Enough about the outsiders, I need to warn you of the ancient god ruins. Don't wander about alone here. Number 1 emphasized. The Lord is training in his palace here. The duty of us blood god guards is to protect him, killing enemies around. As he is training here, naturally we are all training here in the ruins too. Luo Feng nodded. Training in the ancient god ruins was a good thing. However, here in the ruins, there are many dangerous places. This huge pit is one of them. Number 1 pointed into the sky. Above is the killing aura whirlpool. The aura at the whirlpool core is terrifying. The aura there will make one unable to resist, it's terrifying. Whirlpool? Luo Feng pretended to be curious. In truth, he had already seen it before. This bottom and the top part of the pit, the aura is already thick enough. Number 1 said shocked. However, the closer you get to the whirlpool core, the thickness grows even more. I've heard that in the core center, the thickness reaches close to 10 times. Close to 10 times? Luo Feng was truly shocked now. Before, he had made it to a region of 8 times, he could already see with his naked eye the core center of the whirlpool, and did not dare to approach closer. Number 1 emphasized. It's very dangerous there, even my willpower can at most take up to 5 times only. I've heard that our Lord is able to reach a region of 7 times. 7 times? Luo Feng thought, just weaker than himself. However, to be able to reach 7 times, this blood god Baki was already named a genius from a trillion years on Blood River continent. In terms of pure willpower, Luo Feng was already much stronger than many sector lord pinnacles. Hence, you have to be careful. Number 1 emphasized. The moment you rush in and get invaded by the killing aura willpower, you will become like the blood demon you defeated before. Luo Feng nodded seriously. This huge pit is one of the dangers of the ancient god ruins. Such a place, there are probably millions of these in the entire ruins. All are incomparably dangerous places where the aura gathers. Number 1 exclaimed. There are also many other dangerous places that haven't been discovered over countless years. Anyway, recklessly wandering about will be tragic. Luo Feng was shocked. Millions of such places? Follow me to the palace. The captain became a beam of light. Luo Feng followed. Luo Feng looked ahead at this palace that was erected amidst the red aura. It was about 2 kilometers in length and width, and was a total of 7 stories tall. Come in. The captain entered and Luo Feng followed. Very quickly arriving at the 2nd level. Ah! Luo Feng's ears moved. Looking in the distant room, that door was open, from within it, weak howls resounded. The captain looked at Luo Feng's expression and explained. That's where we tame the blood demons. Ah! Luo Feng nodded. Blood demons, also the mad warriors. Our blood god guard living quarters are on the 3rd level. The captain arrived at the 3rd level and followed the pathway, simultaneously pointing at a 1m wide walkway. Beside every room is a number, from 1 to 200. Right now, 96 of them are taken, yours will be 97. 3rd level of the palace, room 97, the door automatically opened. A green light shined on Luo Feng who had just entered. This is? Luo Feng was shocked. Don't be shocked. This is a quantum computer that manages the entire palace. The captain smiled. These quantum computers were acquired from the outsiders back from the ancient god battles. However, creating these quantum computers was extremely hard. Even among the undying shrines, only the upper levels have it. Ah! Luo Feng gave a look of envy. Quantum computers? There was plenty in the universe, one could buy as much as he wanted. And he had a living AI that was much better. Room 97, it was 20m tall and 30m long and wide room. This is your genetic armor. The captain pointed at a bunch of stuff neatly organized on the ground. These genetic armors will defend you according to how strong your genetic energy is. Simultaneously, it will change according to your will and is able to seal up all vital areas. Even if broken, it can quickly regenerate. It's a very advanced armor. Only very few in Blood River continent have it. Luo Feng stared at the bronze armor. This is a communication device. The captain pointed at the bracelet beside. Wear it, and through it, you can contact the other guards and the Lord. Simultaneously, the Lord will know where you are from it. Luo Feng hesitated a little. Communication device? Probably more of a surveillance device. The Lord has ordered that no blood god guard, without the Lord's orders, can leave him more than 100,000 kilometers. If one does so, he would be deemed a traitor and killed. The captain stared at Luo Feng and emphasized. You must always remember, the moment you betray the Lord, with his future position in the Undying Shrine, there's nowhere for you to run in the entire Blood River continent. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Boom! Luo Feng felt the ground of the palace slightly tremble. Boom! Boom! Trembles resounded all over. It was a heavy sound, it almost felt like the footsteps of a giant that was nearby. The captain was shocked too, quickly leaving the room. Luo Feng followed out of the room into the walkway. With one look, he could see ahead of the 10 m wide walkway, there was a 12 m tall, 20 m long four-hoofed beast. From its appearance, it was similar to the bull-like animals of Earth. The muscles on its body solid and wrapped all about. There were also two curved horns protruding from the top of its head. Those hooves were as thick as water jars, sturdy and forceful. Its entire body was bronze in color, and the eyes were blood red. The most peculiar thing was its horns, they were so sharp that it made hearts tremble. Just from its walking along the pathway alone, its horns seemed to tear through the air and shake the space. Lord Qinyo. Number 1 bowed. That 4-story tall beast Qinyo gazed down at Luo Feng. A fierce energy emanated from him. He's the new 97? Yes, Lord Qinyo. Number 1 said, simultaneously communicating to Luo Feng, 97, this beast Qinyo is even stronger than our Lord. His position in the Undying Shrine is very high too. He's like brothers with our Lord. Luo Feng was stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 522, Ecstasy. Chapter 522, Ecstasy. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. Wild beast, their position in the Blood River continent was very low. There were those that were tamed and used as riding beasts, others were directly killed and their bodies were used for materials. In all, the beasts had always been suppressed by humans. A wild beast Qinyo was actually able to hold a high position within the Undying Shrine? Even if it was strong, it wasn't an Undying. Yet, for it to get a high position, that is simply unbelievable. The Undying Shrine, that was the highest governing echelon of Blood River continent. Luo Feng was shocked, simultaneously bowing and looking at the wild beast ahead of him, Lord Qinyo. The wild beast Qinyo stood in the walkway, lowering his gaze to look at the tiny dot. A burning energy emitted from his nostrils, almost like two burning heat waves. His red eyes stared hard at Luo Feng. Rumble. In an instant the world came crashing down. A formless pressure immediately acted on Luo Feng's soul, almost like a heavy hammer smashing on his soul, causing him to snort involuntarily, as heavy sweat was beading from his forehead. However, he still stood his ground, posture upright, as he was obviously not submitting. Lord Qinyo. The captain number 1 shouted. 97 is still only cloud level. A low sound resounded from his nostrils, following which the pressure vanished. This 97 is not bad. Qinyo's voice rumbled. I think he can take very strong killing aura as well. Here's 2 Blood River crystals. Take it as a gift from Lord Qinyo and absorb it well. After you've absorbed these 2, come and look for me for the 3rd one. 2 prism-shaped crystals suddenly appeared in mid-air and floated towards Luo Feng. While floating, the beauty of the blood-red crystals made one's heart tremble. Blood River crystal? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed and extended his hands to receive them. Quickly thank Lord Qinyo. The captain said. Thank you, Lord Qinyo. Luo Feng bowed. Another 2 hot waves of heat burst from his nostrils, and with a snort, he gradually walked away. Each step from his thick hooves, the moment one landed, he was already far away. Finally he vanished. This wild beast Qinyo has such strong pressure and strength. Back when the captain said he was stronger than Blood God Baki, that was definitely the truth. Luo Feng watched Qinyo vanish. Feeling happy within, he gripped the 2 crystals gleefully. These were the easiest crystals he had acquired. Back in Swallow Mound City, he had acquired 14 crystals, Rockwind Brothers a total of 3, Pure Feather Tau 1, Undying Shrine Envoys 10. Later, in the ancient god ruins, he encountered the 4 geniuses from the Undying Shrine. While ambushed, he killed one of them, and was able to acquire 1 more. A total of 15 crystals. For every one of them, he had to kill to get them. Only these 2 in his hand. 97. As long as you can absorb, Lord Qinyo will supply you with Blood River crystals. The tall and sturdy bronze-armored warrior number 1 laughed carefree. Right now amongst our Blood God Guards, only 5 of them are able to absorb 3 crystals and successfully become Blood Warriors. I have high hopes for you. Luo Feng nodded, following which he asked curiously. This Blood River crystal, I can ask for as many as I want? Of course not. Captain number 1 smiled and shook his head. The crystals are treasures of our Blood River continent. However, the number of crystals each person can absorb is truly too little. Over countless years on this continent, it's been a long time since anyone has absorbed 10 crystals and become a black warrior. The number of crystals Lord Qinyo provides is sufficient. Ah. Luo Feng nodded. Sounds like. Within this Blood God Baki's place, the person in charge of giving crystals was actually Qinyo. You should know everything now. Number 1 nodded. Right now you can train within the training grounds of the palace or look for an isolated spot outside. You are here as a guard and not a prisoner. However, the single requirement, you should know, right? 100,000 kilometers. I have to be within a 100,000 kilometers from the Lord at all times. Luo Feng smiled. Very good. Number 1 nodded and left. Palace Level 3, Training Room 97. Luo Feng wore the bronze armor and wore the communication device. Shaking his head, this communication device sure is simple, a simple and fixed system. In terms of technology, it's about the same as Earth's communication watch back then. Blood God Bachi, Wild Beast Qinyo, 96 Blood God Guards. Luo Feng's mind was swiftly filled with thoughts. According to the gathered data, Blood God Baki should be a Sector Lord Pinnacle who had absorbed 8 crystals and was known as a 1 in a trillion years absolute genius in the Undying Shrine. This was definitely a high ranking. Wild Beast Qinyo is stronger than Bachi. Like brothers with Bachi, he should be the second most important figure in this power. 96 Blood God Guards all have high talents. They have 2 Sector Lords and 94 Domain Lords. Right now in this ancient god ruins, they are mainly here for Blood God Baki's training. Luo Feng instantly understood why during his 2 years in his huge pit quarters, he never discovered any warriors below. This was because Blood God Baki was in training, and the guards couldn't leave too far. From the looks of it. Even though I'd become a guard, later on it should be more relaxed. Luo Feng wore the bronze armor and boots and was just about to leave when 5 silhouettes entered. 97. 97. These 5 were all dressed in the same bronze armor, their physiques however were completely different. They all smiled and waved. 12, 19, 33, 78, 83. Luo Feng shouted familiarly. When we were in our training rooms earlier, we discovered Lord Qinyo had arrived. Number 12, who looked almost like a skinny teenager, smiled. According to the old rules, Lord Qinyo should have given you 2 crystals, right? Luo Feng nodded. 97, Have you absorbed any crystals before? Beside, the fat and bulky 19 asked. I've absorbed one before, Luo Feng said. The 5 guards and Luo Feng thus began a casual chat. Luo Feng had already planned his background well. The group chatted for a while and half an hour later, the 5 of them left. As they left, number 12 emphasized, 97, remember, whenever you meet Qinyo, you have to respectfully call him Lord Qinyo. Right, you cannot disrespect him at all. Whoever does, he will get extremely angry, the handsome 83 said. Ah. Luo Feng was curious. I actually don't know his strength. How can he be even stronger than Lord Blood God? Ha ha. Wild beasts are separated into 4 categories. Category 1 reaches the ground level at maturity, 2 reaches the sky level, 3 the cloud level, for the domain level. 12 spoke cleanly and fast. And the wild beast Qinyo is in the 4th category. He was born with a domain, a gold domain. The higher the category, it represents the stronger bloodline and the more exceptional body. You should know. This blood river crystal can be used by any flesh and blood living creatures. Not just us humans, wild beasts, too can absorb the crystals. 12 smiled. Luo Feng felt a clap of thunder in his mind. Any flesh and blood living creatures can use? 97, you don't seem to know? 97, Blood God Guard 83 exclaimed. Compared to humans, the wild beasts' bodies are stronger and more exceptional. They can normally absorb more than us humans. According to the experience of the Undying Shrine, beasts that are proficient in metal type normally absorb the crystals even better and gain more benefits. Qinyo is a high-level beast, category 4, who is also proficient in metals. Hence, every wild beast Qinyo can at least absorb 3 crystals. And the exceptional ones among them can even absorb 10. 83 exclaimed. This Lord Qinyo has already absorbed 12 crystals. Plus, he's a Sector Lord Pinnacle, hence he is terrifyingly strong. Luo Feng stood there stunned. Silence. 97? What's wrong 97? The other 5 shouted. Ah! Luo Feng awoke, exclaiming, I was too shocked. From the books I've read, it's already been countless years since the appearance of a black warrior. It's already become a legend. I didn't expect Lord Qinyo to have already absorbed 12 blood river crystals. Humans and beasts are different. No point in being jealous. Luckily, Category 4 beasts are very rare. The 5 exclaimed. Right. Luo Feng followed suit beside. Finally the 5 left. When they left, with only Luo Feng remaining in the training room, he shut the door and revealed a look of ecstasy. My God! My God! I'm such an idiot, really an idiot. I actually didn't even think of it. Luo Feng's look was that of pure ecstasy. His fists gripped tight and madness roared within. Any blood and flesh living being can absorb the crystals. Blood and flesh, right, the blood river crystal is absorbed through the blood and it changes the body's cell structure, but humans are blood and flesh life forms. So is the golden horned beast. Luo Feng was extremely excited. It's extremely taxing for my human body to absorb the crystals. However, what about the golden horned beast? They had said earlier that the higher the level of the body, the easier it is to absorb. Especially those proficient in metal types. Even though, I don't know why one has to be proficient in metal types to have better benefits for the absorption. However, the golden horned beast, that is the most pinnacle bloodline in the entire universe, reaching Sector Lord at maturity. It is born with 3 great natural talents. It is proficient in metal types, is also a favored child of the universe gold laws. Luo Feng was extremely excited. Compared to the golden horned beast, that wild beast Qinyo is nothing. If that wild beast Qinyo can absorb 12 blood river crystals, Just how many can my golden horned beast absorb? Ha ha. Luo Feng couldn't suppress his ecstasy within. He had a feeling that the golden horned beast was originally his strongest trump card. And absorbing the blood river crystals may give a new change to the already intrepid and powerful golden horned beast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 523, Golden Horned Beasts Change. Chapter 523, Golden Horned Beasts Change. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. Palace Level 3. Luo Feng, who was dressed in the bronze armor, swiftly left the training room and exited the palace entrance. To the huge pit quarters. Luo Feng looked up in the sky at the red killing aura that was revolving, and he rushed into the sky. So, the huge pit was very deep. Luo Feng continued to fly upwards. 97. 97, two voices resounded in his mind, causing him to stop and float in mid-air. To be able to detect him without him even knowing, other than Baku within the palace and Chinyo, only the two captains of the Blood God Guards would be able to do it. Luo Feng looked around and floated there, replying respectfully. Captain, Vice Captain. 97, where are you heading to detrain? A thick voice resounded around him. Captains, for the past 2 years, I have been training in a cave along the mountain wall above. Luo Feng explained. Hence, I'm prepared to head there. 97, this high-altitude region is mine and number 2's jurisdiction. The voice continued. You'll be safer training below. Of course, the Lord has ordered that no one is to leave more than 100,000 kilometers away. You can go to your cave quarters, however we cannot observe and guarantee your safety. The two captains of the Blood God Guards were sector lords. The two of them released their world energy around to scan. While training they naturally maintained their surveillance, however their range was limited. The moment there's danger, I will come down immediately. Luo Feng said respectfully. Since you insist, then go on. Right. Luo Feng bowed respectfully and immediately rushed into the sky. Deep in the huge pit, within the platforms of uneven walls on the side of the mountains, there was a tall and sturdy bronze-armored silhouette sat cross-legged. This 97 is extremely gifted, and the Lord favors him too. However, the most important thing to becoming a Blood God Guard is loyalty. Number 2, from what I see, this 97 hasn't completely submitted to the Lord yet. Number 1. A noise resounded from 10,000 kilometers away on yet another platform. Geniuses are all confident and proud. It won't be easy to get him to submit completely. He also only submitted from being forced by the Lord. Let's just see how it goes. The Lord will be training for a while. In the meantime, we will observe him. If we find any other motives of his, it won't be too late to kill him. You are right. If and once we find enough evidence, we'll kill him. The two sector lords at a distance of 10,000 kilometers communicated and made decisions. Even though the group of Blood God Guards treated him well, they were still ultimately most loyal to the Blood God Bachi. Loyalty and strength couldn't be lacking at all. And Luo Feng obviously hadn't received the recognition of the group of guards yet, especially the two sector lords, who had special privileges. They always observed the other guards, and had the right to punish them. Ancient God ruins, huge pit quarters. A green light pierced through the cave, following which it condensed. It was the bronze-armored Luo Feng. He sat on the stone chair excitedly. This purpose of this communication device is to keep track of me. Luo Feng looked at his bracelet. If I leave more than 100,000 kilometers away or destroy it, it would arouse the attention of the Blood God. However, since there's no danger and instead, there are benefits, I have no need to leave. I'll temporarily remain loyal here as a Blood God Guard. Luo Feng smiled. He flipped his hand. In his palm a space ring and a black stone appeared. This black stone was the Masha transformed body, the space ring held within it, the 15 Blood River crystals. He had acquired 14 in Swallow Mound City. Killing the Undying Shrine Genius gave him one more, and Qinyo had given him another 2. And his earth body had already absorbed 2, hence he had 15 left. Let's begin. Luo Feng muttered within. Shwa! The black stone touched the space ring and immediately vanished into his palm, entering his internal world. Internal world. The skies were engulfed in endless gold mist. This vast continent was completely gold, and only the edges were black, and this continuous mountain range was at least 10 kilometers long. Shwa! The black stone appeared beside this black mountain range, following which it transformed into a black-clothed Luo Feng. In his palm was a space ring, the ring which held the 15 crystals. Right now, the internal world could take in foreign items that he brought in and not destroy them. Other living things that tried to enter would all be destroyed. Whether it was swallowing some life form or materials, all of them would be digested. If he overate and couldn't digest everything, it would bloat the internal world and it would implode. 15 Blood River crystals, mysterious crystals. It's a pity that only flesh and blood life forms can absorb it. The Masha Luo Feng held the space ring. It's too bad that the Masha couldn't absorb the crystals. Rumble. The black mountain range beside suddenly began to move, completely standing upright. This was a beast whose body alone reached 60 kilometers. As for its 4 hoof claws, every one of them were thick. Its thickest thigh portion was 6 kilometers thick, the thinnest parts were 3 to 4 kilometers thick. It was simply like 4 heavenly pillars. Any one claw alone was taller than the Himalayan mountains. As for its cold dark golden eyes, every pupil was like a large lake, like 2 dark golden suns staring down. Terrifying. Even looking at it myself, I find the golden horned beast terrifying. Masha Luo Feng looked up at the golden horned beast and muttered, "The universe has so many forms of life forms. Every one of them can be separated into countless divisions of races and clans. Of all the life forms, the golden horned beast stands above all. Just its physical structure alone holds terrifying strength. This pure brute force could easily kill human warriors 2 to 3 levels above it. Plus its natural talents. Right now it is also training deities of the world. Even if my Masha body meets the golden horned beast, it would have to flee too." Masha Luo Feng muttered. Compared to the golden horned beast, maybe the Masha clan body was better at assassination. However, when facing one head-on, it was much weaker. The golden horned beast was naturally intrepid with its natural abilities, making it incomparably powerful. Howl. The tall black mountain-like beast raised its head and howled. The howl shook the land and skies, following which it extended its right claw and Masha Luo Feng took 1 Blood River crystal and placed it on it. The golden horned beast's 2 sun-like eyes gazed at the crystal on its claw, following which its claw opened and grabbed. The sharp blade-like claws slashed its palm and cut through the black scales and skin. Fresh blood seeped out. The golden horned beast carefully used its spirit energy to control the crystal. The crystal was gently placed on the wound. The wound was at least 10 m long. The crystal simply dropped right in and a formless energy swiftly rushed through the golden horned beast's body. Rumble. Kill. Kill. The killing intent rushed into its body. The golden horned beast's willpower was Luo Feng's willpower, condensed and solid, like a blade. This little killing aura didn't even do anything. Chi, red threads of energy poured out from the crystal and followed the slash wound swiftly deep into the golden horned beast's bones and muscles. Immediately a special change began to occur in its right claw. The scales there in the claws began to change, the bones and muscles too began to change. Everything was very familiar. In an instant, it ended. The absorption of the first crystal was a success. What's going on? How can this be? Using his spirit energy, he scanned the golden horned beast's every part. He was very shocked. How can it be that only this right claw changed? The golden horned beast lowered its head and its golden eyes carefully examined its right claw. It had just absorbed the first crystal, however it was completely different from his human body absorbing the crystal. Even though that blood river crystal held within it a mysterious energy, that energy however only produced a special change in its right claw. As for the rest of the beast itself, like its trunk and body, wings, the other 3 claws, tail, head, there wasn't any changes at all. Damn, it can't be? Don't tell me. Standing beside the golden horned beast, Masha Luo Feng looked at the huge mountain-like golden horned beast. Immediately his eyes gleamed. Is it because its body is too huge? A tub of water is enough for one man to bathe. However, it takes an entire river for the golden horned beast to shower. I think it's this theory. The golden horned beast's body is too huge. Its bones, muscles and cells etc. are too numerous. To be able to make everything change, the amount of blood river crystal energy needed must be much more. Hence, one blood river crystal can only cover this right claw. Even the elbow couldn't be reached. Luo Feng had guessed it. Rumble. The golden horned beast waved its right claw, triggering the blood river energy from within. A simple blood red engraving appeared on the surface. Its control of the universe energy itself was clearer and cleaner. It tore through the sky, causing a 10 kilometers long slash through the ground. It's indeed easier. Within this one claw, its power was raised by 20 to 30%. Since that's so, if I put the other crystals into the other claws, I am sure that the other claws and tail would only raise by 20 to 30%. Since that's so, why not make the strong stronger? Luo Feng immediately decided, I'll continue with the second crystal. Make the strong stronger. Let its strength get even more exceptional. The black-clothed Luo Feng placed another crystal into the right palm of the beast. The golden horned beast's incomparably huge golden eyes stared at the palm, after which it sliced another wound through the scales. The scales split apart, fresh blood seeped out, once again touching the blood river crystal. Everything was as Luo Feng had predicted. After defending against the rush of killing intent, the blood threads of mysterious energy entered its right claw. Immediately the bones, muscles and scales began to change from deep within. The range of its change was exactly the same as the first crystal. Just the right claw, not even reaching close to the elbow. Once everything had finished, the golden horned beast once again waved its right claw, triggering the mysterious energy. This right claw, compared to before the absorption, its power has risen about 50%. It's exactly the same as the human body absorbing the crystals. The only difference is, the crystal completely engulfs the entire human body. As for the golden horned beast, it only changed the right claw. Continue. On to the third. Absorbing 3 crystals would allow one to gain the title Blood Warrior. There should be something special. Luo Feng anticipated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 524, Change. Chapter 524, Change. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. The third crystal lay in the palm on the scales of the right claw. With a quick slash from another claw, the scales were slit through and fresh blood seeped out. Once again, the absorption began. The golden horned beast's huge head looked down at its right claw. While observing, a huge painful change began to occur in its right claw. With the special control abilities of the golden horned beast, it could completely control and limit the area of pain on its body. At this time, the third crystal had completely vanished and was absorbed into the right claw. Trigger. The golden horned beast triggered the mysterious energy from within. Immediately on the scales a blood-red engraving appeared. After absorbing the first crystal, this engraving was very simple and small. After the second, it got more complex. It had even doubled in size. At this point after the third, the engraving had gotten much more complex, almost as though they formed one full perfect body. Rumble. It waved its right claw, triggering the universe golden origin law energies. With one slash, a formless wave shook the air. A terrifying shockwave immediately exploded the mountain ranges ahead, and large amounts of metal scattered around. Compared to before, the strength has totally doubled. The melding level with the universe laws has also doubled. The golden horned beast couldn't help but raise its head and howl. Masha Luo Feng had high comprehension ability. When it unleashed its strength, it was extremely strong. The golden horned beast, however, didn't have such an ability. Its attack was powerful mainly because of its natural talents and body along with deities of the world etc. And while it had proficiency in law comprehension, in battle, it couldn't unleash the full potential of the origin law strength. But now, with its comprehension to gold and the other laws doubled, even its battle powers had been doubled. Even though compared to the Masha clan's comprehension ability of 10 times, this is nothing. But, it's still very impressive. Comprehension had doubled, and strength had doubled as well. Luo Feng was excited. Absorbing 3 crystals meant one would become a blood warrior. A blood warrior had double the normal comprehension and twice the power during battle. I'll continue with the 4th. The Blood River Crystal's abilities were simply too heavenly, raising both comprehension and power. Even though every one of them didn't raise much by itself, however added together, it was still pretty impressive. One had to know that the Masha clansmen and other special races in the universe were all races with special abilities. The golden horned beast relied on brute force. The Masha clansman was proficient in assassination. And the Blood River Crystal could raise one's comprehension of all the laws, giving them the feeling of a fish in water. I really don't know how these Blood River crystals are produced. The golden horned beast continued to absorb the 4th crystal. Similarly in its right claw, and this time while the right claw triggered the mysterious energy, the blood red engraving grew even more. The overall growth, however, this time in comprehension and power seemed to be just a little. The raise itself wasn't obvious, far from the previous 3. On to the 5th. After the 5th, the moment it triggered the mysterious energy, the engraving got more and more complex. It's melding with the universe origin laws and unleashing all rose by a level as well. The 6th, 7th, 8th. Luckily I have enough Blood River crystals. The Undying Shrine Envoy gave me 10, otherwise there would no way the golden horned beast would have 10 to absorb. The black-clothed Luo Feng stood at the side, looking at the incomparably huge being the golden horned beast as it began to absorb its 10th crystal. If it were a human, absorbing the 10th would make him a black warrior. The black warrior in Blood River continent was a legend, belonging to the pinnacle of humans who had absorbed the crystals. Who knows what will happen to the golden horned beast after absorbing the 10th crystal? Let's begin. Xie. The golden horned beast used its sharp claw to slash its right palm, slicing through the scales. The 10th beautiful Blood River crystal fell into its palm and immediately, the beast used its spirit energy to control it to land on its palm. As it made contact, the absorption began, and even matter-killing intent was produced. The killing intent attack from this 10th crystal is still very normal, it cannot affect me. It pales in comparison to the core of the whirlpool. The changes in the bones and muscles have already reached a very painful stage. However, I can still bear with it. The golden horned beast let out an incomparably painful howl. 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 It shook the skies. Damn. The pain made black-clothed Luo Feng kneel on one knee, and the earth-body Luo Feng in the huge pit quarters too grabbed the floor. The pain caused sweat to fall constantly from his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth hard. It's too painful. It's simply. The pain from the right claw directly affected its soul, the 3 bodies all shared one soul. As the golden horned beast howled in pain, the Masha body and the earth body all were in extreme pain too. This pain far exceeded the physical level, even to the point where the soul's willpower couldn't control it. It entered deep into the soul. Howl. Wail. The golden horned beast, as the initial and direct point of pain, had to endure the strongest pain. It couldn't control its body as it flew madly into the skies of the metal continent, crashing about, large amounts of golden mountains crumbling as it smashed into them. The ground had huge 10 kilometers deep craters. As the golden horned beast was in excruciating pain, the right claw had become a pale gold color. The scales seemingly thinner, the tips of the claw too had become a pale gold, as though the tips of those blade-like claws had countless little engravings. Chi. The scales returned to black and the claws returned to its original state. The pain slowly dissipated. Who? Black-clothed Luo Feng stood up. Luo Feng, who was in the huge pit quarters too, let out a sigh of relief. The golden horned beast stood on the ground for a while before stirring. I had known earlier that absorbing the 10th crystal would be special. However, I didn't expect the pain to be like that. Luo Feng was speechless. People with weak consciousness, just from the pain, their souls would have long crumbled and died. Howl. The golden horned beast rumbled and stood up, waving its heavenly pillar-like right limb, simultaneously triggering the mysterious energy within. As it was triggered, the surface scales of its right claws had a huge change. The scales, bones, muscles, claws, and its innermost essence were swiftly changing as well. This was a change that occurred at its very core and essence. Such a change was obvious even on the outside. The right claw scales were thinner and were a pale gold in color. The muscles seemed to have doubled in thickness, the veins and vessels within had all become a pale gold in color, and the tip of the claw itself had become a pale gold blade-like claw. It seemed like there were countless engravings that were impossible to see with the naked eye. Simultaneously. The entire right claw had an incomparably complex and perfect blood-red engraving. It had formed one full body. This. Black-clothed Luo Feng and the earth body were both completely shocked. The golden horned beast looked at its right claw, seeing clearly the unbelievable power coursing through it. It waved fiercely. The comprehension and unleashing of the origin laws is 3 times from before absorption of any crystals. Luo Feng's consciousness could clearly feel the right claw's huge change. This was still within my calculations. However, right now the right claw itself, it actually had a change in its very core. Normal carbon was formed from carbon atoms. Iron ore too was formed from carbon atoms. A change in its essence, its physical appearance and strength too would go through change. And after absorbing the 10th crystal, that mysterious energy seemed to change the body itself, infusing a special effect, and actually directly changing the essence of the right claw. Not just its interior, but also the scales outside were changed to a pale golden color. What power! The strength of this right claw can match up to the entire strength of its whole body from before. The golden horned beast gently waved its right claw, creating shockwaves every time. Just how huge was its body? Its strength was mostly derived from its huge size, and the tail, which was almost as long as the entire body, along with the huge wings and the 4 claws. And right now, just the strength within the right claw alone was comparable to its entire body. What idea was that? Natural ability strength doubles my strength. And the right claw now has the strength of the entire body from before. If I can completely control the full strength, with one slash, wouldn't that be 2 times the full body power from before? The change in the right claw, in terms of strength, is akin to the natural ability strengthen. Luo Feng was shocked. Blood River Crystal. The peculiar and terrifying crystal was not only changing the beast in terms of universe origin laws, but also the essence in its body itself. Actually, during the first absorption, Luo Feng felt that the crystal itself was able to change the essence of the body, able to instantly transform one into a beast man, scaled man, and so on. However, that was simply during the absorption process alone. The moment it ended, everything would return to normal. Even though Luo Feng had always suspected that the crystal had other abilities. However, he hadn't discovered them yet. After absorbing 3 crystals, he hadn't discovered it. After absorbing 10 crystals, only then did he realize its terrifying ability. The golden horned beast's right claw itself has to be strengthened at least 10 times, before it is comparable to its full body strength. Luo Feng was shocked. This mission of Blood River World was indeed the right choice. Absorbing 10 Blood River crystals. The golden horned beast's most proficient body strength had doubled. As for the law comprehension and law unleashing, they had increased by 3 times from before. Its entire strength had indeed leapt quite a lot. Continue absorbing. Even that Qinyo could absorb 12 crystals, my golden horned beast should be able to take more. Luo Feng was extremely excited. The golden horned beast raised its head and let out an excited roar, once again beginning to absorb another crystal. The 11th, the pain was indeed strong, however it was obviously weaker than the absorption of the 10th, not as excruciating as before. After successfully absorbing the 11th, indeed, its law comprehension and unleashing all had risen. The 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th. Ah, no more. No more, I have no more crystals. They've all been absorbed. I need more crystals. I need more, the more the merrier. The golden horned beast raised its head and howled. The black-clothed Luo Feng too clenched his fists, and the Luo Feng outside in the huge pit quarters frowned. Blood River crystals, I need large amounts of it. But, where do I get them? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 525, Hunting Plan. Chapter 525, Hunting Plan. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. Huge pit quarters, Luo Feng, who was dressed in the bronze armor, sat on the stone chair and pondered. Qinyo has Blood River crystals. Even though I can get as many as I want, normal warriors can only absorb so many. Hence, the number of crystals he has definitely has a limit, and I am afraid I can at most get 1 or 2 more from him. Luo Feng shook his head. That's definitely not enough. Then, he squinted, there's only one way. So, a blur rushed into the cloud levels, rushing straight into the 18th level. It was Masha Luo Feng, and beside him a silver-white pyramid appeared. He followed the cabin door into the ship. Control room. Luo Feng, what are you doing? Babata's voice resounded in the control room. Why are you using the Masha clansman? A black-armored Masha Luo Feng sat in the wide comfortable sofa, revealing a smile. Babata, don't worry, I'm using the Masha for the crystals. He swiftly repeated the story of the golden horned beast and the crystals, also telling him the aim of all this. So absorbing 15 alone isn't enough? Absorbing 10 alone is that heavenly, so what would happen if you continued on? Babata was extremely excited. Masha Luo Feng nodded, hence, I'll be placing you, the cloud contact vine and all important treasures on the Masha body, including the life core, within this body. Right now the only thing left in that huge pit quarters is my Earth human body. Even if it meets a tragedy and dies, it's nothing. As long as the core was undamaged, even after the 3 bodies are destroyed, they could be regenerated. What you are doing makes sense, leaving the core in the Masha body. In terms of survival, the Masha body with this automaton ship is indeed much safer. Babata admitted, what are you preparing to do now? Hunt. Masha Luo Feng revealed a smile. Blood River continent is endless, with many different worlds, every one of them controlled by sector lords. And the world cities here go up to the tens of millions, the number of sector lords too should be that many. As for the number of domain lords, it's 100 times that of the sector lords, even more shocking. Blood River continent favors the strong, and all these worlds within, all contest each other. Every day large amounts of humans die, every year many domain lords die. What I need to do is to secretly hunt a few domain lords. I won't kill too many either. Since there are tens of millions of worlds in this continent, with thousands of places controlled in each world, I just have to kill one domain lord each. Hunting close to 10,000 domain lords all over the entire continent wouldn't even be anything. Masha Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. From one domain lord, I can on average get one crystal. This way, I can get close to 10,000 Blood River crystals. I believe that this is possible. This close to 10,000 crystals will be enough. Masha Luo Feng said softly. Ha, vicious. Close to 10,000? Ha, then do it. This is too thrilling. Hurry and leave, use your universe's strongest assassination clan power. Babata too had been infected by the excitement from Luo Feng's explanation. Hunt. With the entire Blood River continent's countless worlds as his target. Secretly hunting, undetectable. Let's go. Masha Luo Feng ordered. So, the automaton ship resembled a meteorite and swiftly flew in the space outside the world. Blood River Continent, Tianyu City. This was an ancient city more than 1 billion kilometers away from the edges of the ancient god ruins. Tianyu City leader's mansion, walkway outside the entrance. You dare to challenge me within my own territory? You are looking for death. Even if you regret it now, it's too late. The green-skinned man with cold eyes, dressed in armor, sat high on a 10 m tall grasshopper beast. He gazed down and ordered, "Give the order, bring that Maji family leader here." City leader, that little Maji punk is very arrogant. He keeps butting heads with you, my lord, he should die. However, the Maji family is huge. Hence, it's hard not to have a proud disciple. There's no need, beside, a cloud-level general in armor said respectfully. Pa! A blur crashed straight into that general, knocking him backwards into a large hotel construct behind, making the entire building explode and crumble with rubble flying far into the distance and hitting heads of passerbys. Some were simply killed on the spot. Immediately there was chaos in the streets. So, from the crumbled building a silhouette flew out. It was the pale general who was spitting out blood. He knelt down respectfully. "City leader, I'm wrong, I know my mistake. Remember, Tianyu territory is my territory." The cold gaze of the man swept below. "Whoever I say should die, should die. If you dare question me again, it won't simply be this whip." Understood, understood. The general was extremely terrified. Go, and destroy the entire Maji family. If he has to blame someone, then he can blame that punk. My mood was good today, but it was completely destroyed by that little punk. He should take a look at himself first. Something so insignificant, yet he dares to provoke me. I'll destroy their entire family. It is as simple as killing a little bug. The man sat on his grasshopper, ordering the group below him before entering his city leader's mansion. And that general had just stood up. General. The rest looked at him. What are you staring at? Hurry and gather the army. We'll go raise the Maji family to the ground. The general shouted. Yes. The Maji family in this Tianyu city ranks at least in the top 10 families. Just because of that one little punk offending the city leader, they are finished. What a pity. How did that Mo Chom youth offend the city leader? I don't know. I heard the city leader dressed up as a normal person and brought 2 guards along the West Joya Tower. I don't know what went on with him and Master Mo Chom, they just clashed. And the young master has always been arrogant. Today, it was his bad luck that he met the city leader. With his order, the entire Maji family is over. Pity, pity. Pity my ass, the city leader isn't a good person. That Mo Chong is also a bastard. It's better that more of them die. A large group of people gathered in the distance were discussing. Amongst them, Luo Feng, who was dressed in a casual black long robe, stood and listened. While revealing a smile, he muttered. I didn't expect to see such a good show here in Tianyu City. City leader? That brutality, I hope I get more crystals from you. Who? The black-clothed Luo Feng disappeared without a trace amongst the crowd, invading the city leader's mansion. Within the city leader's mansion, this was a 7-story luxurious palace. A cold-looking man was lying in a 10 m long huge bed. 2 beautiful scaled women with scales on their foreheads were massaging him. Lighter, lighter. Right, like that. The man had his eyes closed, ordering them. City leader, my sister and I spotted a piece of clothing at the colored clothes pavilion. Buy whatever you see, just buy them. Just settle whatever the amount is with the management in the mansion. The cold-eyed man said casually. Thank you, city leader. The 2 young ladies said excitedly. The man's lips, however, curled into a smile. Holding such power, such control over people's lives, the feeling of making countless people beg before him, it was simply too wonderful a feeling. My senior sure was stupid, training so hard just to become a world city leader. Is there even a need? I'm living it up, city world leader? Is it so easy to reach there? Life should be this way. Pu Chi. 3 blood-colored flashes, the cold-eyed man stared in shock. Beside his luxurious huge bed stood a black-clothed man. In his hands he wielded a blade and stared coldly at him. I'm dead. How can this? The man felt his life course shatter within. Even though he was shocked, he was still staring. Simultaneously his consciousness dissipated. His life of extravagance had ended. How rotten. The black-clothed Luo Feng stood beside the bed. He was looking at the 3 bare naked bodies, his eyes cold, leading such a rotten life, and he managed to become a domain lord. That's simply pure luck. Or should I say, it's because of his background? The bigger the background, the more I like. The bigger they are, the more crystal they may potentially have. He swiftly acquired the space ring from that city leader. 2 crystals? Luo Feng smiled. Not bad, it's a good start. After which, he waved his hand and the 3 bodies, including that huge bed, were all kept in his space ring. He was prepared to destroy all evidence. Shwa! Black-clothed Luo Feng was like a mirage, immediately leaving the mansion and rushing into the sky straight through to the 18th cloud level. After which, he sat in the automaton ship, flying in the space above Blood River continent. Kill 1 person and change the location immediately. He was absolutely cautious. With the competition and killing between each sides of the worlds, wars often erupted. And in these messy situations, a domain lord dying occasionally was a normal thing. And sometimes when the domain lords are killed, their underlings don't even know, thinking they might have gone somewhere to train. In space, in a side chamber of the palace, the one in charge of surveillance over the entire Blood River continent. What is His Majesty Luo Feng doing? Why is he always in that automaton ship, flying all over? Entering for a while and coming out again. How is that a while? It's normally a couple of days each. However, this frequency is too high. Just what is he doing? The group of sector lords in charge of surveillance were all curious, because they didn't understand just what Luo Feng was doing. As Masha Luo Feng was hunting, within the huge pit quarters of the ancient god ruins. Luo Feng, dressed in the bronze armor, sat there, eyes closed. This speed is quite fast. On average I get 1 crystal every day. The hunting plan till now has already lasted for half a year. Including last night's haul, that should be 98 crystals. Luo Feng smiled and opened his eyes. Another 2 more, that makes it 100. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 526, Absorption. Chapter 526, Absorption. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. Even though he was in the ancient god ruins, Luo Feng was very relaxed. As his core was within the Masha body, along with the living AI Babata and the other important things, his Earth-human body here had nothing to worry about. Even if I'm killed, I just have to waste some energy from the internal world to regenerate. Luo Feng closed his eyes. His consciousness was connected to the virtual universe via the quantum computer within his space ring. In a while, there'll be a space origin law class. I can't miss that. In a quiet and vast city more than 1 trillion km away. Within the city leader's 3-story mansion, a man lay in his armor in the training room, and the black-clothed Luo Feng stood beside him. With these 2 Blood River crystals, it'll make my total haul since I left the ancient god ruins 100 already. Black-clothed Luo Feng immediately waved his hand and destroyed all the evidence. After which, he left without a trace and rushed into the sky, sitting in his automaton ship and flying in space above. Within the control room of the automaton ship, black-clothed Luo Feng sat in his sofa and laughed lightly. External simulation 100%. Immediately the scenery about changed. A wild and incredibly beautiful dream-like space image. Below were the cloud levels of Blood River continent. Luo Feng, the previous 2 times you absorbed 30 crystals each. How many are you prepared for this time? The lights beside had formed an image of Babata. The little demon smiled happily as he looked at Luo Feng. I have prepared 25 for absorption. The black-clothed Luo Feng said. In the ancient god ruins, the golden-horned beast absorbed 15. Plus the 30 crystals it had absorbed twice before. Right now it has absorbed a total of 75 crystals. Plus the 25 today, it'll make a perfect 100. The little demon Babata laughed weirdly. That intense pain, can you take it? Black-clothed Luo Feng frowned. Pain? Right. Back then during the 10th crystal, it was so painful, even the golden-horned beast couldn't help but crash about. At that same time, the other 2 bodies too suffered intense pain, enough to make one's soul leap out. The 11th crystal, however, didn't hurt as much and was in fact much weaker than the 10th. However, as more crystals were absorbed, the pain continued to rise gradually, until when he hit the 72nd. The level of pain was comparable to the absorption of the 10th crystal back then. Luo Feng fought with all his might before, getting past until the 75th, however his entire being was in a complete daze. Today, will be number 76 to 100. I guess the pain will exceed the previous few times. The little demon warned, if you cannot take it, we can split them into a few days. No problem. Black-clothed Luo Feng's eyes were focused. This little pain, if I can't even take this, how can I even think of becoming undying? This isn't just a little pain. If your willpower wasn't strong, your soul would have long crumbled. Babata warned. I've never heard of one's soul crumbling from absorbing Blood River crystals. Black-clothed Luo Feng said softly, if I can't take it, I will probably end up fainting. At that point, the absorption will stop, and there will no longer be any danger. And Babata, I have a feeling that when I absorb the 100th crystal, a miracle will happen. Black-clothed Luo Feng's eyes had a hint of anticipation. Let's begin. Shwa. Within the ship, only a core was left. At this point, black-clothed Luo Feng had entered his internal world. Internal world. The golden-horned beast, which was like a black mountain range, slowly got up. Beside it, the black-clothed Luo Feng suddenly appeared. Who? A heavenly pillar like right claw was extended and placed before Luo Feng. Number 76. Black-clothed Luo Feng took out a triangular blood-red crystal and placed it on the scaled palm. It used its claw to slice through and the absorption began. Ah! Black-clothed Luo Feng gripped his fists and gritted his teeth. He stood there and trembled slightly. Howl! The golden-horned beast rushed into the sky in pain. The 2 huge cloud-like scaled wings flapped madly, dancing about in the vast metal continent. It occasionally crashed into metal mountains, venting out as it suffered intense pain. After this went on for a while, it finally stopped. Whew. Still okay, it felt a bit better than absorbing 30 consecutively before. Looks like my willpower has been trained and developed more. Black-clothed Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief and released his grip. The golden horned beast landed and lifted its right claw, triggering the mysterious energy. Immediately the claw changed from a pure black to a pale gold color. The fully armored black golden horned beast was mostly black in color, even its 4 horns only looked gold because of the many golden engravings that lit up. In truth, it was a mix of black and gold. Only this right claw was completely pale gold, and it held within endless power. And on this right claw was an incomparably beautiful engraving. Its complexity, compared to the entire body's gold engravings, it didn't have too much of a difference. However, even normal people, they would still feel that the complexity and overall look of this blood-red engraving was somewhat lacking. It had yet to be completed. Looking at how complete this engraving is, I feel that only after absorbing the 100th will it be complete. Black-clothed Luo Feng stared at the blood-red engraving on the right claw. After absorbing 3 crystals, the blood-red engraving was simple, yet complete. After the 10th, it was a lot more complex, once again forming a complete picture. And right now, after 76 crystals, on to the 77th. Black-clothed Luo Feng placed another crystal into the right palm. 78, 79, 80. The further he got, the change in the right claw caused such pain that it made the golden horned beast feel like it was dying. However, in its bones was a powerful and solid rock like willpower, allowing Luo Feng to bear with it over and over. Pain. Intense pain. 86, 87, 88. Ancient god ruins, training room of the huge pit quarters. Luo Feng's entire body was kneeling in the room. Dressed in his bronze armor, his 10 fingers were like hooks fiercely gripping the stone ground, gripping and reducing the stone to dust. He grit his teeth, crackles could be heard from his teeth, his face was flushed, veins popping out, perspiring profusely from all over, the whole ground was wet. Kuchi, kuchi, pa. 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 Spit. Luo Feng spit fiercely. 2 broken teeth flew out of his mouth. Damn. Pain. So much pain. Luo Feng's entire body was trembling. Sweat flowed out from the seams of the armor, and his skin felt like almost as though it had been steamed. That intense pain that boiled down to even his soul had affected his entire body. Who? Luo Feng violently lay on the ground. His entire being almost paralyzed, breathing and gasping hard, breath after breath. My God, I finally made it. I feel like I've died over tens of thousands of times. With the virtual universe 100% simulation, the pain too can be simulated. However, the pain of death isn't even a fraction of this pain. Luo Feng was completely sprawled on the floor. His earth body alone was in such pain, and as the primary body of the right claw absorption, just how much pain did the golden horned beast have to endure? One had to know that this level of pain entered into its soul via the golden horned beast's body. The pain the golden horned beast felt was the most intense. This is only the 90th, how will I continue? Luo Feng couldn't imagine, the pain he endured before was already the most terrifying pain he had ever endured in his entire life. So much so that his consciousness was about to crumble, almost triggering his auto-defense mechanisms. Fainting was a form of natural self-preservation. However, Luo Feng was very clear about the fact that the moment he fainted, it would mean the failure of the absorption of the crystal. More than 1 trillion km away in space, within the automaton control room, the crystal core was floating and revolving. Internal world. 91st. Black-clothed Luo Feng took a deep breath and placed another crystal in the palm of the golden horned beast's right claw. The huge beast, which was larger than even rivers, looked down at the crystal with its dark golden eyes. There was a sense of fear in them. It was simply too painful. Xie. After slashing a wound, fresh blood seeped out and the absorption of the 91st crystal began. Kill. Kill, kill. The incomparably mad killing aura completely swarmed over Luo Feng's willpower. Every crystal absorption's killing intent willpower was stronger than the previous, and at this 91st crystal, the killing aura seemed comparable even to the aura whirlpool where it was 8 times the normal aura. Maybe even stronger than that. My heart is like a mirror, don't think of affecting me, get out. Luo Feng's willpower raged, madly defending time and again against the effects. He was finally able to get the killing aura willpower to back off. I've finally made it past the killing aura willpower. Actually, at this point, it wasn't simply just the pain from evolving the right claw that was unbearable, even the killing aura willpower, that alone was very hard for Luo Feng to fight and defend against. However, defending against the killing aura willpower compared to the pain of evolution was different. Against the killing aura willpower, defending was simply defending. Hence, the failure was simply a failure. No pain, no consequence. However, that pain continued on, wave after wave, until the entire right claw had evolved. Only then would the terrifying pain cease. Damn, it's here again. Black-clothed Luo Feng's body was trembling. He was kneeling on the ground, with his hands on the metal ground, gritting his teeth hard. Howl. The golden-horned beast madly howled to vent. The 91st was like wave after wave of killer nightmares, it finally got past it. 92nd. If one wished to succeed, he had to be hard on himself. Luo Feng continued to allow the golden-horned beast to absorb the 92nd crystal. The killing aura willpower from this crystal was simply too much. Luo Feng fought hard to control his willpower, making it incomparably solid and sturdy. He was struggling against it even though it felt like it was about to crumble. Finally, the terrifying willpower backed off. However, what followed closely was the even more terrifying intense pain. Why do I feel? Black-clothed Luo Feng picked up the 93rd crystal and said softly that it would be extremely hard to reach the 100th crystal. Continue. When the 93rd crystal made contact with the wound in its right palm, an even more intense torrent of killing aura willpower rushed against Luo Feng's willpower. It was vast and endless, every wave was stronger than before. Luo Feng barely defended against it wave after wave. Rumble. Luo Feng felt his consciousness drift, after which, the 3 bodies all fainted. The killing aura willpower had broken past his defense, swiftly returning back into the crystal. Absorption of the 93rd Blood River crystal was a failure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 527, 30 years later. Chapter 527, 30 years later. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. While in a daze, the killing aura willpower finally backed out, and Luo Feng quickly regained his consciousness. I failed, I actually failed. Black-clothed Luo Feng frowned. I knew that getting to the 100th would be extremely difficult, but I didn't expect to fail at the 93rd. That killing aura willpower was simply too powerful, and the pain was so intense. All of this shows one thing: my willpower is still not strong enough. Luo Feng was extremely wrong. Willpower not strong enough? Even an absolute genius of 1 trillion years from the Undying Shrine, Blood God Baki, who could become undying in a short time if he wanted to, his willpower paled in comparison to Luo Feng's. Many Sector Lord pinnacles were far behind him as well. Hence, in terms of willpower, Luo Feng was indeed very strong. The true reason was just how many people had even absorbed up to 93 Blood River crystals? Absorbing 10 on Blood River continent alone would make one the legendary Black Warrior. Every extra absorption had 10 times more the requirements on the body in many different aspects. To absorb 93 crystals? That was simply unrealistic. 93 Blood River crystals would have an ever-increasing killing aura willpower. It was absurdly insane. The right claw cannot absorb anymore. But what about the other parts of the golden horned beast? The golden horned beast grabbed the crystal, placing it in its left claw, slashing through the scales. Fresh blood seeped out. Rumble. The formless energy rushed into its body, simultaneously gathering the rest of the killing aura willpower from before within and swiftly coursed through. The energy clashed immediately into Luo Feng's willpower within the golden horned beast. Rumble. How can this be? It actually melded with the willpower from before to be even stronger? Luo Feng was shocked. Kill. Kill. The mad killing aura willpower once again rushed in. Luo Feng fought hard against it, condensing his willpower like a stone, struggling to defend against it. However, even though it was rock solid, under the rush of the endless aura, it was still reduced to ashes. Once again he lost consciousness. That formless energy returned into the crystal and Luo Feng regained consciousness. Within the control room of the automaton ship, the crystal ball was revolving. On its surface gold engravings glimmered with gold light. Suddenly in place of the crystal, black-clothed Luo Feng appeared. I actually failed. Black-clothed Luo Feng sat on the sofa and looked ahead into the vast space. How did it go, Luo Feng? Beside the energy image of the demon, Babata asked. Black-clothed Luo Feng explained what happened during the process. Ah, that's expected. There probably hasn't been anything in the history of Blood River continent about absorbing 93 crystals. Even the highest level 4 Qinyo beast only managed a little over 10. Demon Babata smiled. Luo Feng, don't worry too much. As your willpower gets stronger, you'll be able to absorb them in the future. I don't care about this. Luo Feng frowned. The only thing is the rest of the golden horned beast is unable to absorb the crystals. It's because you are unable to withstand the kill aura willpower. Demon Babata too sat on the sofa beside him, crossing his legs and looking at the vast space ahead. The energy within the crystal is capable of altering one's body, its range is limited. However, the killing aura willpower is different, it's a willpower that is able to spread to any part of the entire body. When you wanted to let its left claw absorb the crystal, that willpower would directly connect throughout its body and attack you. Black-clothed Luo Feng nodded. He understood the theory. Every absorption had an increase in the killing aura willpower. Even if used at different parts of the body, the willpower would still increase. Luckily, all the Blood River crystals I had before, I decided to place all of them in the right claw. Luo Feng thought. The golden horned beast's right claw was now his trump card, since it was extremely terrifying. If he had dispersed the crystals all over the body from the start, then every body part would have been altered about 7 or 8 times. However, that way, the amount of power raised was limited. It was better to simply make one very terrifying right claw. I cannot be too greedy, as this has already been such a windfall for me. Since I am still constantly training my willpower, I believe there'll be a day I can absorb the 100th crystal. I have a feeling that once I absorb that 100th crystal, the incomparably complex blood red engraving will be perfected by then. It should have some special properties as well by then. Luo Feng thought. Continue. 3 great bodies, and all of them are training in their own ways. Luo Feng quickly recollected his thoughts. There were 2 missions for this Blood River world. The first was to acquire 1 Blood River crystal, and completing that would give him a reward of 10k points. The second was to become a Blood Warrior and acquire the Blood River medal. The reward for this was 100k points. Even though this was the case, acquiring large amounts of crystals wouldn't get more points. However, these crystals were unique only to Blood River world, as it was a special product of this Blood River world. And even though there were plenty of it in this world, almost all the domain lords had most of them. Some universe-level elites had a few of them too, however, they were still extremely valuable. Since I can, I will get as many as possible. These Blood River crystals should be worth a lot. Masha Luo Feng continued on his hunting trip. Of course, he spent most of his time rushing around to find these crystals, and the true hunting time itself was very short. Hence, other than hunting, the Masha Luo Feng would be in the automaton ship in the internal world, studying and training in the floating blood manual, time-space scribbles, and studying the 9-universe tablet, the drizzle picture. The golden horned beast was training tearing sky and land with the 3 ancient pictures. Its right claw's power was shocking, since it connected directly to the universe origin laws, causing its power to amplify about 9 times. This meant that, when using the right claw versus not using it, the golden horned beast's strength had a difference of almost 10 times. Its body alone was already incomparably intrepid and powerful, but 10 times the strength on top of that? This was, however, a miracle after all. Absorbing 92 crystals was an extremely absurd thing to do. The power of the right claw was shocking, hence it was training with the 3 ancient pictures. Luo Feng emphasized on the 3 pictures. The first was the beast's flight, waving its tail and dispersing the huge hand in the sky. The second was it lowering its head and looking ahead, piercing forward while flying. The third was it waving its claws, attacking brutally. The golden horned beast's right claw was originally very strong. After combined with this attack, and its studying tearing sky and land, 80% of its attention was spent to study the first claw of tearing sky. Luo Feng had long prepared to use this first claw technique as his true killing technique. Since the right claw was extremely strong, naturally he had to focus on claw attacks. Strong combinations, that meant more power. The first claw of tearing sky, the golden horned beast began its tedious and mad training. It was studying the techniques left behind by its ancestors, and searching for the grace of that ancient beast's claw technique, while constantly increasing the strength of tearing sky's first claw. The Earth body would frequent the undying lessons, occasionally studying gold and space combination, simultaneously spending long periods of time in the killing aura to alter his body. Of course, all 3 bodies were in training. The golden horned beast would occasionally try to absorb the Blood River crystal, so that it could feel the rush of the killing aura willpower and withstanding it to train itself further. The Masha was training via slaughter. The Earth body was training his mind and heart from teachings of his 2 brothers Hong and Thunder God, while occasionally meeting them in the virtual universe and chatting. With the both of them reaching the pinnacle of Chinese martial arts and Indian yoga, Luo Feng would get some inspiration occasionally. Studying the origin laws, wonders, training his mind and heart. In the long passages of time, Luo Feng constantly improved himself. In a flash, 30 years had gone by. In the vast Blood River continent, in a particular territory city leader's mansion, it was daytime. "You actually dare attack me, you must be looking to die." A fierce roar like the rage of a god resounded throughout the skies of the city. A black silhouette rushed into the sky straight into the cloud levels. It was the black-clothed Luo Feng. Damn, there actually was a sector lord here. Black-clothed Luo Feng's speed was shocking. "You dared to attack me and wished to flee." The voice rumbled straight into his ears. Simultaneously a formless world energy pressure immediately poured over. A white pyramid appeared before Luo Feng and he flew straight in. The golden-robed middle-aged man chasing behind saw the silver-white pyramid, staring wide-eyed. "It's the outsiders." He quickly chased and simultaneously used his world energy to pressure the automaton ship. However, the ship's speed was simply too fast. It rushed straight through the 18 cloud levels. The golden-robed middle-aged man stood at the 18th level and looked up through the clouds, not daring to follow. "It's actually an outsider." The man's face was perplexed. "I have to inform the Undying Shrine, another outsider has descended into our Blood River continent." The automaton ship was in space. Control room. That was too risky. Black-clothed Luo Feng sat on the sofa and let out a sigh of relief. I didn't expect a sector lord to be hiding in the city. Since he didn't release his energy at all and I had no way to detect him, however his movement and use of the universe space made me feel his presence. Lucky I fled quickly. The Masha clansman could unleash over 10,000 images, making his instantaneous speed terrifying. This was even faster than many sector lords. Fast, but this speed was mostly used just at the start for a quick burst. The moment a sector lord's speed truly took off, he would quickly catch up. Hence he used that outburst to create some distance and after which enter the automaton ship to escape. Walking along the river for so long, how can one's shoes not get wet? Luo Feng softly muttered. After this incident, that sector lord would definitely inform the Undying Shrine. The shrine would probably begin to discover small patterns and traces, maybe even my entire plan. Anyway, I've acquired enough over these 30 years, it's time to stop. During these 30 years, Masha Luo Feng's hunt had given him a total of 9,816 blood river crystals. Luo Feng felt. It was savage enough, it was time to stop. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 528, 3 Levels of Mental States. Chapter 528, 3 Levels of Mental States. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island, close to the river by 9-Star Bay, 3 people sat there. A tall and sturdy youth with short hair was dressed in casual clothing, yet his energy felt like a pike ready to pierce forward at any time. On his left was a clean white-robed bald youth who was smiling. His smile was so pure, it made one's soul get drawn in. Beside these two sat a skinnier youth. His killing aura was heavy, his entire being seemed to have been drenched in a bloody river of cold massacre. That aura was terrifying. 30, your mental state is really hitting the limit. The bald youth shook his head and smiled. Second brother, in terms of mental state, I cannot compare to you. I cannot break through for now. The only thing I can do is push my limits, that way at least I'll improve. Luo Feng smiled. He could feel it himself. In reality, as he was spending long periods of time in the ancient god ruins of Blood River World, he was influenced for tens of years by the killing aura. He was originally ice-cold within his bones. But now with the invasion of the killing aura, and with the golden horned beast absorbing so many Blood River crystals, even within the virtual universe Luo Feng emitted a powerful killing aura. Pushing your limits is after all still a small path. Thunder God shook his head. Second brother. Hong sat and smiled, you don't have to force third brother. In terms of mental state training, he's also exceptional. To be able to train his mental state to such a level, where he is not affected by dust or poison is great. Absolute purity, absolute rejection, and absolute coagulation, this form of absoluteness is also a growth in mental state. Thunder God was shocked, nodding, he asked curiously, Big brother, but this is still after all. Hong looked at Luo Feng, third brother. Big brother. Luo Feng smiled at Hong. Your second brother and I have been giving you many pointers on mental training. However, this is different from other training. It's a form of release in spirit. Hong looked at Luo Feng. Many mysteries before may have been explained, today I'll depict it for you from the highest levels, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Heart? What is heart? Mental state, just what is that? Hong smiled. From a warrior's training point of view, the heart is actually willpower. Your willpower strength is already exceptional. Hong said. However, overall, from an overall look, you are still only on the first level of the 3 great mental states. First level? Luo Feng was shocked, 3 great mental states? This is my summary. Hong smiled, in our Chinese ancient culture, we've always emphasized on the training of one's mental state. There are all sorts of tests for the heart, By training in them, these will all be directed at one's heart, and will be able to see one's heart clearly. The body is the wisdom tree. Your heart is the stand of the bright mirror. You must frequently wipe it. Don't let it become dusty. It actually refers to looking at oneself and understanding. Luo Feng frowned. Right now, your heart is like a mirror, not affected by dust. Your heart is like a blade, slicing through obstacles. It's already considered having seen yourself and understood it, reaching a very high level. Hong exclaimed. Now, you continue to train your heart, making your willpower stronger. However, no matter how much you train, you are still only on the first level. What's the second level? Luo Feng asked. Simply put, man and nature is one. Hong pointed at Thunder God beside. Your second brother is considered to be at the second level. What's man and nature is one? Luo Feng asked. Man and nature as one refers to the perfect mental state. Hong smiled. What do I mean by perfect? When one's yin and yang are fully melded and are complementing each other. As for how? Your current path, chasing limits, that's simply pushing it. Simply pushing your limits may strengthen yourself. However, only when the yin and yang are working together will it be perfect. Just like a man in this world, when he feels harmony, he'll be sturdy and flexible depending on whichever the situation requires. This mental state is as such too. When it's time to be like a blade, or when it's time to train. And when it's time to be gentle like water, the water always flows around the blade. In terms of defense, the water is even more solid than a shield, hence it's more powerful. Hong smiled. The harmony of yin and yang, man and nature, mental state harmony. Of course, this is a very high level of perfection, and is that of a pure and innocent heart. In theory, it's already the pinnacle. Your brother is as such. Luo Feng held his breath as he listened, asking, heart like a blade, I understand. But how do I make my heart like water? I'll explain the theory, but the state itself is hard to explain. Hong smiled and shook his head. That, one essay level refers to one's heart and understanding it, and to be able to see through the rubble. The second is the harmony of yin and yang, man and nature, heart of pureness, perfect mental state. Luo Feng asked, in theory the second state is the pinnacle already, then what about the third? Thunder God beside him smiled, the third level, your big brother has begun to barely perceive it. The third, Hong said softly, is what I've just begun to touch. Heart is void and vast, heart is endless. Heart, encompassing everything. What do you mean? Luo Feng asked. It's hard to explain. Hong smiled, how about this? If the second is the harmony of yin and yang, man and nature as one, melding perfectly with everything around. Then the 3RD is the heart being endless and vast, encompassing everything, including the endless universe, everything. Anything with a will can be encompassed, whether it's slaughter, material wealth and goals, appreciation of beauty, lust for power, everything. Luo Feng was shocked. Everything could be encompassed. If one can achieve this state, even facing against an incredibly powerful opponent, life form, all willpower, cannot affect me. Hong smiled. Damn, that's sick. Luo Feng stared. Sick, right? The white baldy thunder god smiled. Man and nature as one, heart of pureness. Whether it's yoga or Chinese ancient culture, these are all the pinnacle. However, your brother's level, in ancient Chinese culture it has been mentioned before but never reached. Hence, no one really knows. Luo Feng looked at Hong, filled with even more admiration. 3 great mental states. First level, seeing through and understanding yourself. In many Buddhist teachings and paths, this was already progress. The second level, man and nature as one, heart of pureness. This was in theory the pinnacle. Third level, heart vast and endless, encompassing everything. This was unbelievable. Big brother, how do you reach this third level? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. The second state, I can barely touch it, however I can't fully comprehend it. Mental state training all relied on the heart. Luo Feng's understanding of his self had reached a limit. Indeed, he only had a small understanding of the harmony between yin and yang. It's hard to explain, I've only managed to get some ideas from looking at some books. Hong smiled, there's a saying, emptiness is the strongest. Another one also says that only when one doesn't contest will he be able to contest everything. Actually, I've studied many theories from the ancient Chinese culture. These two sayings are considered to have sparked my reaching of this level. Emptiness is the strongest. Only when one doesn't contest will he be able to contest everything? Luo Feng frowned. The logic is simple and I understand it. But what you mean is, the Chinese culture is bright, with countless exceptional people in history being able to reach man and nature as one, with hearts of pureness. These are all ancient history. Reach the second level first. Hong smiled, let me see. These should be helpful for you. Read these few Chinese culture books, it may help. Luo Feng nodded. Suddenly he felt something stir within. Masha clansman is here. The Masha clansman sat in the automaton ship. It had been flying close to light speed in the space above Blood River World for a few months already, and finally arrived. Blood River cloud levels, a faint silhouette immediately passed through 1,000 kilometers and landed beside the huge pit quarters. With a flash it went in. Huge pit quarters. Luo Feng, who was dressed in the bronze armor, got up on his hind legs. Looking at the entrance of the cave, a black silhouette appeared. It was Masha Luo Feng. 10 Blood River crystals. Masha Luo Feng casually placed the 10 crystals and left again, passing through the 18 cloud levels and into the automaton ship which was floating in the space above. For safety reasons, he let the Masha body take the internal core into space, at least it was very safe. Within the huge pit quarters. I finally have Blood River crystals. Luo Feng collected the 10 crystals and revealed a helpless smile. The last time I let the golden horned beast absorb everything until there was none left for my earth body. 30 years. A total of 30 years had passed, during which he was constantly absorbing the killing aura and changing his body, yet he hadn't tried absorbing the crystals. Let's try and see if I can absorb the third one. Luo Feng took out a crystal. It had been long since he absorbed the 2ND, 30 years later, now he was trying the third. He cut his palm and placed the crystal on the wood. The killing aura willpower clashed against his willpower. Compared to the golden horned beast's absorption, this little willpower is simply pathetic. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim, following which he felt intense pain. His body began to evolve, however, compared to the successful absorption of the 91st and 92nd crystals, this third one couldn't be considered anything. The blood energy continued to pour through his body. The Blood River crystal became more and more transparent. Pa! The sound of bones breaking occurred from his chest. I actually failed. Luo Feng looked at the close to transparent Blood River crystal. Large amounts of blood energy was returning back, making it revert to its original state. He was helpless. Indeed, the more I absorb, the harder it gets. I only stayed in the ancient god ruins for 2 years before and I managed to absorb the second. However, now after 30 years, I am still unable to absorb the third. Luo Feng shook his head. The golden horned beast's body looks like the body structure and composition is indeed much more perfect than a human body, at least in certain aspects, it's much superior. Even though he failed, Luo Feng wasn't troubled at all. In fact, he was anticipating, from the looks of it, there's still hope for me to absorb the third crystal. I have to become a blood warrior, acquire the Blood River medal and return to receive my 100k points reward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 529, Killing Aura Whirlpool. Chapter 529, Killing Aura Whirlpool. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. Even though his Earth body failed to absorb the third crystal, he wasn't affected by it at all. Instead, he continued his training. Under the killing aura environment of the ancient god ruins, even though it was for the sake of absorbing the crystals, Luo Feng's main attention was still spent on studying the 9-universe tablet drizzle picture. He had completely comprehended the first 9 wonders. As for the middle 27, every one of them was much more profound. It had been over 32 years since he arrived in Blood River Continent. Even though his improvement was huge, his true comprehension of the wonders was still very little. The Blood River crystals are but supplementary assistance. As for my mental state, I can't see or even touch it. The origin laws are the most important. These 30 years, the golden horned beast had combined the 3 ancient pictures and studied tearing sky and land. Its improvement in the gold origin laws far exceeded the Masha clan's improvement. Luo Feng sat cross-legged in his stone bed. I'll focus my attention of studying the drizzle picture too. Time and space, these were the hardest to comprehend. His Earth body's weapon, the Nanshan armament, was a combination of gold and space. His improvement in gold was very fast, so much so that space couldn't keep up, resulting in him using both the Masha body and himself to study space together. The universe was vast and endless, and in it, tens of years was simply nothing. For some ancient beings, just a blink of their eyes and it would have been trillions of years. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng had been in the Blood River Continent for over 80 years. Virtual Universe, Thunder Island. A graceful lady in jade green armor stood at the edges of the island along a Tenli reef. Ahead of it were large amounts of revolving lightning snakes. Suddenly a silhouette shot over from the distance, landing on the huge reef. It was the golden armored ape-man Tru Yen Emperor. "Jade, you are looking for me?" Tru Yen smiled. The jade green armored lady turned to look. She was Jade Emperor. Jade nodded. "What's the matter?" Tru Yen smiled and asked. "It's regarding your disciple Luo Feng," Jade said, her voice clean and clear. "Ah?" Tru Yen was shocked. "Why are you concerned with my disciple?" "My disciple is only at universe level. He hasn't truly headed out to explore. His condition now, you should know it the best." Jade shook her head. "It seems clear, yet at the same time, it's not clear at all." "Speak directly," Tru Yen said. "To be honest," Jade smiled, "this Luo Feng's improvement has been noticed by all of the management level within the Virtual Universe Company. Especially right after he exited Primal Chaos City, he actually consecutively passed 9 levels of the Fantasy Ocean, only failing at the 10th. His willpower and consciousness is at a terrifying level." Tru Yen smiled proudly. "This disciple of mine, even though he's only at universe level, his soul is far from evolving into an undying. However, just in terms of willpower, I am afraid he exceeds that of an undying. Many don't even compare to him. I know this, of course, otherwise it wouldn't have aroused the upper echelons," Jade Emperor emphasized. "And also within the last 80 years, he actually passed the Heavenly Bridge's 6th level. He's caught up with Bolan's comprehension speed. Bolan, that punk, he's making his own life difficult," Tru Yen said. "Doesn't matter, Luo Feng's improvement speed is shocking." Jade's expression was serious. "And his genius competition was organized by 9-Blade Knight. Hence, once he becomes undying, he would naturally be under him. The knight favors him a lot. However, he actually took on the Blood River World mission and hasn't returned in 80 years, remaining there, but..." Tru Yen nodded. 80 years. During these 80 years, he hasn't attempted the Heavenly Bridge. Fantasy Ocean. Jade frowned hard. He had only occasionally contacted you, and listened to some undying classes. These 80 years, the other geniuses have all improved quite a lot, all have taken on many missions, many finishing all 10. Only this Luo Feng still remains on Blood River World. And according to the report, his automaton ship has been in space for a long time. The location is the ancient god ruins of Blood River World. The dangers of the ancient god ruins, you should be clear. Jade frowned. That place is the most dangerous place on the entire Blood River continent. How many of our undyings fell there before? Especially the killing aura of that place is unique only to that place within the entire universe. If Luo Feng isn't careful, and he enters a region with extremely high amounts of aura, he would be taken over and lost to the madness. That's akin to death. The Knight's viewing of him is even higher than that of Bolin. And these 80 years, he's been in contact with you. Hence I hope you can tell me his situation on Blood River continent, every bit of it. Jade emphasized. True Yen, honestly speaking, taking risks are important. However, one cannot madly take risks. You cannot take your disciple's life as a joke. He is after all just a universe-level punk. He hasn't been doing much these 80 years, just studying the origin laws. True Yen smiled. How's his studying? Jade asked. As Luo Feng hadn't attempted the Heavenly Bridge, no one knew about his speed and level of study. Average. True Yen said casually, of the first 36 wonders, he's comprehended 35 of them. Even though he said it very casually, his expression was that of pride. Comprehended 35? Jade was shocked. The September 1st, middle 27 and final 72. Luo Feng comprehended 35 wonders. How can it be so quick? Jade stared at True Yen. That's impossible. During the 30 years in Primal Chaos City, he only comprehended the most basic 9. And his study speed outside Primal Chaos City should be 10 times slower. But from the looks of it, he comprehended 1 every 3 years outside, which are even more profound than the first 9. 1. He has me for pointers. 2. He has time-space scribbles to aid in his study. 3. He's absorbed Blood River crystals. Hence, his study speed has increased. True Yen looked at Jade. Also, he is indeed a genius. His comprehension speed rises with his strength. Blood River continent, ancient god ruins, huge pit. Huge pit quarters. Luo Feng opened his eyes. He sat cross-legged in his bronze armor. 80 years, it had been 80 years since he came to Blood River continent. The effects of the killing aura shaping his body was getting lesser and lesser, however at least it was still improving. However, he was still a little shy of absorbing the third crystal. These 80 years, my comprehension of the space laws has improved a lot. Luo Feng exclaimed. Comprehending 35 wonders. He would never have expected to have done something so absurd. Primal Chaos City's 30 years was 100 years in the actual universe. In those 30 years in Primal Chaos City, he only comprehended 9 wonders. However, 80 years or so in the actual universe, he actually comprehended the more profound 26 wonders. This level and speed of improvement was indeed unbelievable. This was only possible because of the time-space scribbles and True Yen's pointers, with the golden horned beast's triggering of the mysterious energy, increasing his fusion with the space laws by 9 times. Yes. Towards the end, even the golden horned beast began to study the space laws. This was because, in training Tearing Sky and Land and the 3 ancient pictures, during the 39th year, the golden horned beast had comprehended that the ancient beast's claw attack wasn't simply infused with gold laws, simultaneously it had space laws within. To truly figure out the powerful attack of Tearing Sky's first claw, the golden horned beast's main study was the ancient pictures. Tearing Sky and Land became secondary, as every one of the 3 ancient pictures were incredibly profound. And one of the claws was infused with space laws, hence the golden horned beast began to study the space laws too. With the 3 bodies studying simultaneously, reflecting each other's comprehension, especially on the ancient pictures, the rewards were bountiful. It allowed Luo Feng's comprehension to progress extremely fast. Also, He realized too, the training of his mental state and soul had cleared his mind, allowing him to understand and grasp onto whatever he was studying much faster. From a certain degree, his comprehension level had risen too. I think after a few more years, I'll have comprehended the 36th wonder. Luo Feng's face was filled with anticipation. Tearing Sky's first claw. Accurately speaking, my fast improvement speed is mostly because of the ancient pictures. Luo Feng was curious within. That simple wave of the claw was already so profound and unbelievable. Using his human body to study that claw was useless. However, its effects on the golden horned beasts tearing sky and land, while studying that claw, especially looking at the ancient pictures, it almost felt as though that claw encompassed everything. It was so deep and profound, that his own comprehension was still superficial. Just how strong was that beast? Luo Feng thought within, after which he didn't think anymore and headed out of the cave entrance. Following the pathway, he quickly reached side of the mountain and looked at the endless red aura revolving. Half a year ago I tried heading to the killing aura whirlpool and was able to reach the point of 9.5 times, it was less than 100 m from the center of the whirlpool. I had to stop there. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. I feel that I've had improvement over this half a year, who knows whether I'll be able to enter the whirlpool core. So, he rushed straight down and headed towards the depths of the aura. Whirlpool aura. These years, besides studying, Luo Feng often went to try the depths of the whirlpool. However, every time he did go, he didn't dare risk it. Because he was very clear that the price of the risk was losing himself to madness. This was akin to death. After a while, Luo Feng had already reached within that huge whirlpool. Rumble. The huge whirlpool that was almost like fresh blood was revolving continuously, dragging the auras beside along with it. The core itself looked like a red sun. The bronze-armored Luo Feng drew closer to the center step by step, going closer and closer to the eye of the storm. I'm really curious, just what is in the core of this whirlpool? Luo Feng withstood the killing aura willpower that was constantly growing strong and invading his mind, getting closer and closer to the glaring red sun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 530, Whirlpool Core. Chapter 530, Whirlpool Core. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. Hua, the aura there was as thick as fresh blood. The large whirlpool even emitted an ancient eternal energy, it made one's very soul tremble. Come on, child. Come, Come here. Enjoy killing and slaughter. What a beautiful and endless feeling, a formless enticement accompanied the killing aura willpower. That strong willpower was like tanks clashing against Luo Feng's willpower. As he was affected, the enticement began. A bronze-armored Luo Feng drew closer and closer towards the center, which was completely engulfed in the aura, gritting his teeth to endure. Mine, it's mine. I want to kill, I know how to kill, all external willpower, break. Break. Luo Feng's willpower was extremely solid, as it was defending against these attacks and enticement, not allowing any of them to seep in. As he gradually drew closer to the core, the willpower and enticement got stronger and stronger. The closer he flew to the sun like red ball, the more cautious he got. Distance of 50 m, 40 m, 30 m, 20 m, 10 m. The red ball was right ahead. It was the core of the huge aura whirlpool. Rumble, a formless ancient energy radiated, causing Luo Feng to feel as though he was an ant against a godly dragon. Even if I am an ant, I'm an ant that can defeat a godly dragon. Luo Feng immediately abandoned the natural sense of fear within, simultaneously stepping into the glaring red light that formed the aura whirlpool that was bigger even than Earth. The entire whirlpool core returned to its original calm state, and the bronze silhouette disappeared. Aura whirlpool core, within the red light ball. Luo Feng slowly progressed, however he felt the killing aura willpower actually diminish. It's almost as though as I get closer to the ball, the willpower is strongest. After entering the ball, it gets weaker instead. He flew at a speed that was even slower than a normal person's walk. After about 30 m, before him was still the thick red ball. Xie. Luo Feng's entire being pierced through the outer layer of the red light ball, looking at the scene before him. On, mo, da. A sound that pierced through his soul, resounding deep in his consciousness. An ancient phonogram without any rules, every note infused with high endless amount of ancient energy. Simultaneously, Luo Feng was shocked at the scene before him. It was empty within the red light ball. There wasn't any red energy within. There were, however, huge, golden engravings as thick as one's arms. Every one of them was incredibly complex. There were a total of 12, 100 to 1000 m long golden engravings, interweaving and revolving in the space. Each one made one's heart tremble, making one submit. Such energy was being emitted from the 12 thick engravings. Simultaneously, the 12 huge golden engravings emitted golden light threads, engulfing the entire region. The gold light revolved about, making the space around them like a sacred land. The revolving gold light continued to produce 3 images, a picture of the huge lizard beast, raising its horn towards the skies, a huge hand smashing down towards it, causing the beast to fly, waving its long tail until it almost vanished and dispersing the huge palm. 3 ancient pictures. These were the 3 ancient pictures he often saw. However, at this point, at the core of the whirlpool, the 12 huge golden engravings emitted the naturally formed pictures much clearer than before. Every picture occasionally appeared and then dispersed. These 3 ancient pictures were floating just like a piece of paper on water, continuously revolving, occasionally sinking to the bottom of the water before resurfacing. Repeating over and over. Li. On. Dot. The ancient phonogram, almost like a beast without intelligence speaking, seemed to pass through trillions of years of time and space, resounding in Luo Feng's ears. My God! Luo Feng stared wide. Origin Laws engravings, these are Origin Law engravings. Never had he ever seen the Origin Laws that clearly before him. Whether it was Primal Chaos City or the engravings on the spirit weapons, they were all extremely small and simple. And the 12 incomparably huge engravings before him, that were as thick as one's arms, seemed like 12 simple engravings. However, every one of them was interweaved with countless needle-like engravings through them. These are Space Origin Law engravings. At least, they are a part of it. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, following which he landed where the 3 ancient pictures disappeared. This time, it was different from the blurry images that he spotted before. He saw them extremely clear this time. This was even to the point where as the beast attacked, he could feel every bit of it clearly. I'll first remember these pictures and then study the Origin Law engravings. Luo Feng began to stare hard at the 3 pictures of tearing sky first claw. With his quantum computer-like brain, he could remember vividly each of them like a video recording. This was very simple. However, he needed to remember the feeling and situation too, that energy infused with profoundness and mystery, to allow him to study it in the future. Studying tearing sky first claw for close to 80 years, he clearly remembered the picture of that move from long ago. And at this time, whether it was studying the original tearing sky first claw or altering it according to the memories he had of it before, Luo Feng was very clear that before he became undying, his level of the first claw paled in comparison to that ancient beast's. Hence it wasn't the time for him to be proud, but to lower his ego and study that ancient beast well. As he used his entire being to remember the ancient picture of the first claw, Luo Feng didn't realize, as his body was there, the gold light shot right through him. Even though there wasn't any killing aura that invaded him, his every cell within began to change and evolve greatly. If one said that under the killing aura's attack, the body's cells would change gently and slowly. At this time, it was accelerated 100 to 1000 times. The only thing was because Luo Feng was completely immersed in remembering the first claw. As for the changes in his body? Even if his body was destroyed, it would be a small matter. Hence he couldn't allow himself to be distracted. After remembering the first claw for some time, as he closed his eyes, the image of that first claw clearly replayed in his mind. He finally exclaimed, "My comprehension still isn't high enough. This should be my memory's limit. I'm unable to remember the situation and feeling and energy any deeper." Following which he looked at the other two pictures. Compared to the first claw, spending 80% of his attention on it, for the other two techniques, Luo Feng had spent little time on them. As his comprehension was weak, even after trying hard to remember them, not long after, he couldn't remember them any better already. Within his memory, the three ancient pictures were deeply recorded. The first claw's situation and feeling was the most vast and ancient. As for the other two, those two faintly had the ancient energies, but obviously weaker than the first. The main thing was that Luo Feng was unable to remember them deeply as well. I've finally remembered them. Luo Feng revealed a look of excitement. These ancient pictures, humans are unable to study. However, it's extremely beneficial to the golden horned beast. Studying it raises its understanding and comprehension of the laws, that in turn helps my human body's comprehension as well. The three great bodies were working together, naturally the improvement was huge. Ah, my body? As his attention returned, Luo Feng quickly realized the changes to his body. His body's every cell seemed to have evolved. Change occurred continuously. This change, it's the same change as the killing aura. Luo Feng was shocked, revealing a look of glee after. However, the change seems to be 1,000 times faster. One day here is akin to a few years outside. Luo Feng was ecstatic. He stood up in mid-air, looking at the 12 huge golden engravings. These 12 engravings seemed simple, however they were still much more profound than the engravings the True Yen Emperor demonstrated in his classes in Primal Chaos City. Luo Feng looked for a while, feeling dizzy within. It feels like space? With some bits of gold origin laws. However, upon careful examination, it's neither. Luo Feng was very curious. The origin law engravings his teacher True Yen demonstrated occasionally had hundreds to 1,000 engravings. Luo Feng knew quite a bit of them. However, at this time, he didn't understand this at all. The level of complexity is simply beyond me. Luo Feng spent 2 days looking at the huge golden engravings. Suddenly he had some inspiration. Looks like, my comprehension of the laws, compared to the profoundness of these huge golden engravings, is simply too huge. Just like when I first looked at the 9 universe tablets 7th to 9th pictures, I didn't understand them at all. These golden engravings, I can't understand these either. No matter how expensive a book is, before a blind person, it was still useless. Infused with endless wonders, the engravings within weren't useful at all to Luo Feng. He couldn't even remember the energies emitted from it, simply relying on his quantum computer-like brain and consciousness, forcing out a simple picture within. Just like taking a picture. Days passed. Even within this aura whirlpool core, with the gold light shining on him, Luo Feng's body evolution speed slowed as the days passed. This was something he anticipated as it was reaching his body's limit. My earth body, if only it could be as sick as the golden horned beast's body. Even without any aura invasion, immediately absorbing 97 crystals. Luo Feng thought. 97 crystals. That was the achievement of close to 80 years. These 80 years, the origin loss comprehension, and mental state training had risen shockingly, hence allowing him to make it deep into the whirlpool core. As for the golden horned beast's right claw, these 80 years had occasionally evolved further, currently having absorbed 97 blood river crystals. After a while, the changes that occurred deep in Luo Feng's body finally completely stopped. I'm already at my limit. Luo Feng thought. I've been in this whirlpool core for close to 30 days. If it were outside, it would at least be 100 years before my body is fully saturated. Who knows if I can absorb the third crystal now? I'll return to the cave to try. Looking at the 12 huge golden engravings floating in mid-air, he turned and rushed through the red light layer, swiftly heading back towards the outer layer of the whirlpool. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 531, Greeting Blood God. Chapter 531, Greeting Blood God. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. Luo Feng became a green light and entered the entrance of his cave into huge pit quarters. Within the cave. In that whirlpool core, after experiencing and absorbing that golden light for 30 days, my body is already saturated. Luo Feng flew straight to his stone bed and sat cross-legged. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Hope I can absorb the third crystal. If I still fail, then I won't ever be able to absorb it. After all, my body's limit has already been reached. Whether it's the killing aura, or the even better golden light, it's already useless. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng flipped his hand and a blood-red triangular crystal appeared on his palm. Even after seeing it thousands to tens of thousands of times, he still couldn't help but be drawn in by its beauty every time. It's too beautiful. This is a treasure of the universe. Luo Feng gently sliced his left palm. A wound appeared and fresh blood flowed, making contact with the crystal. Immediately a formless killing aura willpower rushed against his. However, his earth body had only absorbed 2 crystals before, hence this amount of willpower was a joke. Luo Feng frowned, sitting cross-legged, his body began to twitch uncontrollably. His muscles twisted, his veins were squirming around like worms, scales began to appear on his skin. Pain, intense pain. However, the golden horned beast had absorbed 97 crystals before. Hence, this level of pain was something he could totally bear with. Minutes and seconds passed. Blood-red energy flowed continuously out of the blood river crystal and entered his body. Gradually, the color of the crystal grew faint, becoming more and more transparent. After a while, the entire crystal had become transparent, like glass. After which, the crystal crumbled into energy and entered his body. Success! I finally succeeded. When he felt the entire crystal had been absorbed, his body had successfully digesting it. Luo Feng couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Yes. Mad glee. His power had leapt, his melding with the origin laws and comprehension had all risen. This was simply one part of it. Another was the points. The Virtual Universe Company points were very valuable, just like this Blood River World mission. The first mission was to acquire 1 Blood River crystal, and the prize was 10,000 points. However, one only had one such chance. Acquiring 1 Blood River crystal was 10,000 points. Even if you acquired 100k crystals, you'll still be unable to get more points, getting only that 10,000. After all, to universe levels, maybe acquiring 1 crystal was hard enough. However, to the Undying, even to beings like True Yen Emperor who was able to unleash teleportation, acquiring the crystals was very simple. However, it is strange. The Virtual Universe Company has always declared that the Blood River crystals are treasures. Luo Feng was curious. However, in Blood River World, there were 10 million worlds. Within every world there would be territories, with many have domain lord warriors. Almost all the domain lords would have crystals. Obviously, the amount of crystals is huge. However, even after searching the entire treasure trove of the Virtual Universe Company, there wasn't any Blood River crystals to buy within. Luo Feng was even more curious. Yes, it wasn't sold. Blood River crystals, it was only found here in the secret region Blood River World, and even in Blood River World, it was very valuable. After all, it was plenty. Yet the treasure trove didn't have any. Blood River World mission is a universe-level mission. Luo Feng thought, the domain lords would have to head out into territories to take on envoy missions. As for the sector lords, they have to go through life or death training. I probably won't ever get the chance to enter this Blood River world in the future. At least, I acquired over 9,000 crystals. Within his consciousness, Luo Feng felt that the crystal was a banned item, one that was controlled by the Virtual Universe Company. Even with his absolute beginning region status, he was unable to exchange for them. When I get the chance, I'll go check it out. First I'll take a look at my condition after absorbing the third crystal. Luo Feng didn't think much of anything else, triggering the mysterious energy within. Immediately, a blood-red engraving appeared on his bare chest. A simple but complete engraving. How wonderful! He closed his eyes, feeling the depths of the endless universe. The ripples of the many laws were perceived at this point. Gold, wood, water, fire, ground, wind, light, thunder, space, time. He could feel the ripples more clearly than before. One time. The level of clarity is one-fold higher than before. The strength of unleashing has also doubled. Luo Feng thought. One time more was equal to doubling his power. That was a whole level of power more. My comprehension has increased, my future comprehension speed will rise too. Luo Feng thought, no wonder the Blood Warrior is so respected. All those who are able to enter the Virtual Universe Company are all absolute geniuses. To double one's comprehension and strength the origin laws, just what is that? Giving 100k points is very normal. I'll give it a shot. I'll see if I can absorb the fourth. Also my willpower is stronger than before. I'll let the golden horned beast try and absorb the 98th crystal to see. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. After a while, the earth body tried absorbing the fourth and reached halfway before he failed. The golden horned beast fought hard for a while and was just about to succeed before finally getting decimated by the killing aura willpower, failure. I cannot be too greedy. Luo Feng was gleeful, suddenly standing from the stone bed. My consciousness, it'll probably be another 8 to 10 years before I'll be able to withstand the 98th crystal's killing aura willpower. No rush. His lifespan was 10 times that of a normal human sector lord. To absorb 100 Blood River crystals was the target. He could definitely hit it. Right now I am a blood warrior. Luo Feng thought. The second mission was to absorb 3 crystals and become a blood warrior. However, I will have to receive the Blood River medal, only then will I get the 100k points. Blood River medal. Every blood warrior can go to any world city to the leader and receive the Blood River medal. Blood God Baki, he is also a world leader. He should have some Blood River medals. Luo Feng couldn't wait at all. Remaining in ancient god ruins already had no benefits left for him. On top of that, within the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, he had many things to do. It was time to leave Blood River World. He rushed to acquire the Blood River medal. So, Luo Feng flew out through the cave and headed swiftly towards the depths of the pit. It's 97. Deep in the depths, on a platform, sitting cross-legged was a huge bronze silhouette. He looked into the distance. Number 2, what do you think of 97? For so many years, he's been staying in that same spot. The most he did was head towards the aura whirlpool. Another voice resounded over 10,000 kilometers within the captain's ears. The Blood God Guard's wrist communicators were used within the Blood River continent area. As long as one was here, they could know of each other's locations. Because Blood River continent was simply too huge. Hence, every marker of the wrist communicator had a specific range of about only 100 kilometers. To the strong, such accuracy was already enough. Because within 100 kilometers, with a sector lord or domain lord's strength, they can instantly discover their target. Whether it was Blood God Baki or the 2 captains of the Blood God Guards, using the wrist communicator, they all realized Luo Feng had flew close to the aura whirlpool. As their markers had a 100 kilometers margin of error. None of them knew that Luo Feng had actually entered within the whirlpool. So many years, to focus only on training and not do anything else, at least we can begin to trust him. Indeed we can begin to. In the depths, it was vast. A blood-colored palace was erected amidst the mist. A green light landed before the palace and headed in, simultaneously saying, Blood God Guard 97, greets Lord Blood God. Wait a moment. A voice resounded from the palace. Luo Feng was very clear this was an AI's voice, quietly and patiently waiting within the palace. When the blood god was training, it was forbidden for anybody to disturb him. To see the blood god, they can only rely on the AI to request for them. I'm on the 5th level, come. A majestic voice resounded in Luo Feng's ears. Yes. Only then did Luo Feng follow the staircase. Like a blur as he swiftly headed up, in an instant, he reached the 5th level. The 5th level was comparable in size to the 1st level of the palace. However, the layout of this level was more humane than the 1st level. Just like the design of the walls around, the luxurious rug on the floor, the materials were those that lasted over millions of years, and above this 5th level in that black throne, sat a silhouette that emitted a thick, powerful aura. Intrepid and powerful, the silhouette was dressed in a blood-red long robe and had blood-colored long hair. It was Blood God Baki. Below His Majesty was another throne. There stood an incomparably tall wild beast Chinyo. Even though he was below His Majesty, with his huge stature, it caused his back to reach even higher than where Blood God Baki sat. Greetings Lord Chinyo. Luo Feng knelt down, one knee touching the ground. 97, what's the matter? Blood God Baki sat high in his throne looking down coldly. Lord, I've already absorbed 3 blood river crystals. Luo Feng said respectfully, I've always dreamt of becoming a blood river warrior and receiving a blood river medal. My reason for coming today is to request a blood river medal. Ah? Blood God Baki stood up fiercely. Beside him, the wild beast Chinyo too shot out 2 spurts of hot air from his nostrils. They flowed past Luo Feng. Absorbed 3 crystals? Baki was shocked. He knew that the talent of this new Blood God Guard 97 was very high. However, to quickly absorb 3 crystals shocked him greatly. Because some humans could at most absorb 4 or 5 crystals, maybe 7 or 8, like himself. However, it required long periods in the killing aura to alter their body. Yes. Kneeling on one knee, Luo Feng's chest bronze armor automatically ripped open, revealing his bare chest. Simultaneously, Luo Feng triggered that mysterious energy and a blood-red engraving appeared there. Looking at the simple but complete blood-red engraving, Baki's eyes gleamed. He revealed a smile and laughing loudly, 97, very good, very good. Rumble. 2 jets of hot steam shot out of wild beast Chinyo's nostrils. He too let out a thick booming sound, very good, but. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 532, Undying Shrine. Chapter 532, Undying Shrine. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. Within the palace, Blood God Baki laughed as he walked down from the throne. Luo Feng remained knelt there. Baki looked at Luo Feng kneeling on one knee, more satisfied as he looked. Blood River World was different from the universe. The universe had the Virtual Universe Company and other huge powers nurturing their geniuses, allowing them to compete. However, it was mostly a protective kind of nurture. Blood River World was different. There were over 10 million world cities on the continent. Countless sector lords fought against each other. Even if one was a genius, no matter how powerful, you'll still have to experience slaughter to slowly reach the top. Hence Baki would accept elites to build his own blood god guards. This was him preparing his genius army. Right now he was in training. However, the moment he revealed himself, his power and status would have to be earned through slaughter. Blood River Continent worshipped strength. Worshipped slaughter. 97. At Cloud Level 9 you are able to defeat a Domain Level 1 Blood Demon. Baki stood there, looking down at Luo Feng. Right now you've even absorbed 3 Blood River crystals. Your improvement speed would be even faster. Your level of talent is considered top level even amongst the geniuses absorbed by the Undying Shrine. Under me, your benefits will definitely be no less than those geniuses nurtured by the Undying Shrine. Baki said confidently, if you are loyal to me, I will treat you well. Thank you, Lord, I will do my best to support you and work for you. Luo Feng knelt there, clean and respectful. When Baki heard those words, his smile grew wider. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Baki began to laugh even louder. The laughter resounded continuously around the palace. Even the blood god guards in their training rooms on the 3rd level all looked up, wondering why their lord was so happy. Baki was all smiles, personally lifting Luo Feng till he stood there. Work hard. Baki smiled at Luo Feng. First break through to domain level. As for the Blood River medal, I haven't taken over a world city. The medals that I initially brought with me have all been given out. Ah. Luo Feng was stunned. Given out? Meaning, Baki didn't have any Blood River medals? Ha, 97, you little punk, the moment you heard there weren't any medals, your expression changed. Baki smiled, I understand your thoughts. I grew up listening to the legends of the Blood and Black Warrior too, working hard to become a Blood Warrior and Black Warrior, to get the Blood River medal. That medal, to those who receive it, is simply just a medal and has no other meaning. To those that don't receive it, it's however a target that they'd chase for thousands to tens of thousands of years. I may not have any right now, but I'll inform the Undying Shrine to give me a few more. Baki smiled at Luo Feng. I estimate in about 10 days, if they are faster, within 6 to 7 days, they will send envoys to deliver the medals to me. Then, I'll hand one to you. Thank you, Lord. Luo Feng's expression was filled with gratitude as he bowed. Ha, go on. Breakthrough to the domain level. Baki smiled. Ah, right, these are 2 Blood River crystals. When you've absorbed them, look for me again. Following which, he flipped his hand and took out 2 more crystals. They floated out of his palm and straight to Luo Feng. Luo Feng respectfully received them. Thank you, Lord. Baki smiled as he looked at Luo Feng leave respectfully, following which he couldn't help but laugh loudly again, causing the entire palace to tremble. As Luo Feng left the 5th level, he met a few other blood god guards. They were all curious as to why Baki was so happy. Hence they came to ask. Luo Feng naturally explained to them. Immediately the group of guards were all filled with envy, congratulating Luo Feng. After which, Luo Feng left the palace and rushed straight into the sky, towards where the aura was thick and red. The first time I met Blood God Baki, he was brutal, cold, and without remorse. He would have killed me in a heartbeat. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head as he flew. Exclaiming within, however, after so many years, now his attitude is obviously much better. He even got closer once he knew I absorbed 3 crystals. This was a form of trust. When they first met back then, even though he had submitted, Blood God Baki probably still hadn't fully trusted him. However, after so long of sticking by the rules within his huge pit quarters, obviously Baki was very satisfied and finally began to trust him. Maybe the level of trust wasn't comparable to his captain number 1 or others, but because of Luo Feng's talent, obviously Baki still favored him heavily. Pity. Baki, I cannot stay in this Blood River world. My area is even more vast. Luo Feng muttered within, after I receive the medal, I'll leave. The next time I come will definitely be much later. So, he swiftly tore through the skies and headed towards his huge pit quarters. After Luo Feng left, not long after, Baki personally used his communication device to send a message to the Undying Shrine, requesting more Blood River medals. Undying Shrine, its core region was within the ancient god ruins. The area was vast. There were large amounts of mountain ranges, occasionally swamps, rivers, forests and huge pits etc. In this 10 million km area, the killing aura was all around. Be it high in the mountain peaks or deep in the swamps and rivers, or in the huge pits, or floating in mid-air. In every core of the whirlpool auras was a glaring red sun. In this entire region, however, there were a total of 10,081 aura whirlpools about. Every one of them revolving, most of them however were about 10 times less or more than Luo Feng's pit. The smaller ones had an aura of only 1/10 th. There were all forms of aura whirlpools. All different in strength, size, and position. 10,081 whirlpools, separated into skies, rivers, mountain peaks, valleys, naturally formed phenomenons. Rumble. G. On. Like an ancient beast howling, passing through trillions of years of time and space, resounding within a region. In the center of these 10,081 whirlpools, there was an ancient shrine 1,000,000 km in area, completely black and red in color. The surface layer had incomparably complex statues, some of them were of beasts roaring, some of undyings battling and so on. The ancient shrine surrounded by the 10,081 whirlpools, emitted the same ancient aura. Just how big was an ancient shrine that had an area of 1 million kilometers? Earth was tiny compared to this shrine. The size of the shrine was comparable to the sun. This was the center of Blood River continent's strongest power. Even the virtual universe company hadn't completely dominated this place. Undying shrine, majestic and tall, in level 9829 of the palace. Yuka. A black armored silhouette stood before the throne. Gazing downwards, his voice boomed like thunder. Below, a white uniformed man was kneeling, his head on the ground. Go get 20 Blood River medals and with the fastest speed send them to Baki. The armored silhouette said indifferently. Yes, great God. The white-clothed man knelt and said respectfully. Go. The silhouette said. Shwa. The armored silhouette vanished from the palace. The white-clothed man got up and turned to head outside, simultaneously shouting loudly outside, Woola, get the team of special envoys ready, we are leaving immediately from the shrine. Yes, Lord Yuka. A voice resounded from outside. After a while, a dark purple disc-shaped universe ship swiftly tore through the skies flying away from the shrine. Up in the 15th level of clouds, it flew quickly towards the huge pit. The ancient god ruins were simply too vast. The universe ships created by the Undying Shrine paled far in comparison to Luo Feng's automaton ship. Even flying in the cloud levels, the resistance was much higher than flying in space. Hence just the flight alone, Baki said would require 6 to 10 days. 6 to 10 days here was Blood River continent's time. In truth, compared to Earth time, it was about 1 to 2 months. In that ship, after flying about 20 days of Earth time, within a wide river in the ancient god ruins was an island. On that island, a warrior was in training. At the depths of the river was a huge aura whirlpool, endless aura emitted from within, making this island as the best place to train. Lord! Lord! Two silhouettes fiercely emerged from the surface of the water, landing on the island. These two shouted hurriedly, their voices rumbling, resounding throughout the island. With a domain lord's strength, the power of those roars, one could only imagine. Lord! Lord! The two of them rushed until they were before a beautiful silver-white palace. There stood a beautiful receptionist. Rumble! A silhouette rushed out from within the palace, immediately appearing at the entrance. With a wave of his hand, a wave of world energy formed a huge palm and slapped the two underlings, shouting. It knocked them so far back that they flew into the distant vegetation. I've already said it before. Before the palace, dressed in a white robe, a bewitchingly handsome youth, with fox-like eyes was staring at the two who were spitting out blood. When I am training, if you are looking for me, first let the AI know and let it inform me. You actually shouted and made a ruckus. I am teaching you a lesson this time, next time, don't blame me for being merciless. The two guards immediately were shocked to their senses. "We know our mistake. We know our mistake." The two quickly flew over and bowed respectfully. The fox-like youth cleared his throat and said indifferently, "Speak, just what has gotten you both so crazy?" "There's some historical remnants at the bottom of the river," one of the guards shouted. "There's some historical remnants at the bottom of the river, very likely from that battle countless years ago." The other guard spoke. The fox-like youth stared wide-eyed. "Historical remnants? From that legendary battle? Bring me there quickly," the youth ordered in a shrill voice, his face flushed red from excitement. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 11, Chapter 533, Historical Remnant. Chapter 533, Historical Remnant. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. Yes. The two guards didn't dare delay, quickly leading the way into the distant river. "How did you two discover it?" the fox-like youth communicated while following them. Historical Remnant. The ancient god ruins was the place where Blood River Continent's strongest undyings joined hands against the outsiders' invasion. That battle was a bloodbath. Trillions of km of area was completely wasted, even causing the area to be filled with killing aura up till now. One could only imagine how intense the battle was. Every undying was able to build his own god country, the amount of treasures they had was plenty. After that battle back then, the Undying Shrine, there was a period of time where everybody madly searched for treasures. They swept the entire ancient god ruins, collecting large amounts of the treasures. However, even though the Undying Shrine had sent undyings to search for the treasures, the area was after all still too large. Also, the ground went too deep. The surface diameter of Blood River Continent was 9 trillion kilometers, and the depth alone was close to 100 billion kilometers. With such depths, to actually search the entire area properly, even a group of undyings would definitely leave something out. However, over 1 trillion years, it was rare that one ever heard of a new discovery. After all, over countless years, 99% of the historical remnants were already found, leaving behind the extremely hard-to-find ones. The three of them dived straight into the river, diving deeper and deeper. This vast river's depth was at least 10,000 kilometers, very deep indeed. "Lord, discovering the remnant was also our luck." "Right, it's luck." The fox-like youth dived downwards, communicating, "Explain." "The two of us were at the bottom of the river hunting some water beasts to barbecue and eat. Who would have thought that at the bottom, we ended up feeling the ground below tremor violently, causing a canyon to split apart, with some ancient decayed weapons floating out. We didn't dare delay, hence we came to inform you. The moment we discovered it, we immediately came to inform you, Lord," the two of them said. The fox-like youth smiled as he heard this. He was a sector lord nurtured by the Undying Shrine, his sights were indeed plenty. Hence from the explanation alone he understood. It should be some undying or world leader's world storage which was destroyed. Hence, when it was destroyed the ground tremored, it caused his world to reveal itself. The fox-like youth thought. As long as one reached the sector lord level, he could use his world energy to build his own world and even a world within a world. And one world could be shrunk down within a villa, even until it reached the size of a specially constructed sand grain. How much it could shrink depended on the materials. Some materials were just a little bigger than a sesame seed, that alone could house an entire world. And even though creating space rings materials were cheap, however, to actually slice a piece of space was very hard and troublesome. Hence, many wealthy sector lords and even undyings would rather use money to acquire valuable materials and store their worlds and use as their storage. After all, a world the size of a sand grain was easy to bring about. However, the god countries were different, they were even more vast and more troublesome. should be an undying. World leaders all have their internal worlds. They can place items within their internal worlds. Only undyings. They already don't have their internal worlds, only God countries. And placing items within and retrieving it later, storing is very troublesome. Hence bringing along a world, where the space is huge, storage etc., was very convenient. The fox-like youth thought. However, the materials used to store a world are still very valuable, and they cannot last forever. After over 1 trillion years, finally they decayed. Once that happened, then the world would reveal itself. Hence, the ground split open, allowing these two punks to discover it. Ha, my luck sure is good. The fox-like youth reached the bottom excited. At the dark bottom, he used his world energy. Indeed. It's indeed a world. The youth scanned the bottom with his world energy, reaching deep into the ground. Immediately he was very excited. He immediately dug deep into the ground and began to search for the treasures. Half a day later, Huaxian Island, within the palace. The fox-like youth stood before the fence. Gazing into the distance, he felt extremely satisfied. I didn't expect that Qian could acquire such historical remnant treasures. From the looks of it, it should be some items stored in some undying's world. Even though there aren't as many treasures as I expected, however it's still hundreds to thousands of times more than my wealth. Windfall. The legendary historical remnant, it was that thrilling. He was a world leader, even though he had plenty of treasures, in this one instant his wealth had leapt 1,000 times. However, the other weapons and materials etc., I can handle. This jade gold statue however, is really useless to me. The youth flipped his hand and a 30 centimeters tall statue appeared in his palm. It was completely half-transparent, gold in color. Looking at this statue, it gave off a heart-trembling energy. The statue was of a wild beast. A lizard-like creature, with a long tail, thick legs and a single horn on its head. Its intrepid energy emitted from the mysterious ancient statue. This jade gold statue is one of the legendary beast god statues I think. I've heard there's a total of 18 of them. The fox-like youth shook his head, however, it only has sentimental value, no other uses. Beast god statue. An item the undying shrine worshipped. There were a total of 18 of them. However, back then during the terrifying battle, more than half of them were lost. Till today, 3 of them still hadn't been found. Even though it's useless to me, however giving it to the undying shrine would mean great benefit to me, I'll get quite a reward. The youth smiled. Using his communication device, he sent a message to the undying shrine. The message was very simple. It was that he, Qian, had acquired a beast god statue by chance and was giving it to the shrine. The message quickly reached light speed. Within 1.5 days, it reached the shrine. Within the shrine, even though the beast god statues were but items of worship and had no other use or importance, its status was still highly regarded. Hence the shrine immediately gave the order for the envoy team closest to bring the statue back, and even give a reward to the sector Lord Qian. Yuka led his team of envoys and sat in a dark purple universe ship, arriving in the air above Huaxian Island. Qian. The white-robed Yuka descended from above, behind him followed 2 envoys. Haha, Yuka. The fox-like youth smiled and flew from the island, welcoming them. What a coincidence. I am here under the god's orders to deliver the Blood River medals to Lord Baki. The white-robed Yuka said. Right now there are currently 2 teams of envoys in the ancient god ruins, and I just happened to be close to you. Hence, I was ordered to route over and receive the beast god statue. Lord Baki? The fox-like youth was surprised. You are heading to Lord Baki? I heard he has been in the aura training for quite long, and has already absorbed 8 crystals. Yes. The white-robed Yuka nodded. Go, it's a good surprise that I met you here. I'll follow you to meet Lord Baki. I've long heard of his reputation, but haven't met him yet. The youth said. Compared to Baki, whether it was age or position, he paled in comparison. Firstly, this fox-like youth was only Sector Lord level 3. And Baki had long ago reached the pinnacle of Sector Lords. And he was a trillion-year genius. As long as he wanted, he could break through to Undying very quickly. In terms of position, Baki was comparable even to the Undyings. Otherwise, why would his guard team alone have 2 Sector Lords, and even a powerful wild beast Chinyo as his brother? Let's go. White-robed Yuka nodded. Immediately the group flew into the purple ship in the sky. It sped off with shocking speed headed towards the huge pit. Time passed. Luo Feng waited patiently within the huge pit quarters. Blood God Baki told me that it'll take 6 to 10 days. According to Earth time, that's at most 2 months, however now, 2 months have passed. Dressed in the Blood God Guard uniform of bronze armor, he sat cross-legged on his stone bed, worrying within. Him staying there didn't have many benefits anymore. And returning would mean more opportunities. Compared to the vast universe, Blood River continent was simply too small. Rumble. The air shook, and a powerful energy reached Luo Feng. 97. A thick voice resounded within the huge pit quarters, causing Luo Feng to jump down and reply respectfully, "Lord." The huge pit quarters was tens of thousands of km away from the palace in the depths of the pit, and a Sector Lord's unleashed world energy was unable to travel that far. Hence he had to control and focus his world energy in a specific direction. With Blood God Baki's control, it caused the air to shake. "Come here to me." The voice resounded. "Yes." Luo Feng replied, happy within, looks like it was time to receive the Blood River medal. So, Luo Feng became a green light and followed the cave out, diving deep into the depths of the huge pit and reaching the bottom in an instant. 5th level of the palace. Luo Feng had arrived at the 5th level, spotting the blood-color-robed Baki in the throne above, along with the wild beast Chinyo beside. "Greetings, Lord Chinyo." Luo Feng knelt on one knee. "Get up." Baki was smiling. "In a while, the Blood God Palace envoys will arrive and deliver the medals. Also, your luck this time is good." "My luck is good?" Luo Feng's face was filled with curiosity. Blood God Baki smiled. The special envoys that have come have brought along another world leader Qian. He was extremely lucky, acquiring an ancient treasure from the Undying Shrine, the Beast God statue. It is a statue of a beast god, a legendary being. When they arrive, I'll let you see the statue. Ah? Beast God statue. Luo Feng was curious. On the surface, however, he shouted, "Thank you, Lord. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 11, Chapter 534, Beast God Statue. Chapter 534, Beast God Statue. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. When Luo Feng went to visit the Blood God Baki, a dark purple disc-shaped universe ship had stopped above the huge pit in mid-air. Hua! The cabin door opened. The leader of the envoys, the white-robed Yuka and the fox-like youth Qian flew out of the cabin door, followed by 8 others. "This is Baki's training spot?" The fox-like youth's eyes gleamed. Gazing below at the huge pit, "The aura here is so thick, looks like there's a whirlpool down there too." Yuka nodded indifferently, simultaneously keeping the universe ship. "Follow me down," Yuka ordered. "Yes." The group complied. We'll meet the legendary Lord Baki in a moment." The fox-like youth was very excited. So. The silhouettes rushed downwards swiftly into the depths of the blood-red aura. Within the depths, a palace was erected there. 10 silhouettes swiftly descended and landed at the entrance of the palace, led by the white-robed Yuka and the fox-like youth Quian. Lord Baki. On orders from my god, we've delivered the Blood River medal. The white-robed Yuka bowed and shouted. Enter. A thick booming voice immediately reached the 10 people's ears. Simultaneously, a blood god guard appeared at the entrance and personally led them in. Envoys, this way. With the guard leading them, the 10 of them quickly reached the 5th level of the palace. Palace 5th level. A blood-red-robed Baki sat high in his throne, gazing below. Below, on the left was the fierce-looking wild beast Chinyo, and beside him were 3 blood god guards. Captain number 1, Vice Captain number 2 and the blood god guard awaiting his medal 97. Yuka and Quian along with the others had arrived. Greetings Lord Baki. The white-robed Yuka bowed, beside him the fox-like youth bowed too. Greetings Lord Baki. The 8 of them behind them too knelt down on one knee. Yuka, it's been rough on you. Baki nodded from above in the throne. His gaze then landed on the youth beside him. You are Quian? Yes Lord Baki. The youth smiled and spoke excitedly. I was a few generations after Lord Baki. However, I am also one of the geniuses from the Undying Shrine. I've long heard of your name and always wanted to meet you. But today, it's finally come true. Baki nodded, remaining calm. The Undying Shrine had many geniuses in one batch. The strength of the world leaders was large also. Baki was a genius of 1 trillion years and his position was comparable to an Undying. As for the other normal geniuses, naturally he didn't bother. What's more, even though Yuka and Quian below were of Sector Lord strength. One was Sector Lord level 3 while the other was 5. Even in terms of quantity they hadn't reached the pinnacle. Naturally Baki couldn't bother too much with them. Blood River medal? Baki looked below at Yuka. These are the 20 medals that my god had ordered me to deliver. Yuka flipped his hand and 20 palm-sized medals floated in his hand. They were all completely dark red, and on them were engraving in words. So, the 20 medals floated directly to the throne above before Blood God Baki. Blood God Baki snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he kept those 20 medals. 97. Blood God Baki ordered. Present. Luo Feng walked out and knelt on one knee, replying loudly. In the throne above Baki smiled, you've successfully absorbed 3 crystals, becoming a blood warrior. Today, before the envoys of the Undying Shrine, I personally present you this Blood River medal. Train well, don't waste your talents. Your underling will not disappoint you, Lord. Luo Feng knelt on one knee, his voice strong and forceful. Blood God Baki waved his hand and immediately one medal appeared and floated before Luo Feng. Luo Feng stared at the medal. It was palm-sized, and dark red in color. Its surface was covered in engravings that formed together an ancient palace. As he raised his hand to receive it, he said respectfully, "Thanks, Lord." Simultaneously, he let out a sigh of relief within. He had finally acquired the medal. Once one became a blood warrior and acquired the Blood River medal, the reward would be 100k points. Everything is finished. I have no need to stay anymore. Once I return to the huge pit quarters, I'll find a chance to leave. Luo Feng thought. Cloud level pinnacle and he's absorbed 3 crystals? That fox-like youth Quian let out a shrill voice, resounding throughout the palace. Congratulations, Lord Baki. Congratulations, to acquiring such a genius. I believe that in hundreds of thousands of years, he will definitely be a powerful warrior. Baki only replied indifferently, changing the subject, I heard you acquired a beast god statue? By mere luck. Quian immediately replied. Your luck is not bad. In the throne, Baki nodded coldly. And Luo Feng, who was standing beside the 2 other guards, was curious within. Just what was this beast god statue thing? Lord Baki, please take a look. Qian confidently extended one hand and suddenly, a statue appeared out of nowhere in his palm. It was about 30 centimeters tall, half crystal-like and transparent. It also had complex gold within, and it looked like a lizard-like beast. However, its head seemed to be struggling with its 4 legs, which were thick and powerful, and one horn that piercing towards the sky. The entire statue emitted a heart-trembling, terrifying energy. Brutal! Almost like a crazed shout, the voice resounded through everybody's ears, making everyone who was staring at the statue change their expressions. Good statue! Blood God Baki complimented and nodded. Beast God! The wild beast Chinyo stared wide-eyed, and a complex look could be seen within his gaze as he looked on. The 2 captains of the Blood God Guards too looked in shock. They had heard of the legendary Beast God statue before, but have never seen it. Of all present, the only one who had probably seen a Beast God statue before was probably Blood God Baki. This is, Luo Feng remained calm on the outside, inside however were filled with torrents of thoughts and emotions that took over. Right. Without a doubt, this Beast God statue was the terrifying ancient beast he had seen in the 3 pictures in the whirlpool. Just the statue alone, that weak but terrifying energy it emitted, it was definitely stronger than Baki, Chinyo, or any others. Even more powerful than some of the powerful warriors Luo Feng had seen in the Primal Chaos City. Naturally, the energy from the statue was weak. This Beast God statue? Luo Feng carefully examined it, staring at every scale, and at its incredibly defined claws and tail. Howl! Brutal! Luo Feng could almost see countless years ago, where this lizard-like beast dominated the universe space. Howling and slaughtering tens of millions, its intrepid energy completely triggered Luo Feng's golden horned beast. What his earth body saw, the other bodies naturally saw too. Howl, the golden horned beast within the internal world couldn't help but howl out, and its dark pupils were filled with excitement and anticipation. This is the true aim of the golden horned beast. This is the direction in which the beast needs to head in. Luo Feng was extremely excited. Having long studied the 3 ancient pictures, along with the golden horned beast's reaction, it made Luo Feng burn with excitement within. The shape of the statue was important, but the importance was given to God itself. Luo Feng had long studied the blurry ancient pictures formed by the aura, using tearing sky and land technique to comprehend and learn. After rushing into the whirlpool, he was even able to more clearly study the 3 pictures. Those 3 within were 10 times clearer than those formed by the aura outside. Hence that image of the god was also 10 times clearer. And at this time, this beast statue before him, it made Luo Feng feel as though there was a living ancient beast right before him. Even though it was a simple statue, however, the god that statue portrayed, that energy, was countless times higher than the 3 ancient pictures. Howl, the golden horned beast howled within the internal world. It was howling. Almost like a cat howling, trying to imitate a tiger. That ancient beast was a tiger and the golden horned beast was but a weak cat. That was not the correct way. Wrong, what I studied before was wrong. Tearing sky and land, compared to this ancient beast's first claw pales in comparison. Looking at the statue itself, I know the right path. Almost like a living ancient beast here, the energy emitted from the statue revealed many secrets that indeed benefited the golden horned beast. I have to acquire it. This ancient beast statue, I have to get it. This statue to the golden horned beast is like the 9 universe tablet to the human body. I don't know who carved this statue, but they were actually able to capture its essence. The golden horned beast studied it a while and immediately realized that this was far from an ordinary statue. Luo Feng's gaze fell on the white-robed Yuka and Qian's bodies. Those 2 were sector lords. What do I do? These 2 are both sector lords. I have no way to snatch. Luo Feng panicked within. And there's even Baki and Chinyo here, who were both sector lord pinnacle. And once they leave, they will swiftly take their universe ship and go. As Luo Feng was panicking. The beast god statue is completely jade gold, and every inch of jade gold is incomparably valuable. It's a material used by undyings to create weapons. Baki looked at the statue and exclaimed a couple of times. However, he seemed more enticed by the material and the worth of the jade gold that was used to make the statue. However, 18 statues, in terms of craftsmanship, all are at their peaks. Baki's felt his problem and quickly complimented the work. Lord Baki, as the medals have been delivered, will return back to the shrine. White Robe Yuka bowed. Qian too kept the medals and bowed. Baki nodded. Yuka, Qian, and the other 8 envoys thus left. Luo Feng stood there, frowning. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 535, Too Valuable. Chapter 535, Too Valuable. Translator, Translation Nation Editor. As the white robed Yuka and Qian left with the 8 envoys, Luo Feng left the palace too. So, he became a beam of green light rushing into the sky, quickly reaching his huge pit quarters. Undying Shrine, Beast God Statue? Luo Feng looked at the skies. He could see 1,000 li in the sky, and there, a dark purple disc-shaped ship floated around. Beast God Statue. Luo Feng recalled the statue. Howl. Li. Looking at that statue was almost like looking at a live ancient beast itself. Through the statue and its mysterious energy, he could feel the ancient beast's first call scene. Such artistic grace, unleashing an attack that could destroy the entire land and skies, it was so natural. The ancient beast's claw was one that was infused with both universe laws and ground and sky laws. It came into contact with almost every law. Looking at the beast statue, the golden-horned beast too had some revelations. It could use this to understand how to improve in its training. Maybe the statue wasn't as godly as the 9-universe tablet. However, to the golden-horned beast, its importance was maybe even higher than the 9-universe tablet to it. The only thing was that the statue was protected by 2 sector lords now. Luo Feng thought, and entered his huge pit quarters. Blood River World Space, Tianshi Palace. This palace was located in space. In terms of size, it wasn't smaller than a planet. Within the first level of the palace, a group of sector lords in charge of surveillance were shocked as they looked at the huge screen. His Majesty Luo Feng's automaton ship has entered Blood River World. Luo Feng's ship, it's been in space for so long. Why enter it now? He's preparing to return? Be on your toes. The group of sector lords didn't dare relax. Right now, Luo Feng was heavily favored by the upper echelons of the Virtual Universe Company. In terms of position, he was much higher than the group of sector lords. 15th cloud level, the dark purple disc-shaped ship was flying swiftly. In the 18th cloud level, disguised fully as a cloud, was a silver-white pyramid automaton ship. It too was swiftly flying. In terms of speed and flexibility, this undying automaton ship was much better in many aspects compared to the Yun Mo planet ship, much less the technologically backward ships of Blood River World. Automaton ship, control room. Black-clothed Luo Feng sat in the sofa. A light screen appeared before it, and on it there was a marker. Beast God Statue, I definitely have to get it. The 9-universe tablet, it's hard to get even one chance to study it, and each time, there is a allowed study period of only 7 days. And this statue is extremely important to the golden-horned beast. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. In the vast universe, the strong preyed on the weak, and many races were destroyed and extinct due to this law of the jungle. Everything was based on strength. Even though the points from the Blood River crystal were very important, and his rewards this time were huge, the Beast God statue was hundreds to thousands of times more valuable than the 100k points. No matter what, I have to get it. Luo Feng thought. Master, the target has been acquired. Currently maintaining a distance of 1.6 million kilometers. The AI from the automaton ship spoke. Activate Star Annihilator Cannon. Luo Feng said coldly. Yes. The ship's AI wouldn't defy him in the least. A voice, however, resounded in the control room, shouting, Luo Feng, what are you doing? Why are you activating the Star Annihilator Cannon? That's a Star Annihilator Cannon, and is comparable to an Undying's full attack. Just one shot can completely destroy a planet. The amount of energy used is shocking too. The automaton's reserves aren't that much, your one shot will use 1/3 of the reserves. While Babata was shouting in rage. The control room resounded with the AI's voice, Star Annihilator Cannon 1 countdown, 60, 59, 58. There's a treasure I need to get from that ship. Black-clothed Luo Feng said coldly. Damn, is there a treasure that requires you to use this cannon? A Star Annihilator Cannon is one of the pinnacle weapons in the entire human race of the universe. One shot is akin to an Undying's full attack. However, because of its dispersed attack, it cannot be as condensed as a true Undying, hence it cannot kill an Undying. However, anything under an Undying will definitely be reduced to ashes. Aren't you worried that the treasure you want will be destroyed too? The black-clothed Luo Feng said coldly, that's a statue made of jade gold from Blood River continent. Jade gold? Isham, Babata seemed to realize, muttering, what a waste. 18 beast god statues, or from an era before a war over trillions of years ago. Most of them had been retrieved, yet none of them seemed to be damaged in the least. Obviously, to actually damage these statues was extremely hard, even the Undyings found it hard to do, but even if one broke through a space ring, with the space inside broken, the statues would still remain unharmed. Even after an Undying is killed, the statues were still in perfect condition. Undying Shrine. They've always regarded the statues as extremely important items to be worshipped. As their history was very special, what they represented was terrifying. Hence the Undying Shrine worshipped these statues. Other than the fact that they remained in perfect condition over countless years, the Undyings had yet to find any other special use for them. 30, 29, 28, the countdown in the control room continued. About 1.6 million kilometers from the automaton ship, the dark purple ship was flying. Whether it was the automaton race or the human race, they mostly battled in space. Since the area in space was vast and unlimited, their scanning radius was naturally huge too. Much less this, automaton ship was made from a race of technology, which was equal to an Undying. If it were detected by the ship made by the backward Blood River continent, that would be a joke. Within the dark purple ship. Yuka, that Baki sure is arrogant. I painstakingly went all the way there, yet he didn't even smile at me. The fox-like youth Quian sat cross-legged, lifting a wineglass and saying dissatisfied. Baki was also known as Blood God, he made his name because of his madness and slaughter. He may be closer to his blood god guards. However, to others, he's always been cold. The white-robed Yuka shook his head and smiled. There is no way around it. Baki is a genius of 1 trillion years, hence he can back his arrogance. We can only accept it. The fox-like youth simply snorted coldly. In front of Baki earlier, he was affectionate and friendly. However, now he couldn't hide it anymore. Quian. The white-robed Yuka changed the subject, you giving this beast god statue to the Undying Shrine this time will get you a huge reward. Ha, the fox-like youth smiled the moment he thought of the reward. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Energy storing complete. Within the silver-white pyramid's control room, black-clothed Luo Feng sat in the sofa. His eyes gleamed coldly as he ordered, fire. The silver-white pyramid was 200 m tall. The large pyramid at this time revealed itself. The beautiful tip of the pyramid had a condensed glaring light ball as the entire surface of the ship had large amounts of light energy gathered at the tip. It got stronger and stronger, until it sparked like lightning, finally forming a light ball with a diameter of 300 m. With the order within the control room, fire. Shie. The light ball at the tip became a light pillar with a diameter of 300 m and immediately followed the calculated path from the AI within the ship and fired out. Within the dark purple ship, the fox-like youth was still smiling. Yuka, you relax, this. Shie. The 300 m diameter light pillar immediately passed right through the purple ship. That ship's diameter was but about 100 m, it was completely engulfed by the light pillar. Under this terrifying attack, the two sector lords within the ship Qian and Yuka could only stare wide-eyed in fear and were reduced to nothing. The other 8 envoys within didn't even have time to react and were destroyed. Pang! The space rings all broke apart one by one, and all the stored spaces within too were sliced open, with large amounts of items within being reduced to dust. However, within the fox-like Qian's ring, there were several items that managed to survive the light pillar's attack. Especially that beast god statue. Even after the space was destroyed, it was perfectly undamaged, almost like this attack was nothing but a gust of wind against it. The light pillar immediately reduced the ship to dust. Simultaneously, a 300 m diameter cavity appeared in the wilderness of the ancient god ruins below. The light pillar condensed and gathered and finally a huge explosion occurred. Rumble, tens of thousands of km around exploded. The area at the middle of the explosion was decimated, and countless rubble and stones flew everywhere. Star Annihilator Cannon. The truth that just one shot could destroy an entire planet was not a joke at all. At the depths of the huge pit, within the palace. Such a strong energy ripple? Who is it? So. Two silhouettes, one blood god Baki and another Qinyo swiftly rushed towards the energy ripple. Even the two captains of the blood god guards swiftly rose into the skies. All these characters flew out of the huge pit and headed towards the terrifying energy ripples. What's going on? Why has the Lord left? The blood god guards all rose into the skies and flew out of the huge pit. Luo Feng too followed suit. Baki, blood god guards. Luo Feng looked at the guards swiftly flying out, thinking, it's time to say goodbye. So, as blood god Baki rushed towards the energy ripples, Luo Feng rushed into the skies and simultaneously took off his wrist communicator, tossing the hard-to-destroy communicator deep into the pit. He himself swiftly flew through the 18 cloud levels, and as the automaton ship drew close, he vanished into his internal world. A huge crater with a diameter of tens of thousands of km could be seen. Blood god Baki and Qinyo floated in mid-air, gazing down at the size of the crater, and were utterly shocked. There's no trace of origin law ripples. Blood god Baki's face revealed shock. This isn't an Undying's attack. It's the outsiders. Qinyo's eyes too were filled with shock. Inform the shrine, immediately inform the shrine. And in the space above Blood River World, the automaton ship disguised as a meteorite flew. Luo Feng lay on the sofa, lifting a wineglass and looked at the beast god statue that emitted a terrifying energy. He smiled happily and said, 1/3 of the energy reserves were used to exchange for a beast god statue. It's definitely worth it. With such a small capital investment, I've gotten a huge profit indeed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 536, Yu Dao Door. Chapter 536, Yu Dao Door. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Look at your smug face. The energy-formed silhouette of the demon Babata mocked. How can I not be satisfied? Luo Feng put down the wineglass and lifted the beast god statue. Looking ahead at the vast space, it was dreaming and filled with dust and fog. Meteorites could also be seen everywhere. Looking at the endless space, Luo Feng's spirit rose. Looking down at the beast god statue, he almost felt as though the statue had become a live ancient beast that was roaring. This beast itself seemed to embody the laws. The golden-horned beast within his internal world also raised its head to howl, resounding throughout the entire internal world. This is it. It's the strongest thing I can rely on. His eyes gleamed. While staring at the statue, he said, with this statue, comprehending that first claw will be much faster. This will also make my path to understanding the other paths easier and smoother. I want to stand at the peak of the universe, and this will pave the way to achieve that. My greatest reward from this blood river world is this beast god statue. Luo Feng thought. The Masha clansman appeared next to him. The black-clothed Luo Feng immediately received the statue and disappeared within the internal world. Within the internal world. Howl. The golden-horned beast was like a black mountain range that stood there, and while it extended its right claw, it was even bigger than the Himalayan mountains. Black-clothed Luo Feng placed the statue in its palm, after which the statue vanished and entered within the golden-horned beast's storage ring. The golden-horned beast had its own storage ring. As it frequently trained deities of the world etc., it required a space to retrieve its own treasures to swallow. It stored the storage ring within the slits of its chest's scales. Generations of golden-horned beasts too had placed their storage items within that slit, mainly because there was a space there that was actually suitable to place items. Within the control room of the automaton ship, Luo Feng looked ahead at the space, ordering, "Let's go, head to Mengna City." Mengna City? Demon Babata opened his mouth in shock. Luo Feng looked at the virtual image of Babata beside and nodded his head. Back then I placed Naku in Mengna City, and it's been 80 years already. Who knows what's happened to him? I gave him some treasures back then, the treasures could move his heart. Hence, before leaving I want to go take a look, since Tianshi Palace is that direction too. The space close to Swallow Mound territory was the closest to Tianshi Palace. For Luo Feng to return, he'd have to first head to Tianshi Palace, and since it was along the way, visiting Naku was a natural thing to do. Rumble. The automaton ship swiftly flew, quickly becoming a blurry light in space. Ancient god ruins. The Star Annihilator cannon had left a huge crater there. Baki, who was dressed in his blood robe, and the mountain-like wild beast Qinyo along with the over 90 blood god guards all stationed themselves about the edges of the crater. Rumble. The skies shook. Baki, Qinyo, and the guards all looked up at a silhouette that had appeared in mid-air. It was a tall and sturdy old man in gray stone-colored armor, his hair stood erect. As he blinked, it was almost as though there was endless thunder energy, his gaze was like a thunder prison. Greetings, Undying. Baki bowed respectfully. God. The guards all knelt down orderly, even Qinyo lowered his head. This gray armored old man gazed at the 10,000 kilometers diameter crater. Rumble. Rumble. His gaze was like the sun, shooting out two light pillars, which pierced straight into the deep crater. It was almost as though he could see entirely through the red thick aura within the crater. Undying. Baki opened his mouth. Within this group, his status was the closest to that of an Undying. However, in terms of power, of course the Undying was still more powerful. This crater. The old man's voice was powerful and deep. There's no sense of laws, the terrifying attack that created this crater is indeed not one of an Undying. However, in terms of power, it's definitely comparable to the full power of an Undying. Only the Outsider's valuable technological weapons can create something of this level. Looks like it's really the Outsiders. Baki nodded. This is very serious. The stone-armored old man frowned, saying solemnly. Because of this huge crater. The Undying Shrine had already discussed this with the highest priority. According to that terrifying ancient battle before, from all the data that we've collected, Even from the outsiders, weapons with power comparable to an undying are highly unlikely. Indeed. The universe humans may have great technological advancements. However, power that matched that of an undying could only be created through immeasurable amounts of wealth. But that was simply not worth it. The only ones that had truly reached the pinnacle of technology was the automaton race. These few years, there would frequently be outsiders entering our Blood River continent. The stone-armored old man frowned. We caught all we could and killed all we could. However, these are small matters. This time, however, for someone to have such a powerful weapon, the person who's invaded our world must have a very high status. Baki nodded. Also, according to the world leader Qian and Yuka's ship, their signal was cut halfway in this region. Right here, they met with a tragic end. The stone-armored old man said. Obviously, the enemy used this weapon to attack from far, destroying the ship and killing both Qian and Yuka. This level of technological attack, those two couldn't even defend against. Even Bakiyu wouldn't have 1% of surviving that attack. Baki's body shuddered. Technological weapon? It was actually so powerful? Be on high alert. The stone-armored old man said. You are our Blood River continent's rare genius of 1 trillion years. If you were killed by a technological weapon, that would be the worst possible result. Baki nodded. Gritting his teeth, he asked unsatisfied, are we to simply just bear with this? Not retaliating? Retaliate? What do you mean retaliate? The stone-armored old man looked at Baki. He was feeling exhausted within. Without truly experiencing the ancient tragic battle from before, it was hard to imagine just how powerful the outsiders were. Because of many reasons, the Undying Shrine was able to maintain governance. And he was an ancient survivor of that battle. Back then, he was only a sector lord, he didn't truly participate in the battle, otherwise he would have died long ago. However, he knew many secrets to that ancient battle. Our Blood River continent's power is still far too weak. The stone-armored old man replied. We cannot think of retaliating yet, we can only train well. Everything relies on power. As for this matter, you don't need to bother with it, the outsiders rarely send someone so important. Our Undying Shrine will not be careless too. If we catch him, we may know more secrets from that person. Over 1 trillion years, the Undying Shrine had indeed caught a few universe geniuses. Baki nodded. So, the stone-armored old man became a bolt of lightning and flashed, vanishing from the skies. As an undying, that old man's speed was even faster than the ships their Undying Shrine had built. Lord! Blood God Guard's 2 captains came over, the others all hadn't heard Baki's conversation with the Undying. I told you all to send a message to all the world leaders to check on any news of 97. Have you done that? Baki looked at the 2 captains. Lord! The captain number 1 said respectfully. We've already sent out the messages. However, Lord, are we not to investigate personally? I suspect 97 could still be in the area. We don't have time to investigate. Baki shook his head coldly. He actually betrayed me, there'll be no place for him on Blood River continent. A month ago when the huge crater was created, Blood God Guard 97 had secretly left, enraging Blood God Baki. He had once heavily favored 97. So, he didn't expect to be betrayed. However, Baki never would have thought that 97 didn't need to stay at all in Blood River continent. Because his true limits were the endless vast universe. The automaton was disguised as a meteorite, and after about 2 months of flying in space, it finally reached Mang Na City's space. Master, we've arrived at Mang Na City. The automaton ship AI said. Sitting cross-legged in the control room, Luo Feng, who was studying the universe wonders, opened his eyes and smiled. Little Nako, I hope you are still alive. His earth body sat in the automaton ship. He let the Masha body fly out before flying back into space. Shwa! Black-robed Luo Feng walked in the luxurious bustling streets of Meng Na City. It's been 2 months since I fired the cannon and acquired the Beast God statue. I believe the effect would be pretty great. For safety reasons, I'll leave the core in space, there'll be no loss then. Black-clothed Luo Feng was very relaxed. Even if he met with a dire situation and the Masha body was reduced to dust, with a little energy usage, he could easily reform the body. As long as the core was fine, the 3 bodies were essentially undying. The core was Luo Feng's true core. Ahead is Yu Dao sect. Luo Feng walked along the streets, buying little snacks along the way to eat, and casually gazing about. I ordered Naka back then strictly to not leave this place unless he reached cloud level, universe level. He should have listened to me. After a while, Luo Feng stood in the streets. Looking at the luxurious mansion, there was a tag on the door. This is the NI residence, don't hang around the entrance, make way. Black-clothed punk, move to the side. The 2 guards at the door ordered. Luo Feng's expression was ugly, looking at the 2 guards. Rumble. The 2 guards felt as though the land and skies about them vanished. The black-clothed youth before them, his formless pressure, caused them both to crumble. I'm asking you, where's the Yu Dao sect? Black-clothed Luo Feng asked coldly. Yu Dao sect, it was destroyed long ago. The 2 guards said in shock. At this time, the oncoming traffic of people couldn't hear anything. They could only see the 2 guards speaking to the black-clothed youth, not hearing anything they said. Luo Feng's gaze focused. Tell me in detail what happened to the Yu Dao sect. Yes. We'll speak. The 2 guards immediately began to explain in detail about how after the Yu Dao sect was destroyed and how someone came to avenge it later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 537, 80 Years Later Naku. Chapter 537, 80 Years Later Naku. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. In the dark night, the Masha clansmen left Meng Na City without a trace, returning to the automaton ship in the sky. Within the control room, Luo Feng sat in the sofa. His expression was cold, as he said softly, "Depart towards Swallow Mound City." The automaton ship immediately accelerated and headed towards Swallow Mound City. What's up, Luo Feng? The demon Babata too sat in the sofa. Around 50 years ago, the Yu Dao sect was destroyed. Luo Feng frowned. The elite strength was simply wiped out and the entire sect was destroyed, and it was actually the earliest disciple of the sect that did it. About 30 years ago, a silver-haired spirit reader appeared and killed that culprit before leaving. What about little Naku? Demon Babata asked. According to what the 2 guards told me, I suspect that silver-haired spirit reader was Naku. Luo Feng said. Back then, I left him spirit reader training methods. If my guess isn't wrong, Naku would very likely have headed towards Swallow Mound City. Demon Babata nodded. So, the automaton ship was swiftly flying in the space above the Blood River world. One day later, it reached the space above the Swallow Mound territory. Following the same procedure, he left his core and his earth body in the automaton ship. The Masha clansmen dived through the cloud levels and headed towards Swallow Mound City. Night time. The cold winds howled, and in a forest 10 million kilometers outside Swallow Mound City, within a particular cave. Crackle! The fire crackled, giving the entire cave warmth. Father! A tall silver-haired youth laid a mat on the ground. Some food appeared in his hand. Let's eat. We fled so far in one go, and we are at least 10 million km away from Swallow Mound City. And we never entered the city, remaining in the wilderness. Searching pointlessly for us won't be an easy task for them. Whom? An old-looking middle-aged man with messy silver hair nodded. Lifting his fruit juice and taking the food off the mat, eating as he smiled at the youth. His eyes were filled with pride and glee. Exclaiming, "Coco, you are much more mature than before. For me to see you before I die, the heavens are treating me well. Speak, tell me how you suddenly vanished back then. I looked for you everywhere like a madman." "Father." The silver-haired youth shook his head. "This is how it all happened." Naku began to tell him in detail of what happened back then. Nabu listened with his eyes opened wide. I actually agreed for you to follow Lord Feng? And had him wipe my memories?" Nabu was shocked, after which he smiled. I would indeed do that. Tell me, over these many years. Looking at you, you seem to have suffered quite a bit. The aboriginals of Blood River World were born ground level, star traveler, and in the vast surroundings, it had resulted in many special bloodlines in the world. The Na family. The bloodline was special too. After maturing, their hair would turn silver. It's like this, back then when Big Brother Feng took me. The silver-haired youth said indifferently, that night I fled Mengna City. I vowed to take revenge for my teacher. I bumped into another teacher at Tong Lian Mountain. I then separated from my two brothers and headed to Swallow Mound City alone. Arriving here, I controlled my bones and muscles to change my appearance. Plus, many of the warriors from back then couldn't recognize me. Since I'm a cloud level right now, with a scan, I discovered the family was destroyed but you were still alive. I knew that it was a trap. Hence, I first entered the city leader's mansion to become a general, after half a year. Naka spoke for more than an hour before finally finishing his 80-year story. Nabu looked at the youth before him, seemingly in disbelief. This cautious, cunning and brutal youth was the same idol-worshipping, hot-blooded silly little Naku. His son had indeed experienced quite a lot. Mengna City, Tong Lian Mountain, Flamei Clan, every bit of Naka's experiences, every life or death struggle, had completely trained him. You've grown up. Nabu exclaimed softly. The one I am most grateful for is Big Brother Feng. The silver-haired youth smiled. He had prepared so much for me, and because of that, I was able to withstand each and every setback and stand back up. Finally reaching cloud level, however cloud level isn't my final goal. My goal is to reach the domain level and even the world level. Nabu nodded, pleased. His gamble back then was right. Within Swallow Mound City. City Leader's Mansion. You are saying you can't find him? The purple-clothed lady stood in the hall, coldly staring at the city leader Puyang Wen before her. Puyang Wen bowed slightly in fear. Yes, the subordinates, they. Explain. The purple-clothed seductive lady's eyes gleamed. It's the subordinates' mistake. I've already sent a 1,000,000-strong army to go search. Puyang Wen's head was filled with sweat, because he was only a low-level domain level while this lady before him was a high-level domain level, and she was also the world leader Si Yong's favorite disciple. She could easily destroy him. And the only thing he was supposed to do was to keep an eye on Nabu. But, since he messed that up, how could he not be fearful? Idiot. Useless. The purple-clothed lady smiled coldly. 1,000,000-strong army? You said before that it was a problem with your general. That general was a cloud-level spirit reader. How fast is his flying speed? In just a breath, he can fly 10 million kilometers without a problem. Which direction should your 1,000,000-strong army fly in to search? Are you stupid? Puyang Wen was stunned. Get out, get out, get out. The lady raged. Yes. Puyang Wen retreated. He waited till he exited the building. His face originally filled with fear, but suddenly his eyes gleamed with dissatisfaction. Right, I am an idiot. If I weren't one before, why did you support me to becoming the city leader back then? Just wait, once my master gives the order, we'll see who's the real idiot is. Within the hall. The seductive lady glanced at Priyangwan, shaking her head and smiling coldly. So useless, luckily back then I didn't place any hopes on that idiot. D. The lady flipped her hand and a communication device appeared. A screen with a map displayed and there was a light dot on it. The lady smiled immediately. Who would stupidly keep an eye on him? Back then I doped him and put a chip into his already heavily injured body. Won't I always know his position then? The communication device, compared to the universe ship's construction, was trillions of times easier to make. Those sector lords had given these devices to their important underlings. The purple-clothed lady, as the right and left-hand woman of world leader Sion, acquiring these communication devices was very easy. The distance is really 10 million kilometers. The lady smiled. I'm in no rush to catch them. I'll first observe. I am sure that silver-haired man will bring Nabu to go see that mysterious warrior Feng. The silver-haired seductive lady immediately sent a message to her teacher Sion. Following which she flew out of the mansion alone, rushing into the sky in the night, headed towards Nabu and Naku. She is the strongest within Swallow Mound City. The activation of the Swallow Mound army, according to the investigation, is to look for Nabu and the silver-haired general. Ishum, that silver-haired spirit reader general should be Naku. And that lady, flying out so late at night, she should know their location. A black silhouette followed the purple-haired lady from behind. Over 10 million kilometers, even if the purple-haired lady was a Domain Lord level 8 warrior, with Blood River World's strong gravity, she could only reach up to 1,000 kilometers per second. Even then, it would still take over 3 hours for her to arrive at the forest. I'll not alert him first. Teacher will be here soon, then we'll take the chance to catch Feng. That mysterious Feng, he actually dared to kill my 2 seniors and the Undying Shrine envoys. He deserves to die. The purple-haired lady stood on a branch of a 3 m thick huge tree, staring coldly into the distance, and completely hiding her presence. Domain lords were indeed proficient in hiding their presence. At this time, from behind her a black-clothed man stood. The purple-clothed lady seemed to realize something and looked back suspiciously. When she saw the black-robed Luo Feng in mid-air behind, her expression changed. Black-clothed? Black short hair? Youth? You are Feng? The lady's expression was serious, staring hard at the black-robed man. Looking for me? Congratulations, you found me. The black-clothed Luo Feng nodded. Xiao. Her eyes flashed and immediately unleashed a spirit attack, simultaneously using a spirit weapon to attack. Wah! A beautiful flash of a blade. Its resplendence was intoxicating. The purple-clothed lady couldn't help but get shocked, following which her consciousness fell deep into darkness. The flash disappeared and Luo Feng kept his blood shadow blade back into his storage ring and grabbed the lady's neck. She had a small wound on her stomach. The blade went through the wound and pierced right through her life core, causing her death. In terms of power? After 80 years of training, his internal world had swallowed the large amounts of prepared valuable metals, efficiency rising to 52 times. 80 years was akin to over 4,000 years, and the Domain Lord level evolution 7, 8, 9 required 1,200 years, Domain Lord level 1 to Sector Lord level 1 required about 5,000 years. Currently, the Golden Horned Beast and Masha Clansman were both Domain level 9. And in terms of power, not level, they were absurdly powerful. With the Masha Clansman able to unleash 10 times its original power, it was terrifying. Who is it? In the cave, the silver-haired Naka's expression changed, standing at the entrance of the cave. It's me. The black-clothed Luo Feng walked over from mid-air, carrying the body of the purple-clothed lady. Feng, big brother Feng. The silver-haired Naka stared wide-eyed. Feng, Lord Feng. Nabu was very shocked too. The silver-haired youth looked at the body Luo Feng held, even more shocked. This, this is the third disciple of world leader Sion, she. Black-clothed Luo Feng threw her body to the ground and said, "You are in danger now, the world leader Sion is rushing over. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 11, Chapter 538, Luo Feng vs. World Leader. Chapter 538, Luo Feng vs. World Leader. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Sion? The silver-haired youth Naku and his father were at a loss. Sion was the world leader of this side of the world, a being like an emperor. Sion knows you are here and is rushing over. Luo Feng had discovered the purple-clothed lady's communicator after he killed her. Using his own AI to hack it, he was able to find out quite a lot. How were we discovered? I was very careful when I took my dad over. Naku was in disbelief. Because there's a chip in your dad's body. Luo Feng replied. What? Naku turned to look at his father. Nabu's face was filled with suspicion. Naku quickly used his spirit energy to scan his father's body, finally finding a little chip within the bone of his leg, immediately saying, "Father, bear with me, I'll extract the chip." Over his years of exploring, Naku had heard of the communication devices. Usually those equipped with them were all domain level. A black light swept past Nabu's leg and the device was immediately dug out. After which he used his spirit energy to pressure the wound, and with Nabu's body structure, this little wound was nothing. Luo Feng ordered the quantum computer, "Do a scan to see if there are any more devices in his body." "Yes, master." The AI shot out a signal scan, confirmed, only one device and it's been extracted. Luo Feng looked at the father and son before him. Nabu, quickly leave, right, he flipped his hand and retrieved a space ring, tossing it to Naku. This is? Naku was stunned. Wealth. Luo Feng said. Since he was leaving Blood River World, the currency of this world had no more use to him. However, through his hunt, he had acquired quite a massive amount of wealth. The amount he was giving them right now was about 100 times that of a city leader. Luo Feng didn't even take out the rest. Too much wasn't a good thing for Naku. He had given enough. Hurry and leave. Luo Feng said. The further the better, as for Sion, I'll stall him for you. Big brother Feng. Naku couldn't help but shout. Lord Feng, you. Nabu too couldn't believe it. Quickly go. Luo Feng frowned, shouting coldly. Naku and Nabu were after all clean law-abiding people that had been through much suffering. At this point, there wasn't much else to say. Naku immediately brought his father, stepping on a spirit weapon and becoming a beam of light leaving. Watching the two leave, Luo Feng smiled. Little Naku, during my trip here in Blood River Continent, it was fate that made us meet each other. Your future depends on your own self now. Luo Feng said softly. After which he rushed into the skies and landed on the peak of a 1,000 m tall mountain. Standing alone on top, gazing into the distant horizon, a domain lord has no challenge to me whatsoever, only a sector lord has some meaning. Come see Yang. Luo Feng stood there, the winds blew, he patiently waited. A silver-black disk appeared in the 15th cloud level above that mountain. According to the communication device coordinates, it's right here. Almost like the ocean blue, dressed in black armor, Sion's lips were thin and cold. He vanished from the ship and became a black beam of light rushing downwards through the 15th, 14th. Right till the first cloud level heading towards that forest. Suddenly, he stopped in mid-air, frowning as he looked at the majestic peak of the mountain. There stood a black-clothed man. I'm called, he stared hard at him, Feng. Feng. Sion unleashed his world energy, immediately discovering the purple-clothed lady's body. His facial muscles twitched. My disciple. Dead. The black-clothed man said coldly, I killed her. Sion's eyes were like lightning. Struggling, he roared, You actually dare kill my disciples in my territory, you are but a small domain level. If you want to battle, cut the chatter, let's fight. The black-clothed man's eyes were piercing, filled with fighting spirit. Sion was taken aback. A domain level challenging a world level? What joke was that? After he was stunned, he turned to rage. Ha ha, ha. Sion laughed, Today will be your funeral. The cold mountain breeze howled. Luo Feng's blood, however, was burning and boiling. The blue-haired man before him was a sector lord. Just from his energy alone, he should be about sector lord 4 or 5. Domain level 9 challenging sector lord 4 or 5? And there was a breakthrough in between? Madness. Even the strongest genius of the universe wouldn't attempt something like that, because the level difference was too huge. Just strength alone was tens of times different. What's more, a sector lord could use a side of his world to pressure his enemy. Even if the enemy was strong, no one would be that crazy. Only Luo Feng dared to do something so insane. In terms of genius, he was now comparable to Bolin, the pinnacle of the universe humans. And right now he was a favorite of space, the universe's strongest assassins, Masha clansmen. Domain level 9 against a sector lord 4 or 5? Luo Feng stared ahead at Sion in mid-air, as his spirits were burning wildly. The two suddenly grew silent. One stood above the majestic peak, and one in mid-air. The two who faced off were completely silent. Rumble, suddenly the land and skies changed colors. The black-armored Sion floated in mid-air, his long hair flying, his gaze shooting out glaring beams of light. Laughing loudly, You think you can fight me? Immediately the mountain stones, including the mountain Luo Feng was standing on, began to crumble. Countless amounts of rubble rose up and floated in mid-air. A blur of stones floated all over. Go! Sion pointed at Luo Feng, coldly ordering. Who? Like a mad tornado, countless stones passed through space. This was tens of millions of times more crazy than 10 million arrows being shot, and all of them engulfed Luo Feng, almost as though it wanted to turn his entire body into a target. Sion was a sector lord level 5, even though he was controlling so many stones, every one of them had the power to kill a domain lord level 9. Hence, with so many gathered, the power was terrifying. Using pure power to suppress his enemy. Rumble. 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 Under the attacks of countless stones, the mountains crumbled and every one of them began to fall. Countless trees fell, the ripple from every stone's attack clashed time and again. Thousands of km were affected by the countless high-powered ripples, decimating and razing the surroundings to the ground. Your stones fly too slowly. A voice resounded. Sion turned fiercely, and on his left stood Luo Feng. He was shocked within, this punk Feng is so fast. His instantaneous speed is definitely much faster than me. Much faster. Use your real strength, otherwise killing you will be pointless. Luo Feng flipped his hand and a blood shadow blade appeared. He stared at his opponent, as his eyes burned with spirit. Shwa! Luo Feng immediately rushed forward, his rushing speed was extremely quick. Even though he was prepared, Sion was still shocked. His options were limited, quickly projecting his internal world, the vast world energy immediately warped and changed everything within the 1,000 li area. The scenery changed, it was a destroyed mountain range in the night before. Now however it was an endless ocean, the water below even had an ice mountain. Luo Feng immediately felt the terrifying pressure, almost as though his entire body was shackled. This is the true power of a sector lord, the strongest trump card a sector lord can use against a domain lord, an entire world? Indeed, it's powerful. With the pressure of the world, all of my powers will decrease in strength. Luo Feng licked his lips, his eyes burning even more. This is thrilling, fighting with everything. Shwa! Under the pressure of the world, over 10,000 Luo Fengs appeared in the air above the ocean. The appearance of the blur of images made Si Yong shocked. My god, even with my world pressure he still can form over 10,000 images? This, his comprehension of the space laws, just what level has he reached? Si Yong was completely stunned. Not even mentioning Blood River World, even in the universe there were extremely few people of this level. Hua! A resplendent flash of a blade could be seen, which was extremely glaring and intoxicating. The moment it flashed, the surrounding space seemed to be subdued, and a formless space energy pressured on Si Yong's region. Through the space pressure, he was able to battle the world pressure. Just what level have his space laws reached? As Si Yong was shocked. One black and one white all appeared before him. Dang, dot. The white all brought with it endless ice-cold energy, as the surroundings froze into ice and snow and attacked Luo Feng's blade. Shie! Luo Feng felt his body tremble and fresh blood spurting out from his mouth. Simultaneously he shouted, illusion. Who? His body immediately became a blur, the surroundings became nothing but a blur of images. This made Si Yong get even more serious. Suddenly a blur of silhouettes seemed to teleport right beside him, simultaneously the brutal and powerful energy of a blade slashed right at Si Yong. Block! Si Yong retreated abruptly, simultaneously using the black all to defend. Dang! The powerful blade actually knocked away the black all, its strong slash sliced right at Si Yong's neck. Rumble! Four shields appeared beside Si Yong's body and they floated around him. Luo Feng's blade hit one of them head-on, knocking Si Yong's entire body backwards by 100 kilometers. The Masha clansman's strongest trump card. Illusionary 7 Blades, Burial. Before coming to Blood River World, his strongest move was the Dutchman's Pipe. And because of how the golden horned beast had been studying the first claw and had fast comprehension of it, this first claw became Luo Feng's strongest move. The first claw was very similar to Burial. Studying the first claw had made his comprehension of Burial soar. After 80 years, this move instead became the Masha clansman's strongest move. Burial, why Burial, dot. Using one's full strength, even sacrificing himself to unleash the most brutal and intrepid attack. It was incredibly powerful. Si Yong, who was knocked back, had an ugly expression. Looking at the 4 shields before him, his eyes focused once more. I was actually forced to use my world, defensive weapons and spirit weapons all in a short amount of time. This. Before this, Si Yong never would have thought that he'd be forced by a domain lord to use all his tricks. Yeah. Si Yong's entire face was flushed red. He roared and stared at the distant Luo Feng. Punk, I'll let you know that a domain level cannot defeat a world level. It's just impossible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 539, Go and Die. Chapter 539, Go and Die. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. The surface of the ocean was roaring, and the many blocks of ice floating there were flying about, and the owner of this world, Si Yong, was floating in mid-air. He currently had a very troubled expression. Obviously in this short time, this domain lord had forced him into such a state of rage. It was humiliating, a sector lord's humiliation. Words are useless. Luo Feng was dressed in black. Standing far in the distance, his body once again became a blur, and through the Masha clansman's use of illusionary techniques movement, it was like a fish in water. His close combat instantaneous acceleration far exceeded that of this sector lord. An illusion appeared. Si Yong immediately retreated. Explode! Si Yong roared. Immediately, the 2 black and white alls before him let out a glaring light, the surroundings about the white all became extremely cold and froze into ice. Snow was fluttering about. The area surrounding the black all, however, howled, as the black water took shape, making the black all like a black dragon. Rumble! Rumble! A black water dragon and a white ice dragon interweaved about, even shaking the entire world. The endless world energy poured into these two dragons, of which the black dragon was filled with endless energy while the white was filled with absolute killing intent. This move was called the dual dragon pierce. It was Si Yong's trump card from studying the water origin laws. While maybe his comprehension levels didn't compare to Luo Feng's, however, it was still infused with origin laws. Also, in terms of pure power and the world pressure, his advantage was obvious. Rumble! The two dragons flew around each other like a huge electric drill, immediately creating an image and reaching right before Luo Feng. That speed, it's so fast. Luo Feng, who was moving at his max speed, looked at the black and ice dragon that seemed to reach him in an instant. He became a blur for a moment before changing his direction and dodging. Simultaneously, a six-edged shield appeared before him, defending him. That push from the shield seemed simple enough, however it was almost as though the entire space was pushed back. Rumble! The black and ice dragons that were weaving in and out together were affected by the space pressure. Due to this, they clashed into the six-edged shield, and as they clashed, the two dragons exploded with terrifying power, knocking Luo Feng far back as fresh blood spurted from his mouth. At this point, the six-edged shield too was knocked far away. Xiao! Xiao! The core of the two dragons, the black and white alls, revealed their true state and pierced straight at Luo Feng. Shua! Luo Feng, who was in mid-air, immediately dodged. Over 10,000 images appeared in the surroundings. Clash, explode, and pierce. Luo Feng looked at his hand below. The left arm, which was completely broken from holding the shield earlier, was bloody, however black energy was wrapped around it and in an instant, it completely recovered. After infusing with the origin laws, world energy, and an entire world behind this attack, when the two spirit weapons combined, this move is extremely powerful. Si Yong, who was floating in mid-air, looked delighted initially. However, right after he began to rage. Howling, "You still aren't dead? I don't believe you can't die. Go!" Si Yong howled, his face was pale as he pointed with gritted teeth, seemingly using his full concentration to control the spirit weapons. Rumble! Rumble! The two alls immediately formed an arc in the air about them, once again concentrated into an icy aura, and the ice dragon, while the other black one had black water surrounding it, forming a black water dragon. It was even clearer than the earlier move. The two dragons' claws, horns and wings were complete this time. Go and die, die, die. Si Yong was completely immersed in madness. Howl! Howl! The two huge dragons howled through the surroundings. Who knew whether it was them howling or just the sound waves generated from their extreme speed? The two lifelike dragons spiraled, their tails waving about, claws glistening in the light, their bodies rushed forward, and immediately countless images vanished. Luo Feng was finally forced into a difficult situation. There's an absolute difference of at least 10 times. He has the world to help him, along with comprehension of water laws. This is a spirit reader that's extremely hard to deal with. Even with this Masha body, it's a very taxing to battle. However, only this can be considered a challenge. Luo Feng moved as fast as he could. The Masha clansmen was the strongest assassins in the universe. They were proficient in stealth killings, and the illusionary techniques was just one path for it. The illusionary techniques combined with the Masha clansman's illusions was an absolute combo. Under Si Yong's mad howls, even though Luo Feng was injured time and again, he still managed to survive. As for the injuries, the Masha clansman's body was an energy life form, its wounds could recover swiftly. Xie! Luo Feng spit out fresh blood again, once again dodging. Xie! The flash of a blade was clawed away by the ice dragon, its claw was completely destroyed. However, it quickly reformed. And as Luo Feng was knocked away, he dodged and once again vanished. How can this be? Why is he still not dead? Si Yang stared wide-eyed. With a struggling expression, he said, "He's only at domain level, and I am at world level. Just what ghostly movement allows him to move that quickly and so unpredictably? Getting injured time and again, yet it has no effect at all." Si Yang floated in mid-air, controlling the two spirit weapons to attack Luo Feng. Obviously he had the upper hand, however he was still unable to achieve victory. He was pressuring Luo Feng over and over, but Luo Feng seemed fine. That movement was ghostly, and his attacks were as terrifying as before. This made Si Yang extremely troubled. I can only shrink the area. After that, the area I need to focus my attacks in will be smaller. This way, the efficiency will be higher. Si Yang realized the problem. As the area they were fighting in was too huge, it allowed Luo Feng to easily dodge 10 kilometers away and flash about hundreds of times. With such a huge space, when Luo Feng unleashed his movement, the two spirit weapons naturally couldn't achieve victory. Rumble. The two huge dragons retreated and stayed close to Si Yang. Luo Feng would be attacked within a 100 kilometers diameter area before. However, now with them retreating, only when Luo Feng entered a 30 kilometers diameter area around Si Yang was he attacked. The area was smaller. Naturally, the efficiency was higher. Smart, you finally realized the problem. Having been forced back time and again, unable to even approach Si Yang, Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. He immediately rushed at Si Yang, and as he did, the two spirit weapons didn't even budge. As he drew closer, however, only then did they howl out. The reduced battle area made the two dragons instantly close their distance with Luo Feng, making it taxing on Luo Feng to dodge. Rumble. One clash made Luo Feng's entire body tremble, and fresh blood spurted from his mouth, nose, and even ears. He could only retreat and dodge. Ha ha ha. Seeing the obvious advantage, Si Yang laughed loudly. A world level is a world leader, a domain level is just a domain level. No matter how much of a genius you are, you'll still die without a doubt. Shwa! 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 Luo Feng dodged time and again, drawing closer to Si Yang. The smaller battle area had its pros and cons. The good thing was that with his speed at close distance, he could occasionally get close to Si Yang. The bad part was, the closer he got, the faster the attacks were, even and the reaction time was shorter. Shwa. Almost like a ghostly flash, he closed in the 30 kilometers distance and instantly reaching about 100 m away from Si Yang. Si Yang controlled his four-sided shield and simultaneously used his two spirit weapons to surround and attack Luo Feng. I didn't believe that with such close distance, you will be able to withstand up to 3 attacks. But 10 to 100 attacks? Si Yang howled. Burial. Luo Feng roared softly, unleashing his strongest move. The gray flash of the blade was brutal, instantly slicing through 10 m of distance, and slashed at Si Yang. The power of that flash, the intrepid energy, was simply terrifying. The surrounding space around it was completely controlled. The flash headed forward and had a hint of gold light. Illusionary 7 blades, burial. It's useless. Si Yang laughed. Rumble. Rumble. His two-sided shield came over to block. The first side was knocked back, but the second managed to block the blade. Rumble. The two dragons howled from behind, attacking Luo Feng. The blade had yet to have any effect. Luo Feng squinted and immediately released the blade in his hand. His right hand suddenly grew longer. It was originally a normal human arm. In an instant it grew and pierced swiftly towards the shield, extending over 10 m long. Its life crystal too was within that right arm. Rumble. The two huge dragons clashed into his body and it immediately exploded, fresh blood and bones scattering. What? Si Yang looked at the sudden growth of the right arm that extended and was extremely shocked. How did his arm grow so long? Is it from the armor? It's useless, his body has been destroyed. Even if the life crystal is okay, without a flesh body to trigger it, it's unable to trigger sufficient energy. Si Yong was calm. Triggering energy required passing through the backbone and muscles, etc. Once the body was destroyed, leaving only a broken arm, what was the use? Shwa! The blade flashed and instantly sliced through Si Yong's neck, piercing into his body and scanning within. It pierced straight into the life core and broke it. How is that possible? Si Yong stared wide-eyed. How can a fake hand extended from the armor unleash such terrifying blade work? Once the body is destroyed, how can it even attack with power? Before dying, many thoughts passed through Si Yong's mind, following which, he crumbled and his consciousness faded. The two huge dragons immediately crumbled and fell, revealing two spirit weapons. The world around too crumbled and the endless ocean dissolved, revealing a decimated mountain range. The spirit weapons fell from mid-air, the shield too followed suit. Si Yong was defeated. Chi. That broken arm instantly wrapped itself with black energy, and as the energy gathered, it became a black-clothed Luo Feng. His eyes were filled with fatigue, however also with ecstasy and excitement. I've succeeded. Luo Feng lowered his gaze to look at Si Yong's body. Thinking within, a true human, if their body was destroyed, they can only use spirit attacks, and not close-quarters physical attacks. However, the Masha clansman is an energy life form. If I wanted to, I could change to tens of millions of things, much less a broken limb. I can even change into a cloud contact vine, a stone, and I'd still be able to attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 540, Tianshi Palace. Chapter 540, Tianshi Palace. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. The Masha clansman could transform into almost anything, be it humans, bones, muscles, skin, the internal organs, hair, eyes and nose, etc. All would be exactly similar to that of a real human. Even if it got injured and its bones broke, the impact causing blood to be spit out, everything was exactly like that of a real human. And if it changed to a golden horned beast. Similarly, every scale, horn, even the engravings on the scales. Of course, the larger the size, the more energy it required. Even if the Masha clansman transformed into the golden horned beast, it would only be a 10 huge golden horned beast. If it wanted to transform to tens of km, hundreds of km like the mountain range like huge beast, the energy within the life crystal would be depleted very quickly. Night, the cold winds blew. The mountain range was reduced to a wasteland. Black-clothed Luo Feng gazed down below. I actually used the Masha body to kill Si Yong? Luo Feng was excited. Even though the Masha clansman is strong, it's still after all strong in assassination only. During a true 1v1 battle like this, there are many stronger than the Masha clansman. If it were the 12 pinnacle bloodlines of the space beasts, which of them weren't incomparably intrepid? And just like the ancient beast in the ancient pictures in Blood River World, which was just as intrepid. And the pinnacle of the bug clan in the universe, the mother nest, and the metal life forms, plant life forms, the powerful existences, these were all beings comparable to the golden horned beast. All of them were incredibly intrepid. The Masha clansman is strong in assassination. Actually, I only required to kill one of his disciples and transform into him. Then using the natural ability to imitate that disciple's energy. Luo Feng thought, that way, even if I stood before Si Yong, he wouldn't sense any problem at all. When I get close, with him defenseless, I'll kill him in an instant. That would be much easier than fighting it out like before. Luo Feng was clear. Allowing the Masha clansman to assassinate Si Yong wouldn't have been a challenge at all. The main thing was its natural ability to duplicate was simply too sick. Completely imitating a person, not just in appearances but in energy too? One wouldn't even detect anything. Even in the vast universe, with countless races, the Masha clan still struck fear in all these races as the most terrifying assassins. If its natural ability wasn't so powerful, it wouldn't have gotten the name Universe's Strongest Assassins. I was able to kill him. Even though it was partially due to Si Yong's poor comprehension of the laws, however, with the gap in our power, I still succeeded. It also shows that my improvement over these 80 years was huge. Luo Feng was happy within. Gazing below at the decimated mountain range, as Si Yong's internal world crumbled, large amounts of treasures were scattered throughout. Luo Feng collected Si Yong's space item and placed the valuable treasures casually within. As for the others? How much wealth could a sector lord have? In the universe, one with 10 mixed elements was already wealthy. Much less the aboriginals of this Blood River world, only very few were worthy of Luo Feng's attention. The other items, added together, were far from one mixed element's worth. With Luo Feng's status, whatever he needed all used points after all. So, he rushed into the sky, leaving behind the decimated mountain range and Si Yong's body, along with large amounts of treasure that he wasn't even interested in or were worthless to him. However, within half a day after his departure, a team had discovered the area with the items. A few domain lords were going crazy over them, and this team madly began to compete and kill amongst themselves. And as the large amount of treasures created a big stir within Swallow Mound City, countless began to join in the war for the items. Also, the news about the death of Si Yong had spread. Si Yong's death. Immediately, the surrounding large world leaders began their attacks to snatch the territory. Si Yong's power quickly faded into dust. There wasn't even anyone trying to avenge him, much less go after Naku and Nabu. This is what Big Brother Feng left for us. The silver-haired youth Naku brought his father finally to a hiding place to rest. Only then did he open the space ring to check, shocked. Kuko, what's the matter? Nabu was curious. Big Brother Feng left us a large amount of wealth. So much more than our family's wealth from before, millions of times more. Naku was shocked. Nabu's eyes gleamed immediately. Our Na family will rise up again, stronger and bigger than before. With this wealth, it'll be easy from now. Naku, our gamble back then was right. Naku nodded, worrying within about Luo Feng. Big Brother Feng said he'd go stop Si Yong. However, later on, when the news of Si Yong's death spread, especially the location of his death, Naku and Nabu were overwhelmed with shock. Obviously. The place where Si Yong died was where Luo Feng was waiting before. Big Brother Feng killed Si Yong. Lord Feng killed Si Yong? Naku and Nabu were shocked. As for whatever happened later in Blood River world, Luo Feng naturally didn't know. After killing Si Yong, Masha Luo Feng rushed into the sky back into the automaton ship and began his departure. Blood River world. Standing in the control room, he looked back at the endless vast continent. This was a place completely subdued and observed by the Virtual Universe Company. Here's where we part, little Naku. Once I reach Domain Lord level, I'll be sent into territories as an envoy around the universe. At Sector Lord level, I'll be going through hellish training too. I'm afraid I won't return for a very, very long time. I hope that when I eventually do, I'll still be able to see you. Luo Feng knew. It would probably be tens of thousands of years before he could actually return. However, with regards to Blood River world, he was still filled with curiosity. There would eventually be a day when he would return to investigate everything properly. The fog covered the distant space, an incomparably huge palace floated there, that was Tianshi Palace. Because of this palace's existence, the many powerful warriors of Blood River world didn't dare leave. Since the ancient times till now, they were all stuck within their world. So, the palace in space was larger than even a planet. At this time, a little dot flew out from the palace and swiftly headed towards Luo Feng's automaton ship. It was a triangular black ship with a diameter of 800 m. Your Majesty Luo Feng, how are you? I am the receiver of Tianshi Palace, Missouri Luwaka. Congratulations on your Majesty's completion of the Blood River World Mission. The ship drew closer to Luo Feng's automaton ship, sending a message over. Very quickly, with the ship leading, Luo Feng arrived within a vast hall in the first level of Tianshi Palace. The hall was at least 1,000 kilometers in length and width. Luo Feng kept his automaton ship and stood shocked within the hall. In this hall, there were many other ships stopped there, taking up more than half of the area. Every ship, according to his visual perception, were at least E-grade ships. Some of the ships were even F-grade. Your Majesty Luo Feng. Dressed in silver armor with 6 eyes and blue skin, the Sector Lord Mo Luoka stood beside and lead the way. Speaking fluent universe language, his voice was very clear and resounding. You actually stayed in Blood River World for 80 years. That's really shocking. The main thing was the Blood Warrior mission. Luo Feng smiled as he walked. Different from Blood River World, even though there were many races within that world, most of them looked pretty similar. However, the human races were too many in the universe. With countless races, all sorts of appearances were present. Blood Warrior mission? Has your Majesty completed it? Mo Luoka was shocked. Luo Feng nodded. Wow, congratulations Your Majesty. Mo Luoka smiled. I've seen and received many geniuses who've attempted this mission, even those from the huge Axe and Universe Mercenary Alliance. However, very few are actually able to become Blood Warriors. Because, absorbing 3 Blood River crystals normally required them to stay in the ancient god ruins for extended periods. Many of them don't have that much patience. And it's also very dangerous within the ruins. Luo Feng nodded. The two walked and chatted. Even though they weren't rushing, in a few minutes they had passed a 1,000 kilometers distance swiftly and arrived at the stairs of the second floor. The stairway was incredibly vast. Every level was 100 m high, 10 kilometers long and 5 kilometers wide. It was entirely made of ceramic. Each stairway had at least 1,000 levels, spiraling upwards. We can only proceed from here to head upstairs. Sector Lord Mo Luoka smiled. The two became beams of light and followed the stairs upwards. There's no need to head up right. Just arrange a universe ship for me and send me off, wouldn't that do? Luo Feng asked. It's our leader of the Tianshi Palace, he wishes to see you. Mo Luoka said. The leader? Luo Feng was shocked. Tianshi Palace's leader, what status was that? He was someone who was watching over in this palace. The many powerful beings of Blood River World, and even amongst the Virtual Universe Company, he would definitely be considered an absolute being in the upper echelon. Sector Lord Mo Luoka's eyes were filled with envy. Smiling, I've been in this palace for so many years, I've yet to meet him face to face. Our leader has unbelievable power. With just him being here, those undyings from the Undying Shrine in Blood River World, and all the ancient beings, none of them dare come out. For the leader to wish to see you, is your good luck. Why does he wish to see me? Luo Feng was curious. The leader of Tianshi Palace, that level of being, he was at least a universe country leader level, or even stronger. How else could he control Blood River World with fear? To the geniuses, that level of being didn't care much for them at all. These beings were all ancient eternal beings within the universe. The reason behind him wanting to meet you? Why would I, such a small figure, know? Sector Lord Mo Luoka smiled. My authority is only to send you to the second level. I don't even dare to follow after. However, there will be someone there to receive you and take you straight to the 9th level to meet the leader. The moment he finished speaking, the two arrived at the second level of the palace. Luo Feng gazed far ahead and spotted a 3 m tall messy-haired man with a huge axe on his back. Vaguely, that man was almost like a tall mountain that made hearts tremble. The energy he emitted seemed even more terrifying than the God General 13 from back in Ganwu Universe country. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 541, Tianshi Palace Leader. Chapter 541, Tianshi Palace Leader. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Greetings, Undying. Sector Lord Mo Luo bowed respectfully. The huge warrior with the big axe on his back responded slightly before looking at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, the leader wants to meet you, follow me. After which, a formless energy that couldn't be seen by the naked eye formed a large hand and carried Luo Feng. The huge warrior brought Luo Feng and swiftly headed towards the 9th level of the palace. This is the strength of an Undying? Luo Feng felt the ripples of origin laws around him. Flying through level after level. Every level of Tianshi Palace was incredibly vast and huge. Very quickly, this Undying brought Luo Feng to the 9th level. This 9th level hall should be the biggest hall of all of the palace. Just like how the first level had a specific ship docking area, places to welcome people, with sector lords resting areas, and a special area to monitor Blood River World, and a place for the sector lords to train, in all, from the 1st to 8th level, every level was incredibly vast but each had been organized extremely well. The 9th level, however, was a vast hall of endlessness. The entire 9th level hadn't been segregated at all. The length and width reached tens of thousands of km, and its height too was 10,000 km. It was so large that even Earth was able to fit into this hall. Tianshi Palace Leader? As he landed in the 9th hall, Luo Feng's gaze landed on the distant silhouette ahead. He was dressed in a silver long robe. It seemed as though his robe itself produced countless images. On it were gold engravings, however, with a blink of an eye, the robe was ultimately just a silver robe. Illusionary and mysterious, it was intoxicating. His reddish-brown long hair was let loose. Standing there, gazing at the vast space outside Tianshi Palace. At this point Luo Feng even felt that he was even more vast than the space outside, even more majestic. Leader! The huge warrior bowed respectfully. Go on. A clear voice, like a wind blowing through a bamboo forest. Yes. The warrior became a beam of light and immediately left the 9th level. The light behind the stairs turned dark, as the pathway behind seemed to close. He finally turned around. He had reddish-brown long hair, sparkling skin, black eyes, and an engraving on his forehead. Other than the engraving, his resemblance to an Earth human was uncanny. Even though he was taller than normal, however, before him, even the giants would feel as though they were facing an endless space, and would be subdued and feel inferior. Luo Feng, the voice seemed to resound within his ears and heart. Only then did Luo Feng awaken. Even with my willpower, I was still unknowingly affected by him. It's too terrifying. Compared to the true governing powers of the universe, even with my strong willpower, there's still such a difference. If Luo Feng's thoughts were known by the warriors of the universe, they'd all break out laughing. Standing before a pinnacle ancient being, who, through his countless years of training, the universe energy shaping, his willpower alone was at an unbelievable level. A universe-level little doll that had only lived for a few hundred years. And compared to the Tianshi Palace's leader? He alone was more than capable of keeping the intimidation on the beings of Blood River World. Luo Feng greets the leader. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. Your willpower is not bad. The leader nodded. It was almost like the entire land and skies were speaking. Your batch of geniuses are the most exceptional in the past 10,000 eras, because in your batch, there's Bolin, you and Rong Jun. Luo Feng was stunned by his words. Past 10,000 eras was essentially over 100 million years. Before you entered Blood River World, the Virtual Universe Company's management level had a contest over you and Bolin. The leader looked at Luo Feng. The contest was about your sturdiness and character, and to see if you are fit for walking this path of the strong. Your high talents. And Bolan's pride, yet his unbelievable talent. However, your willpower far exceeds his. Back then some favored you, while others favored Bolan. And I favored you. The leader looked at Luo Feng, his eyes smiling. Thank you, leader. Luo Feng bowed. Your time here in Blood River World, according to your teacher, he said that you have comprehended the 35 wonders of the space laws? The leader looked at Luo Feng. Did that happen? Yes. Luo Feng replied frankly. Back when your teacher said that, immediately the numbers that favored you grew. The leader said, I too thought that you and Rong Jun would have more hopes of becoming true absolute warriors in the universe humans. Rong Jun and I? Luo Feng was stunned. Just complimenting him alone was enough. Rong Jun? From the leader's words, everybody was contesting between him and Bolan, but no one mentioned Rong Jun at all. However, right now, be it the Heavenly Bridge or Fantasy Ocean, he and Bolan were far ahead. Rong Jun? Luo Feng was curious. If Bolan were to understand, he too would be your competitor. The leader looked at Luo Feng. As for Rong Jun, if you are able to exceed Rong Jun in this life, it would be an accomplishment. What? Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. This life? If he could exceed Rong Jun in this life, it would an accomplishment? And this was said by the leader of the Tianshi Palace. Would he not be able to exceed him? Ever since he acquired the Beast God statue, Luo Feng didn't even place Bolan or Rong Jun as his opponents. He thought he was set to exceed them by far. His true opponents were the absolute beings from before. However, the leader, someone of such status, wouldn't speak rubbish. Rong Jun had indeed attracted 2 universe country leaders to accept him as their disciple. That weird matter made Luo Feng curious. So the upper echelons favor Rong Jun more than me and Bolan? Luo Feng thought. Humph. They better look well. I have the Beast God statue to study the first claw, the Masha clan to study the 9 universe tablet, and the earth body to meld the two. I'm already ahead of Rong Jun. My return this time, I should be able to exceed Bolan too. And after this time, I will continuously improve, leaving them far behind. Luo Feng's state of mind was incredibly sturdy. Even though he valued the leader's words, but to get shaken by it? He wanted to be strong. Continuously growing. His improvement speed will only get faster. As for Rong Jun? Bolan? It'll just depend on whether they could keep up. Your mental state sure is solid. The leader saw through Luo Feng's eyes and guessed his thoughts. Smiling, the universe is vast and profound. Everyone has their own miraculous meetings and advantages. The 3 of you are not bad. However, at such a young age, your willpower has already reached such levels. It's really not easy. My good friend favors Rong Jun. As long as he doesn't fall, he will definitely have accomplishments in the future. However, I'm betting on you. Betting? Luo Feng was stunned. This leader seemed to know some secret about Rong Jun, yet he was still betting on himself? Don't let me lose. The leader's eyes were smiling. You actually comprehended the 35 wonders. Following which he pointed in mid-air. Formless energy gathered and a stone tablet formed. On it was a picture, the drizzle picture. There were a total of 36 raindrops in it. This 36 wonders, which one haven't you comprehended yet? The leader said. This one. Luo Feng pointed and his spirit energy landed on a particular drop. Since we could meet, I'll help you out. The leader waved his hand and immediately black fireballs with diameters of 100 kilometers immediately floated in the air in the hall. Every one of them were extremely huge and completely black. The surfaces were burning with black flames, and there was a total of 9 of them. Chi. The space around the black fireballs seemed to burn and split apart, and the broken space flowed erratically, locked in by the black fireballs. The space further away seemed to warp. Almost as though there was some very strong gravity causing the space to get drawn in. Only the space around Luo Feng and the leader was very solid. What's this? Those undyings are able to play with even planets. Just what are these 9 black planets? Luo Feng looked up shocked. Even though it was controlled in this palace, he still felt the temperature rise up to 1000 degrees. However, this wasn't anything to a universe level 9. However, just the burning temperatures caused the space to split apart, even making the spaceflow weirdly locked in position. This was definitely thousands to tens of thousands of times more terrifying than a star. I'll completely demonstrate the 36th wonder which you've yet to comprehend. But just once, whether you can comprehend it will depend on yourself. The leader looked at the 9 black fireballs floating. Immediately they began to move, with one movement. The land and skies vanished. Luo Feng couldn't help but get completely immersed within. The movement of the 9 fireballs completely infused with the universe space laws, the space was completely controlled. At this time, it was even deeper than studying the 9 universe tablet itself. The main reason was that the tablet was but something an absolute warrior of the universe had left behind, and right now, the leader of the Tianshi Palace was personally demonstrating the 36th wonder. After finishing the demonstration, the 9 black fireballs continued to move about, all the more mysterious. Luo Feng was completely immersed within. Many thoughts and comprehensions occurred in his mind, however the more he saw, the more he didn't know. He even lost track of time. Rumble. The 9 black fireballs were already invisible to the naked eye. Only the countless flame marks were left, finally forming a peculiar beast picture. This beast picture was the beast in the 9 universe tablet's 7th to 9th pictures, the ones Luo Feng didn't understand. After which, the 9 black fireballs completely vanished and the vast hall returned to normal. The leader looked at Luo Feng, who was immersed in his study, and waved his hand. Shwa! Luo Feng vanished and appeared in the first level. Within a particular F-grade universe ship's control room, he was still sitting cross-legged and within his study, not even realizing he was already in a ship. Send him off, don't disrupt his study. The leader communicated. Yes, leader. The leader of the Tianshi Palace gazed down, almost as though he could see through the many levels. Looking at Luo Feng immersed in his study in the universe ship, laughing lightly, Luo Feng, how much you can comprehend depends on yourself. After which he sat cross-legged, laughing softly, such a young age with such powerful willpower. Interesting, even when I was domain lord back then, my willpower wasn't that strong. Everything returned to silence. Tianshi Palace 9th level was as calm as it had been for the past trillion years. And the F-grade ship brought Luo Feng, who was immersed in his study, and left Tianshi Palace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 542, Blade World. Chapter 542, Blade World. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Luo Feng's nest, star fragment 80389081. It had a diameter of 6,200 kilometers. This star fragment was floating in space, and on it was a huge villa that took up most of the space, with universe-level soldiers patrolling about. Suddenly, they spotted a universe ship slowly descending. They became shocked, and immediately informed their leader Ao Duo. General, there's a ship. A ship has come. A silhouette appeared within the villa. It was the bald old man Ao Duo. He looked up at the universe ship. From one look, his expression changed. The mark of Tianshi Palace? It's actually AF-grade universe ship. Follow me. Ao Duo brought the 10 guards with him and beams of lights, swiftly flying over. In the distance, that ship descended, landing on the wild grass and flowers. The ship is from Tianshi Palace. It should be His Majesty returning, but why haven't they opened the cabin door after so long? Ao Duo brought the guards and stood beside the ship waiting at attention. The ship stopped for quite a while before the cabin door opened and landed on the ground. A huge warrior with a huge axe on his back came out, coldly gazing at Ao Duo and the group. The formless pressure fiercely landed on Ao Duo and the group's souls. Greetings, Undying. Ao Duo bowed in shock. Greetings, Undying. The group of guards too were shocked. Luo Feng is studying now, we cannot disrupt him in this critical time. The warrior said coldly. Our Tianshi Palace ship will be stationed here until he awakens, you all cannot disturb him either. Yes. Ao Duo and the group bowed, simultaneously feeling shocked. My God. This pressure that he released before them had ripples of origin laws all around. Obviously this was a powerful Undying. And Luo Feng was actually able to have an Undying wait here without disturbing him. This was too absurd. Luo Feng was after all an absolute beginning member. His position should still be slightly lower than that of an Undying in Tianshi Palace. Hua! The cabin door closed in Ao Duo and the group could only wait outside. 1 hour, 2 hours. 1 day, 2 days. Why hasn't His Majesty awoken yet? Right, we've been waiting here for quite some time. General, if His Majesty continues his study, should we still wait here stupidly? From what I see, we should return first. Shut up! Ao Duo ordered softly. His gaze swept at the guards that had been standing there for 18 days waiting, and said coldly, you are all at universe levels and domain lords. How is this long? Even I'm not complaining, even the Undying from Tianshi Palace is waiting, not daring to disrupt his training. And you dare complain? Humph. The muttering guards all immediately went silent. Humph. Be silent and wait. If His Majesty awakens and we are not there to welcome him, that would be our failure. Ao Duo ordered. Yes, General. The group of guards obediently complied. Within the ship's control room, Luo Feng sat cross-legged on the metal ground not moving. In his mind many scenes floated in and out, the 9 black fireballs shown to him before by the powerful Tianshi Palace leader replayed over and over in his mind. Many techniques from the second volume of Time-Space Scribbles too came into play, many areas that were obscure before were being solved. 9 Universe Tablet, Time-Space Scribbles, Floating Blood Manual, 9 Black Fireballs, the Ancient Pictures, the Beast God Statue. They all corresponded with each other. Plus the fact that he had already comprehended the previous 35 wonders, and a lot of the 36th, with all these working together, many questions he had initially were being solved. His comprehension began to rise and Luo Feng couldn't help but smile. Unknowingly, Luo Feng had completely comprehended the 36th wonder, because the 9 black fireballs kept replaying in his head, displaying the entire space laws over and over. He couldn't help but continue studying and move on to the 9 Universe Tablet's third picture, the rainstorm. Many questions began to form in his head, many hard-to-solve questions. Luo Feng combined the 9 black fireballs, the ancient pictures and compared notes, attacking each difficult question one at a time, using all his focus to solve one question after another. That's it. Luo Feng, who was sitting crossed-legged, opened his eyes. Any more and my efficiency will decrease. The best way to study the 9 Universe Tablet is still the Time-Space Scribbles. I currently only have 2 volumes and not the third. Luo Feng could clearly feel that without the Time-Space Scribbles to tally with, his studying efficiency would have a drastic drop. Time-Space Scribbles were written by the founder of the 9 Universe Tablet. It is extremely valuable, and at the same time, it is the optimum way to study the 9 Universe Tablet. Hua! The control room cabin door opened and Luo Feng turned to look out. The huge warrior with the huge axe on his back walked in. He glanced at Luo Feng. Since you've awoken, you can leave now. Thank you, Undying. Luo Feng bowed. This was the leader's command, no need to thank me. The huge warrior didn't say anything more. Luo Feng bowed and swiftly followed the pathway straight out of the cabin door. Greetings, Your Majesty. Ao Duo and the group of guards all bowed as they saw Luo Feng walk out. It had been over 30 days since they waited. Luo Feng jumped down and landed on the grass, simultaneously nodding as he smiled. I've kept you all waiting, let's go. Yes. Ao Duo and the rest respectfully followed. On this star fragment continent, Luo Feng quickly returned to his living quarters. He couldn't wait and immediately entered the Virtual Universe Network. Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain Absolute Beginning Region, Villa 1136. Luo Feng came to his training grounds. The Tianshi Palace leader's help this time has saved me at least 2 to 3 years worth of work. And the display of the 9 black fireballs has shed some light on my later study of the rainstorm picture. Luo Feng recalled the scene back in Tianshi Palace. He couldn't help but be speechless at the 9 black fireballs. The universe space was very steady, even with the star's high temperature, it wouldn't affect the space at all. However, the black fireballs burning in the space actually messed up the flow of space itself. Its strong gravity caused the space to warp. Luo Feng guessed that even a powerful Undying, if burned by the black fireballs, would be burnt to death. Make light work of something heavy. I shouldn't think so far ahead now, I can't even make 1 star yet. Luo Feng shook his head, after which he cleared his mind and with a thought, the dark golden long rod appeared on his back. I've already completely comprehended the 36 wonders, I don't know whether I can unleash the 6th level though. Nanshan armament had a total of 9 levels. The 5th space slicer, the 6th own world. From the 5th to the 6th, it was one of the 2 hardest breakthroughs of the 9 levels. 80 years. Over 80 years of hard work, Luo Feng's comprehension had risen greatly. Compared to 80 years ago, it was absurd, however he was still unable to unleash the 6th level. Nanshan armament, come out. Luo Feng ordered. Hua! Countless gold lights shot out from the dark golden long rod behind him. In an instant, the gold glaring lights of little golden blades shot out. Gold engravings on the little blades formed gold threads and countless lights moved in the surrounding space, triggering the space laws. Gold laws, and the alloy ground of the training grounds completely vanished into the light. A vast world made of blade energy revolved around. This move could change the land and skies. It was the Nanshan armament's 6th level, own world. Luo Feng frowned. His face was flushed red as his consciousness spirit energy madly controlled the blade world's foundation, the 5,832 little golden blades. No. Control. Luo Feng couldn't help but roar. Rumble. The formed blade world maintained itself for about 3 to 4 seconds and after which it shook and crumbled with a crash. The blur of 5,832 little golden blades remained floating in the surroundings, however the blade world was broken. It actually crumbled in a few seconds. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head. It's still okay, this was the first time I actually formed the blade world. After so many years, this is the first time I successfully formed a complete blade world. Since I can form it, the next step should come quickly. Breaking through every level was extremely hard. Just like the Nanshan armament's first level, simply forming 1 golden blade. The second piercing sky actually required 9 blades into 1. Why was the difference so huge? Over 80 years. Luo Feng had been constantly improving from the 5th level space slicer. His improvement speed was shocking, his encounters too were legendary. Using these 80 years that way, he finally began to feel the entrance of the 6th level's own world. Of course, it was just the entrance, every level's power was vastly different. Luo Feng's blade world could only be maintained for a few seconds now, it was the most basic stage of forming this 6th level. In theory, the rainstorm picture, when one reached a certain level of comprehension, only then would he be able to unleash Blade World. Luo Feng's comprehension of the rainstorm picture was barely even beginning. The March 1st levels of the Heavenly Bridge reflects the raindrop picture. The 4th to 6th levels reflected the drizzle picture. The 7th to 9th levels reflect the rainstorm picture. Luo Feng frowned. This is a rough gauge. I've comprehended the first 36 wonders. Since my comprehension is 10 times stronger than a normal comprehension of the drizzle picture, that's why I can force out the Blade World. However, I can only maintain it for a few seconds. I estimate that I still cannot pass the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge. I have to get accustomed to it and maintain for longer periods of time. Luo Feng pondered. And even though I've comprehended the first 36 wonders, studying the rainstorm picture would still be extremely difficult. However, with little bits, I think it'll be pretty fast. If one's basics were solid, the comprehension would be faster. Luo Feng's basics were incredibly solid. Studying the rainstorm picture requires the Time-Space Scribbles 3rd volume. I should buy it now. Luo Feng understood the theory of a sharp blade increasing one's efficiency. He immediately rushed out of the training grounds. So, he flew into his study. Sitting before the desk, he opened his laptop and swiftly opened the treasure trove, preparing to buy the manual. However, he was shocked as he saw his points below. Points, 74,660. Only over 70k points? Buying the 3rd volume of Time-Space Scribbles requires 100k points. Luo Feng was stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 543, The Worth of the Blood River Crystals. Chapter 543, The Worth of the Blood River Crystals. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. His earnings were already considered excellent. Back in Primal Chaos City with the 10 times reward, he earned quite a bit. After buying the February 1st volumes of Time-Space Scribbles, he still had 20,360 points left. After that, he consecutively passed the September 1st Islands of Fantasy Ocean, gaining 51,100 points. And during the time he spent in Blood River World, he passed the Heavenly Bridge's 6th level, gaining 3,200 points. A total of 74,660 points. The first volume of Time-Space Scribbles was only 1,000 points. The first 2 required 10k points, the first 3 required 100k points, first 4 was 1 million, it's compounded. Especially for all 9 volumes, the entire set reached 100 billion points. This was something even the universe country leaders could only stare at. And there wasn't any discount. The amount required to pay for these was like choosing a bottomless pit. Looks like I have to confirm the end of the mission before I can purchase the 3rd volume. Luo Feng gently clicked and closed the treasure trove document. He then proceeded to open the management file and chose training, very quickly entering the training page. He chose to confirm the end of his mission. How do you do, Your Majesty? Luo Feng. A gentle voice resounded from the screen. You are requesting to confirm the end of your mission? Yes. Luo Feng nodded. May I ask, of the 2 missions in Blood River World, which did you finish? The gentle voice continued. Both of them. Luo Feng replied. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. A universe ship will arrive shortly at your star fragment to verify. After the verification, Your Majesty will acquire the points designated as the reward. The gentle voice spoke. Indeed, about 8 hours later. A gray blade-shaped universe ship that was 100 m long landed on the star fragment. Luo Feng led his sector Lord Ao Duo and others to welcome them. How do you do, Your Majesty? Luo Feng. 3 black uniformed men and women walked out of the cabin door. The leading black uniformed man said, "Please enter the ship, your guards need not follow." "All right." Luo Feng nodded. He entered this blade-like ship and quickly reached a specific verification cabin. "When your majesty has entered the cabin, just act according to the AI's instructions." The 3 of them were humble and respectful. In terms of strength, they were all sector lords. But, as their talent in battle wasn't that high, they belonged to the management and shore side of the company. However, even in these departments, they had different statuses. The things these 3 handled were considered more core. They too knew that the geniuses from this batch's genius competition, Bolin, Rongjun and Luo Feng, were heavily favored. Naturally, their attitude was humble. If they were to meet some other geniuses who were not necessarily outstanding, they would do their job simply as is, with a cold face. Why would they even be humble about it? Luo Feng nodded, stepping into the cabin. Within, the electronic voice resounded, "Please take out 1 Blood River crystal and place it on the desk." Luo Feng placed 1 crystal on the alloy desk. First mission of acquiring 1 crystal, complete. Points awarded 10k. The electronic voice said. "Luo Feng, please prove that you are a blood warrior and place the Blood River medal on the desk." Xie. The cloud contact armor on his body automatically separated, revealing his bare chest. Luo Feng triggered the Blood River energy within and a red engraving appeared on his chest. Even though it was simple, it was complete and infused with incredibly mysterious energy and power. This in turn, completely raised Luo Feng's melding with the universe laws and energy by 1-fold. Simultaneously, he tossed out the Blood River medal onto the table too. The blue light scanned Luo Feng and the table. Verified. Luo Feng, congratulations on completing the 2nd mission, becoming a blood warrior and acquiring a Blood River medal. Points awarded 100k. The voice spoke. Luo Feng smiled immediately. Luo Feng. A cold lady's voice suddenly resounded. "I'm messaging you via the virtual universe network. This contact will be classified and divulging of this contact is forbidden." Ah. Luo Feng was stunned. Yes. Luo Feng reacted. Classified? What classified? Don't be nervous, we interview anyone that enters Blood River World. The cold lady's voice sounded. Since you were able to become a blood warrior and were able to hand in 1 more crystal, I assume that you should still have extra Blood River crystals on you, but... Luo Feng was shocked. Blood River crystals. He couldn't even see any way to buy this within the treasure trove. The Blood River crystal is unique only to Blood River World. Even in the vast universe, it's regarded as an extremely mysterious and valuable crystal. Hence, it is very important. Among our human race, it is considered as a prohibited item, prohibited as in it's forbidden to buy and sell this item. The moment such an action is discovered, the Virtual Universe Company, Huge Axe Dojo, Universe Mercenary Alliance, Universe First Bank, and Universe Galaxy Bank will immediately act and collect all the crystals and punish the person heavily. Luo Feng was shocked. Prohibited item, ... Just like how Star Annihilator Cannon was an extremely rare item to the universe countries, this crystal was actually a prohibited item and forbidden from sale? The way you acquired your crystals was legal and appropriate, we will not snatch them from you. The cold lady continued. However, there are certain things you need to know. You are definitely not allowed to sell it to others, and can only use it for yourself. If you wish to give them to others, please first send a request to our Virtual Universe Company. Once the request gets approved, you can then pass it on to that individual. Also, if you wish to sell the crystals, our Virtual Universe Company will be in charge of purchasing them from you. Each crystal will be worth 600 points. Luo Feng's heart was beating fast within. He had many crystals. Of course, there was nowhere else in the universe that these crystals can be found in, only in Blood River World. However, the amount of crystals in Blood River World was plenty. But now, he was finding out from this higher-level member of the Virtual Universe Company that it was prohibited. So much so that even giving them as a gift required permission, and if the request didn't go through, he couldn't even gift them. The Virtual Universe Company has many geniuses. In theory, with so many crystals, giving 3 to each of them shouldn't be anything. Luo Feng thought. However, it's obvious that the 5 Leviathans are controlling it very strictly. Are you willing to sell your crystals? The cold voice resounded. 600 points for 1. Luo Feng currently had close to 10k crystals. If he sold them all, he would get over 5 million points. My God! That was a huge sum. Because according to what Luo Feng knew, the Undyings could exchange money for points, 1 mixed element for 1 point. If I had known, I would have acquired more. Luo Feng thought. Are you willing to sell your crystals? The cold voice asked again. I don't have that many, I wish to continue to absorb them. Luo Feng said. The cold voice didn't continue about the matter. Our conversation ends here. Whatever was said today is classified and not to be divulged. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. After which an electronic voice resounded within the cabin. Luo Feng, the verification is over, you may leave. Simultaneously, the door opened. Standing on the grass, he looked up at the blade-shaped ship swiftly vanish into space. Luo Feng had a frown on his face. Luo Feng, I dare guarantee that the Blood River crystals should still have some other special uses. If it were simply for absorption, the Virtual Universe Company need not keep such a tight rein over it, and be so stingy to its geniuses. Babata shouted. There's only one answer. And that is, that they have other uses for it, and I dare say that it's for the absolute warriors amongst the Undying, or even the universe country leaders and knights. Hence, they are prohibited items. Babata's views were much more vast than Luo Feng's. Back then, he had followed Hu Yenbo throughout the universe to explore and experience the dangers of life and death battles, while mostly dealing with Undyings. Naturally, he saw things much clearer. Ah! Luo Feng thought. Geniuses are geniuses. However, the true pillars of humanity are the Undyings, like True Yin Emperor and so on. And then there are even stronger knights and universe country leaders. These eternal beings are the true pillars of humanity in the vast universe. As for the items they require, naturally they wouldn't let you geniuses have them. Didn't they already give you the chance to enter Blood River World? Giving you that one chance is already good enough of them. Babata said. Luo Feng nodded and communicated through his consciousness, I understand. I just felt that the Blood River crystals were very important, hence I didn't sell them. Close to 10k crystals. If he wanted to sell them, there will always be a chance in the future. But until he discovered if they had any other uses, he couldn't bear to sell them. Selling is easy, but buying is hard. As it's a prohibited item, there's nowhere else to buy from. Luo Feng thought. Virtual Universe, Yuxiang Mountain, Absolute Beginning Region. Luo Feng once again entered and sat at his desk. He opened the treasure trove file in his laptop and discovered that his points had changed. Points, 184,660. It's enough now, . Luo Feng smiled and swiftly opened the technique file, quickly finding the extremely expensive time-space scribbles. After having tasted its benefits, he didn't even hesitate and immediately chose to buy the first 3 volumes. There was no other way, no way to simply buy just 1 volume. Hence, he could only do it this way. Exchange successful. Deducting 100k points, remaining points 84,660. Please wait a while, someone will deliver it immediately. The page had 3 consecutive notifications. Looking at his remaining points, Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim, earning the points really wasn't easy. He took 80 years to finally absorb all 3 crystals, and that was because his willpower was incredibly sturdy, and he was able to rush into the whirlpool core. Otherwise, how long would it take, if he stayed outside the core, for him to complete the second mission? 100k points was indeed hard to earn. The true reward this time is still the close to 10k Blood River crystals. Getting so many of them was still much easier than actually absorbing the 3. And the virtual universe is willing to pay 600 points for each of them. I can sell them anytime, buying them however is impossible. Luo Feng understood, only universe-level geniuses could accept this mission. Once he reached Domain Lord level and head out into the fields, there was absolutely no chance of acquiring more crystals. Blood River crystals. Their true worth definitely isn't just 600 points, I'll just wait. Maybe it'll give me a surprise in the future. Luo Feng thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 544, Attempting Sky Mountain. Chapter 544, Attempting Sky Mountain. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. After a while, at the entrance of the Absolute Beginning Region entrance. Your Majesty Luo Feng, this is the case of manuals we just received, it's what you ordered. Lady Fox waved her bushy tail and handed over the case. Thanks. Luo Feng received the silver case. It was finally here. This was the 3rd manual of time-space scribbles that was worth 100k points, as he had already acquired the first 2 volumes, the Virtual Universe Company only sent him the 3rd. Carrying it, he turned and rose into the sky. Luo Feng, you mad man, stay there. A voice resounded. Luo Feng turned around to look. In the distance, a silver light landed on the grass. It was the silver-armored black-haired youth Wooka. This Manka prince's body growth was indeed slow. Even after such a long time, he still hadn't fully matured. Why are you shouting at me? Luo Feng smiled and walked over. In our past, we have had few star fragment meetings, even had the huge party for the Absolute Beginning members. But, you've yet to attend even one of them. Damn, recently even in the virtual universe you've completely disappeared. As he spoke, he punched Luo Feng in the chest unhappily. Luo Feng was initially shaken but diffused the punch. These past few months have been critical, hence I haven't come online. Luo Feng explained. These past few months, he had acquired the Beast God statue and had a miraculous encounter in Tianshi Palace. It has indeed been a few months since he's come online. Ah, Luo Feng. Wooka's face grew mysterious, as he said softly, let me tell you a secret. What secret? Luo Feng asked curiously. I just came from the battle arena, and I got some news. Today, Bolin attempted the Heavenly Bridge. Wooka said softly. Again? Luo Feng was shocked. Every 3 levels of the bridge was a breakthrough point. The higher the levels, the harder it got. 1 to 3 levels, 4 to 6 levels, 7-9. He had spent 80 years in Blood River World. Bolin, Longyun, Rongjun, Wooka, Qianshui, Jielaishi etc. all had chosen their own paths, all improving both slow and quick. However, everybody would still occasionally attempt the Heavenly Bridge, during which most of them had all improved. However, Bolin was on the 6th level back in Primal Chaos City, and over these 80 years, this absolute genius had been working hard. However, he still hadn't passed the 7th level of the bridge. It was obvious that the 7th level was extremely difficult. Right now, in his batch, 3 people had reached the 6th level, Bolin, Rongjun and himself. Bolin and himself had long reached the 6th level. Rongjun just managed to do it after 80 years. And there were 4 people on the 5th level currently. He attempted it again. Did he pass? Luo Feng asked. He. Wooka mocked softly. That proud punk, he just failed 2 years ago and attempted again today. However, he still failed. Would the 7th level be that easy? The difference in difficulty from the 6th to the 7th is even more than the difficulty from levels 1 to 6 added together. Failed? Luo Feng nodded. Right. His 80 years had many miraculous encounters. The 3 bodies were all working in unison, along with the raised comprehension and melding from blood river energy. Even after all this, he still didn't have a guarantee of passing the 7th level. Work hard, Wooka said. Rongjun, that savage, had just reached the 6th level not long ago. It'll be at least a few hundred years before he reaches the 7th. Right now in our batch, the fastest to reach the 7th is only you and Bolin. Luo Feng, you have to live up to the reputation of our Absolute Beginnings 3 heroes. Get lost. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh and scold him. Absolute Beginnings 3 heroes? Hearing that name, he had goosebumps all over. This was because, among this new batch of geniuses, himself, Rongjun and Wooka were close, and their performance was good. Naturally, others would lump them as a group. This Prince Wooka, however, was very proud of the title of Absolute Beginnings 3 heroes. Luo Feng wasn't used to it. Rongjun too would frown dissatisfied. Wooka, however, was very proud. I won't speak any more to you, I'll return first, Luo Feng said. What did you buy? Wooka looked curiously at the briefcase in Luo Feng's hands. Time-space scribbles, Luo Feng said. 3 volumes? That's 100k points. Wooka stared wide-eyed, saying, You ruthless, you sure are wealthy. Luo Feng didn't chat more and immediately flew up. So, he soared through the skies and quickly returned to his villa. Within the study, he sat before his desk and held his breath as he opened the case. Within it was a thick metal book. This book was 50 centimeters long, 40 centimeters wide, and its thickness reached a shocking 50 centimeters. Just how big was it? A half-a-meter thick book, was much thicker than both earlier volumes. The entire book was still using the gold-colored metal pages, and there were a total of 1,000 pages. The 3rd volume, Luo Feng looked like a hungry wolf staring at a sheep. His eyes gleamed, and he didn't care about anything else, immediately opening and beginning to study it. This time Space Scribble's 3rd volume reflected the rainstorm picture. As he studied this, the golden horned beast still focused on studying the beast god statues tearing sky and land every day, focusing on the first claw. These two will resonated in Luo Feng's level simply rose at a very obvious rate. Learning is easy, application and fully grasping it, however, is difficult. Truly comprehending the 108 wonders was an extremely hard thing to do. Luo Feng was currently working on the rainstorm picture with a slight sense of comprehension. Luo Feng, there's mail. It's from the Virtual Universe Company. Within the training grounds, Luo Feng sat crossed on the alloy ground. He flipped the thick time-space scribbles before him, and occasionally controlled the Nanshan armament to practice, as countless dark gold little blades floated and danced in mid-air. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Shwa! Countless little golden blades acted like birds returning to their nest, all entering the dark golden long rod on his back. Mail? Luo Feng immediately pointed in mid-air and a screen appeared, and on it displayed was the mail he just received. Secret region qualification battle? Luo Feng looked at the subject. With a thought, he quickly opened and read on. The level of the Virtual Universe Company's core members were separated, from high to low, and also into the primal region, absolute beginning, sky and land and last phase regions. It wasn't such that if one entered the absolute beginning region, he would remain in there forever. There was intense competition amongst the core members. The weak were knocked back into the lower regions and the strong would remain. The stronger ones even got to proceed into the higher region. Competition was always present. If one didn't work hard during the genius battle, one may be the number one genius, entering the primal region. However, if he didn't work hard, he may be knocked down into the absolute beginning region during the secret region qualifications. During the second time, he may be knocked into the sky and land region. Resources were limited. The human talents were unlimited. As time passed, new batches of genius would always present themselves. If one's strength didn't match the absolute beginning region, he would naturally fall into the sky and land region. Yuxiang Mountain's primal region members, according to strength, were separated into Sector Lord, Domain Lord, and Universe Level. Within the primal region, there were 100 Sector Lords, 10 Domain Lords, and 3 Universe Levels. Absolute beginning region, 1,000 Sector Lords, 100 Domain Lords, and 30 Universe Levels. Sky and Land region, 10,000 Sector Lords, 1,000 Domain Lords, and 300 Universe Levels. Last phase region, if a core member failed the competition, he would be dropped into the last phase region. This was the final step. Of which the Universe Level members would compete every 100 years. The Domain Lords would compete every 1,000 years. The Sector Lords would compete every 100,000 years. As the Sector Lords would mostly be stuck at the pinnacle for very, very long. Hence, every 10,000 years the Virtual Universe Company would organize a genius battle and hero battle, during which it absorbed a few geniuses here and there, along with some genius Sector Lords that pop out later. Thus, the number of Sector Lord geniuses were the most. Even with 100 slots on the primal region name list, the competition was still extremely intense. 100 slots. For the many from the genius battles, hero battles, and others to compete for. Luo Feng thought as he looked at the screen. Qualification battle? I'm currently Universe Level. This means that there'll be a battle every 100 years, and it's beginning in 6 years? Luo Feng thought. From the mail, the primal region slots have extremely intense competition, and not just from people from the same batch. One will also battle with the earlier generations and seniors. The qualification battle is very tragic. However, to enter the primal region, other than the qualification battle, there's actually another way? Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the mail. The last phase members want to enter the sky and land region. The sky and land members want to enter the absolute beginning region. The absolute beginning members want to enter the primal region. How is this supposed to happen? There were 2 ways. One was the qualification battles and the second was attempting Sky Mountain. The qualification battles belonged to a large-scale elimination battle. The Universe Level members would compete amongst each other, finally picking the victors. This occurred every 100 years. And at Sector Lord level, it took place every 100,000 years. However, attempting Sky Mountain was different. The core members could attempt at any time. There were a total of 3 Sky Mountains: Primal Sky Mountain, Absolute Beginning Sky Mountain, and Sky and Land Sky Mountain. If one last phase member were to pass all 3 Sky Mountains consecutively, then he would immediately rise to become a Primal Region member. According to the mail, as long as I pass the Primal Region Sky Mountain, I can enter the Primal Region? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. I'll give it a shot. After studying the 3rd volume of the Time-Space Scribbles for a couple of months, my understanding of the rainstorm picture has grown. I can even maintain Blade World for 30 seconds now. During a battle between the strong, 30 seconds is enough. Luo Feng thought, I'll attempt the Primal Region Sky Mountain. Virtual universe, especially open space. There was a huge piece of land there, and on it were 3 majestic mountains. Each one higher than the other. This is the Sky Mountain? Luo Feng carried on his back the dark golden long rod and looked up at the 3 majestic mountains. At the halfway mark of each of the 3 were glowing golden words: Sky and Land, Absolute Beginning, Primal. Of which, the primal sky mountain was even bigger and taller. So, Luo Feng became a beam of light and flew straight at the primal sky mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 545, 1v3. Chapter 545, 1v3. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Primal Sky Mountain was over 10,000 li high, and was majestic and wondrous. It was especially open space by the virtual universe, and it was the tallest mountain here. A beam of light stopped at the foot of the mountain. It was Luo Feng, who was carrying a dark golden long rod on his back. Ah! Luo Feng looked ahead. There lay a tall and sturdy bullman with horns on his head, and beside him was a terrifying huge axe. His snores sounded like thunder, and he had saliva drooling from his mouth, flowing down his face full of fur, landing on the black stones beside him. That bullman seemed to realize something and he opened his eyes curiously. He looked at Luo Feng and immediately got up, laughing loudly. "You are here for the primal sky mountain?" "Yes." Luo Feng nodded. "Ha, there's someone finally here to play with me." The bullman laughed loudly. He raised his head and roared, "White ape, snake, get over here." His voice boomed and resounded. So. From two different directions, two silhouettes flew out. On the left was a golden fur skinny ape man dressed in silver white armor, and he carried a black bamboo pole on his back. And from the right was a seductive lady with a snake tail, dressed in a translucent cotton dress. Bull, ape, and snake? Luo Feng frowned. The ape-men was a huge race. As far as numbers were concerned, within the human race, just the ape-men alone could be separated into many other categories. When compared to them, the bullman's numbers were weaker than the ape-men, and the snake people's numbers were much lesser. It's only considered rare only in this comparison. The snake people were still a commonly seen race in humanity. Hee, finally there's someone here to attempt the primal sky mountain. The skinny ape-man stooped and mocked. "Let me see his background." As the seductive snake lady spoke, her shockingly long tongue would extend out occasionally, after which her crystal-like eyes stared at Luo Feng. "So it's your Majesty Luo Feng from the Absolute Beginning region. He is a new person, yet he dares attempt the Sky Mountain. Snake, don't scare him away." The bullman roared. Looking at Luo Feng, "Your Majesty Luo Feng, the rules to attempt the Sky Mountain are very simple. You only need to kill all the guards at the foot, waist, and peak of the mountain. Then, you'll be considered to have passed the Sky Mountain. The three of us are the guardians of the mountain base." Luo Feng nodded. "Kill all the way to the peak? Will you still attempt it?" The bullman roared. "I will." Luo Feng nodded. "Ha, white ape, snake, attack." The bullman roared excitedly. He immediately grabbed that terrifying huge axe and with a step, the entire ground shook. Swiftly, he rushed towards Luo Feng. As the axe was already in position, a blur of a yellow axe slashed out. Chi. With the swing of that axe, even the space around was scarred. Hee. That skinny ape-man mocked. While he was standing on a stone, from behind him, the black bamboo poke flew out. It seemed to instantly grow longer. There were a total of 9 joints on it, every one disconnected with countless threads weaving through. It formed a 9-joint whip. This was a level 3 spirit weapon. Arc Serpent. So, the blurry silhouette immediately pierced forward like lightning. With precise control, it actually reached Luo Feng before the bullman did. Like a venomous snake, it was trying to bite him. Humph! The snake lady snorted, her eyes gleaming purple. A formless spirit energy immediately headed towards Luo Feng. In an instant, the bullman, skinny ape man and the snake lady all attacked simultaneously. In terms of speed, naturally the spirit energy was the fastest, and it pierced straight into Luo Feng's consciousness. Within his consciousness, a vast void pagoda stood there. It was exquisite and glowing gold in color, with a total of 3 levels. His comprehension of the laws had allowed him to reach the 3rd level of the void pagoda. Actually, not long after he left Primal Chaos City, he already reached this 3-level pagoda. Over these 80 years, he wanted to reach the 4th level, but it was obviously still not enough. Rumble. The spirit energy crashed into the void pagoda. It slightly shook but remained undamaged. You think you can hurt me with just that? Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle. His killing intent was fully unleashed. Go and die, all of you. Rumble. The dark golden long rod from behind immediately shot out countless gold light. A blur of little golden blades shot out countless threads, connecting directly through the universe space in gold laws. The 2 laws through the Nanshan armament fused perfectly. Even the lofty mountain vanished under the light. A vast space, blade energy revolved. Nanshan armament's 6th level, Blade World. Dang! A piece of blade energy immediately attacked that arc serpent that had become a black light, knocking it backwards. In the distance, the skinny ape-man immediately went pale, and his expression changed. Nanshan armament's Blade World. Simultaneously, he communicated, Snake, attack his soul. Once you disperse his consciousness, his blade world will crumble. You don't need to tell me. Her expression was cold. A formless spirit energy once again attacked Luo Feng. Dang! The condensed blade energy knocked away the arc serpent and rushed towards the bullman's huge axe. The bullman felt a powerful force heading his way past the huge axe. He trembled and couldn't help but retreat, spitting out fresh blood. At the same time, the spirit energy attack that the snake lady had unleashed clashed with Luo Feng's void pagoda. Go and die. Luo Feng stared at the bullman. Xiao. The condensed blade energy followed and with a flash and pierced through his forehead, it left a hole as his body fell. Bullman was dead. The skinny ape-man and snake lady stopped their attacks. Your Majesty Luo Feng, you actually defeated Bullman? You've passed this mountain foot. The skinny ape-man said. Congratulations. The snake lady said. What a powerful illusion, however it's far from enough. Break. Luo Feng's heart was like a mirror, seeing clearly through the distractions. His consciousness was like a blade, becoming a heavy blade that slashed through the scenery around. Immediately the illusion was destroyed and the scene vanished. As the illusion vanished, his expression changed. A black light had already reached before him. That bullman with blood on his mouth roared as he rushed over, and in the distance, the snake lady was filled with shock. He actually broke through my illusion that quickly. That illusion sure was terrifying. Luo Feng was shocked. Before, when he had heavily injured the bullman, he had already fallen for the spell. The bullman he killed was all an illusion. This snake lady's illusion has already reached such a level. The bullman and ape-man are definitely not to be messed with either. When they clashed with my blade world before, they were only injured and not killed. Luo Feng immediately had many thoughts in his mind, simultaneously brandishing a blood shadow blade and a 6-edged shield. A resplendent flash of a blade. Illusionary 7 blades, Dutchman's pipe. Dang! The black light was knocked away. Die! The vast blade world immediately sent a piece of the energy straight at the snake lady. Her expression changed and she roared mentally, You too, come back and help me block it. Simultaneously a black shield with snake engravings appeared before her. As a hypnotist, her control of spirit weapons had to be almost as good as a controller. The bullman roared over. However, a fighter's speed was far from blade energy or spirit weapons. Go and die. The ape-man controlled the black light, piercing towards Luo Feng. Dang! 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 With the shield and blade, even though he was disadvantaged, he still managed to block the attacks. Poof! Luo Feng's eyes flashed with a chill as he blocked. Xie! 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 Simply using his blade and shield allowed him to block the ape-man's attack. Hence, Luo Feng focused his blade world on the snake lady. With the condensed blade energy, it madly surrounded and attacked her, and in an instant consecutively attacking her tens of times. Xie! The snake lady's spirit weapon was obviously unlike her illusion abilities. Finally the blade energy pierced through her head. I can't maintain this for much longer. Luo Feng's expression changed. As he was focused on both using his blade and maintaining blade world, it was extremely taxing. Ah! The bullman raged, reaching beside Luo Feng. Xiao! The black light was as fast as lightning, once again reaching Luo Feng. Dang! Luo Feng gathered some blade energy to once again block the black light. Rumble, dot. The vast blade world collapsed, revealing the many little golden blades that immediately regrouped. Half of them immediately became a huge golden long blade. That blade immediately shot at the bullman rushing towards him. It was the Nanshan Armament's 5th level, Space Slicer. Go and die. Luo Feng's Blood Shadow Blade immediately unleashed the 7th technique in the illusionary 7 blades, Burial. The flash of his blade was savage, filled with endless killing intent. Ah! The bullman howled and swung his huge axe. Dang! The golden long blade smashed into his huge axe, causing it to disperse into 2,000 little golden blades. His axe too, however, was knocked aside, and Luo Feng's Blood Shadow Blade slashed at that moment. Xie! The bullman was sliced into half from his head to his feet. Block! As he killed the bullman, Luo Feng used the 6-edged shield to block the arc serpent piercing from behind. Rumble! As the black light clashed into his shield, the 9-joined serpent black light actually waved its tail as fast as lightning, and pierced through Luo Feng's head, as red and white splattering. Luo Feng was killed. Damn, 2 of us actually died due to him. The skinny ape-man let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Beside, the bullman and snake lady revived. She looked as Luo Feng's body vanished, shocked. My illusion and abilities actually couldn't affect him. This is only a newbie and he actually managed to kill 2 out of 3 of us? The bullman stared. Yuxiang Mountain, Luo Feng sat in his study. I actually wasn't able to even pass the foot of the mountain. Luo Feng shook his head. Isham, in times of crisis, I still cannot maintain the blade world long enough. Just maintaining the blade world alone, I can only do it for 30 seconds. However, while using the Blood Shadow Blade and shield, and maintaining blade world simultaneously, the time I can do it is cut short by a lot. My comprehension is still lacking. Luo Feng recalled the battle before, reflecting on the flaws and failures. After a while. Luo Feng, your teacher True Yin Emperor is requesting a call. The fist-sized demon Babata on his shoulder shouted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 546, 5 Warriors. Chapter 546, 5 Warriors. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Teacher? Luo Feng stood up. His demeanor was humble. Simultaneously, he opened the screen. On the screen, one could see a pavilion, which was erected on a reef, and below it was True Yin Emperor lifting a wineglass. In the distance behind him was a luxurious and majestic palace, and on it were 2 large golden words True Yin. That should be his shrine in Thunder Island. Luo Feng thought. Luo Feng. On the screen, Tru Yan smiled and shouted. Teacher. Luo Feng bowed respectfully. You should have already received the mail the Virtual Universe Company had sent. He said, eyes mocking, don't you really wish to make it into the primal region? Luo Feng nodded. After which, he shook his head helplessly and said, Teacher, after reading the mail, I learnt that there were 2 ways to enter the primal region. One of them was the qualification battles and second was the Sky Mountain. I just went to try the Sky Mountain. Pfffff. Tru Yan spat out the wine, and his golden furred face started laughing. You said you just attempted Sky Mountain? Luo Feng nodded. Failed? Luo Feng nodded. It'd be weird if you didn't. Tru Yan couldn't help but mock him. Looks like you really don't know anything about the Sky Mountain. I just read the mail and found out about it. Luo Feng said. Tru Yan couldn't stop laughing. 3 Sky Mountains, the core members can attempt them anytime. As long as one passes it, he'll immediately rise to a higher region. It sounds perfect, however, do you think the difficulty would be that simple? Do you remember your 7-story pagoda trial during the genius battle? Luo Feng nodded. He had lost at the 6th story's first level of the pagoda, and Bolin actually made it to the 7th story. There is a reason behind it. The 7-story pagoda was set up so that there's almost no hope of passing. Tru Yan said. This Sky Mountain is the same. The difficulty is extremely high. Yet, you wish to enter the primal region by passing Sky Mountain? I'll tell you this, even if the primal region universe level members all went, none of them would be able to pass their own primal Sky Mountain. Luo Feng was stunned. Even if it's the primal region members, none of them could pass the primal Sky Mountain? Do you understand? If you can pass the primal Sky Mountain, that would mean you are even stronger than the same leveled primal region members. Naturally, they'd give you the position then. Tru Yan said, as for just how hard it is, you've already tried it. Where did you fail, foot? Mid or peak? Foot. Luo Feng was somewhat ashamed. I killed 2 of them, before I failed. Being able to kill 2 is already not bad. How long have you been nurtured in the Virtual Universe Company? Tru Yan said. As for the difficulty of the Sky Mountain, the foot, mid, and peak all have 3 guardians. The guardians are all fighter, spirit reader controller and hypnotist. The 3 of them will gang up on you. Even if the 3 of them are weaker than you by a little, with their combined forces, and by working together, they become extremely strong. Tru Yan said. The mid-mountain guardians are 10 times stronger than the foot. The peak guardians are 10 times stronger than the mid-section. Luo Feng stared, how can that be? Doesn't that mean that the peak guardians are 100 times stronger than the ones at the foot? Right, 100 times. Tru Yan nodded. When unleashing the Blade World, I can maintain it for 30 seconds. Unleashing Blade World at Universe Level 9, even in the vast universe, wouldn't that be absolute already? Luo Feng was clear on his status. Tru Yan nodded, yes, it's absolute. I'm almost able to pass the mountain foot, and yet the peak guardians are 100 times stronger? Luo Feng couldn't help but shout out, how can a universe level 9 pass it? It was hard to imagine. At universe level 9, there was still someone 100 times stronger. He was able to unleash the Blade World. And his willpower and consciousness was able to defend against hypnotism. Right, how can one pass? Tru Yan laughed too, hence, even the primal region universe level members cannot pass it. Luo Feng was stunned. The primal Sky Mountain is a benchmark. It was placed there for people to aspire at, for people to feel like they have a goal, and to never feel proud. Tru Yan said. Hence, if you wish to rise to the primal region, the true path is the qualification battles. Teacher? Luo Feng thought. On the screen, True Yen Emperor looked at him. Has anyone ever passed the primal sky mountain? Luo Feng asked. Yes. Of course. And quite a few in fact. True Yen smiled and nodded. In this vast universe, with its countless humans, many of them have had miraculous encounters. There are also strong characters with extremely high comprehension and great physiques. What hasn't there been? In the vast history, just how many geniuses have there been? You and Bolin are but geniuses of the last 10,000 eras. And how long has the primal universe been around for? Within the endless periods of time, geniuses stronger than you and Bolin by 10 to 100 times have appeared. Everything has happened before. True Yen shook his head. The chances of a genius becoming a strong warrior are extremely high. However, there is still a large amount of them that fall. Back during my generation, of course tens of thousands of years earlier, there was one called Kitty. He was named as a 1 in 100 million eras genius. Universe level, domain lord, and sector lord, these three periods, he directly passed the primal sky mountain, which is extremely miraculous and beyond compare. When he was in the outfield battles, he simply shocked the other races. During sector lord level, he was able to kill an undying with the title official. A group of universe country leaders and knights competed to accept him as their disciples. Finally, it was the primal chaos city leader that accepted him. Luo Feng was stunned. Treating the primal sky mountain as a game? Sector lord level able to kill an undying with the title official? A group of universe country leaders and knights fighting to take him in? Madness. And finally? True Yen shook his head. In a particular universe secret region, he died. When he died, he was Sector Lord Pinnacle. Luo Feng blinked hard. Saying someone is a genius, maybe if it's within a galaxy, indeed he would be number one. However, in a starfield? In a universe country? In the entire humanity? True Yen smiled. Even if you are the number one genius in the universe of humanity, that's only one period of time. In 10,000 years, 10,000 eras, 100 million eras, the entire history of humanity? What are you against that? Luo Feng couldn't help but nod. One should be confident, but not arrogant. True Yen shook his head. That Bolin is too proud. Yet he doesn't know that the group of universe country leaders don't even favor him. Over their long life, they've already seen many geniuses similar to him. I understand. I will work hard. If others can pass the primal sky mountain, I too will work hard. Luo Feng said. On the screen, True Yen was slightly taken aback before nodding. My reason for calling is to warn you about the qualification matches. True Yen said. These matches, firstly, it is an internal battle within the absolute beginning region. There are a total of 38 in that region. The original 30, plus the 8 of you new people. Luo Feng nodded. 38 decisive battles, picking out the top 3. The strongest 3 will have the right to challenge the people of the primal region. Of course, very few have ever succeeded. True Yen said, what I want to talk about now is your internal battle between the 38. You, Rong Jun and the rest of the 8 are all new people. And as for the old people of the universe level, some of them have been nurtured for 1,000 years, and many for thousands of years. True Yen said. Right now, of these 30 old people, 5 have passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge and 25 have passed the 6th. Luo Feng couldn't help but stare. This. 30 old people, 5 have passed the 7th level? And the rest have all passed the 6th? That's not strange at all. If Wooka and the rest trained for thousands of years, they'd all be able to pass the 6th level as well. True Yen said. Time, that's the power of time. Your talents may be high, but they've trained longer. Why have they not broken through to Domain Lord after so long? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. That was simply bullying. the new people would be crushed. 30 old people and 5 of them had already passed the 7th level. Bottleneck, to these geniuses, they can definitely pass it in a 1,000 years. Tru Yan poured his wine, downing the glass and pouring yet another. However, the universe level is one that allows them to take missions and earn points. And it is also a good time to lay down solid foundations. Naturally their achievements would be higher later. Since their lifespans are long, what's thousands of years in the universe level? No one is stupid, they are all taking the chance to earn points. And because of this, one can only take 10 missions every 100 years. And the safe level, normal, difficult, dangerous, suicide levels, every one of them have limits to how many you can take. Tru Yan said. This is simply bullying. Luo Feng couldn't help but say. They too were once new people. On the screen Tru Yan said. You are still okay, staying in the absolute beginning region shouldn't be a problem. However, Wuka and the rest of them, they'd probably be knocked back into the sky and land region. Luo Feng was silent. Your greatest enemies are those 5, the 5 who've passed the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Tru Yan said. 5, the 5 from the 30 old people? Luo Feng frowned. 5 great warriors. The talents of these 5 people were at least Wuka's level, and with such long time to train and grow, they would have taken many missions and had much experience. Work hard. Your opponents are them. Tru Yan said. This is your first qualification battle. There's not much of a chance to enter the primal region. My request for you is for you to make it into the top 3 of the absolute beginning. After the call ended, Luo Feng sat in his room for a while. My initial plan was to make it into the primal region. But the old people of the absolute beginning are actually that strong. Teacher wishes for me to make it into the top 3? Luo Feng thought. A soldier that doesn't wish to become general is not a good soldier. If I don't even dare to dream about entering the primal region, then I'd be useless. This time, I definitely have to make it into the primal region. 6 years, I still have 6 years. Luo Feng thought. As for these next 6 years, he already gave up on the initial plan. He already had a general idea for his plan for the next 6 years. My strengths. My advantage is my strength and I will further strengthen them as much as possible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 547, Attempting the Heavenly Bridge 7th Level. Chapter 547, Attempting the Heavenly Bridge 7th Level. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. What was Luo Feng's greatest strength right now? It was the right claw of the golden horned beast with 97 blood river stones within, the beast god statue, the 3 ancient pictures, tearing sky and land, the combination of those 4. Before he went to Blood River World, his greatest strength was the Masha Clansman, the 9 universe tablet, time-space scribbles. The Masha Clansman studied the space laws, hence it was extremely fast. It even once resulted in Luo Feng's comprehension of the gold laws lagging behind the space laws. But now, things were different. The golden horned beast was naturally proficient in the golden origin laws. Through unleashing the right claw's first claw, its fusion with the universe energy was raised by 10 times. Its body itself was already absurdly strong, and 10 times stronger. With the fusion of space comprehension, it wasn't weaker than the Masha Clansman anymore. With this level of comprehension of the 2 laws, when training tearing sky and land, what kind of shocking speed would that result in? This was after all a technique created by the earlier generations of golden horned beasts. It was naturally suited for it. The beast god statue and 3 ancient pictures were profound, but that's only because they had no specific training methods. Tearing sky and land, however, had a specific training method. The 2 of them resonated. Just the improvement speed alone of the golden horned beast studying tearing sky and land's first claw was shockingly fast. Especially in these few months, since he acquired the Beast God statue, his own improvement speed left Luo Feng somewhat speechless. My strongest attribute in training is the first claw. In battle, my strength is being able to use both spirit reader's side and fighter. Luo Feng quickly organized his thoughts. The Masha clansman is actually supposed to train the illusionary techniques. Instead, I'll let it work with the golden horned beast and train mainly on burial. Burial and the first claw. In terms of law usage, these two were the closest. This was what made burial become the Masha clansman's strongest move. When I get into close combat with the enemy, I'll simultaneously use my spirit weapons. When I attempted the Sky Mountain earlier, I relied on this to kill two of them. Luo Feng thought. In terms of close combat ability, Luo Feng was able to use one blade to withstand that bull man, and the ape-man spirit weapon. It was only slightly disadvantaged, and while using the Nanshan armament's 5th level, Space Slicer was actually knocked away by the bullman. Only when using the 6th level's Blade World was he able to pressure him. My close combat strength is slightly weaker than my spirit weapon, but it's not that far off. I'll focus more on burial for a while, and with the first claw's help, the improvement will be very fast. Luo Feng smiled. If he were to be caught in a stalemate using the Nanshan armament, during the critical time, he'll use the Blood Shadow Blade to close in and kill. That was akin to having a trump card when needed. How strong was Luo Feng's close combat? No one really knew. Even True Yen Emperor only knew of what Luo Feng had accomplished back in Primal Chaos City, that move that Luo Feng used to pass the Heavenly Bridge. During that time, his close combat was far weaker than his spirit weapon. As time passed, the humanity's most elite universe-level geniuses all made their preparations for their qualification battles. Luo Feng didn't dare relax either. The Golden Horned Beast and the Masha clansmen worked on their first claw and burial, time-space scribbles, 9 universe tablet, 9 black fireballs. He replayed all these scenes over and over, etc. Everything resonated with each other, and when he had any questions he would go ask his teacher True Yen Emperor. Luo Feng, how is he improving so quickly? Luo Feng, you are sure you can unleash this page's technique in the time-space scribbles? Show it to me first. True Yen watched as Luo Feng did it successfully. He stared hard. Madness, how are you improving even faster than in Blood River World by so much? True Yen was shocked. Luo Feng didn't dare relax even after. It had been half a year since he returned from Blood River World. Virtual Universe, Heavenly Bridge. On that beautiful island in the center, a black star-robed watchman Bevan was shocked to see Luo Feng appear out of thin air. Luo Feng, since you passed the 6th level, you haven't returned at all. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. Are you going to attempt the 7th level? Bevan laughed. Luo Feng nodded. You look very confident. Bevan smiled and pointed into the distance. There's no one on the 9 universe bridge. I wish you all the best. If you can pass the 7th level, you'll have truly exceeded Bolin. I believe I can succeed. Luo Feng smiled, after which he became a beam of light rushing into the distance of the 9 universe heavenly bridge, and flying swiftly up the many levels. 7th level, this was a vast space. The bridge extended into space itself. At the end of the bridge, there floated a small meteorite that had a diameter of 1 kilometer. Luo Feng, who was dressed in his dark red armor, stood on the other end, staring at the floating meteorite. Pick your opponent. Fighter, controller, hypnotist, pick one, and if you defeat him, you'll have passed the 7th level. A hoarse voice resounded from the meteorite. Controller. Luo Feng said. Pa! A small stone broke off from the side of the meteorite, landing on the bridge itself. It rolled about slightly on the bridge before transforming into a blue-armored masked warrior, who stood on a dark cloud shuttle, and carried a dark golden long rod controller. Universe Level 9 youngster, haven't seen you in a while. The blue-armored man's voice was old. I wouldn't come unless I had the confidence. Luo Feng said. Very good. The blue armored man stood on the dark cloud shuttle and roared, "Let me see how much you've improved, since you have so much confidence." Rumble. The dark golden long rod he carried shot out 10 million gold lights. In an instant, countless little golden blades shot in all directions, seemingly warping the entire land and skies. And standing on his own dark cloud shuttle in the distance, Luo Feng's dark golden long rod too shot out 10 million gold lights. The two of them had similar moves. The land and skies around the two changed completely. Rumble. Rumble. The vast world had blade energy revolving. This was the blade world. The blue armored man formed clashed directly with Luo Feng's. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two worlds collided, and countless blade energy clashed. Your improvement is shocking. However, your control of the blade world is still weaker than mine by a little. The blue armored man pointed at Luo Feng, "Go. Xiao, dot." The blue armored man gathered one thread of golden blade energy and shot at Luo Feng. My control of the blade world is weaker? Luo Feng was still very confident. Actually, 2 months ago, he was already able to form a stable blade world. The reason he waited for 2 more months was to perfectly control the blade world, and even under circumstance or pressure, to maintain his stable control of it. Why he was slightly weaker was mainly because Luo Feng was multitasking. He was using only part of his consciousness to control the Nanshan armament. He was seeing how it would go. Then now, I'll use my full focus on the Nanshan armament. If I can win without using close combat, then there's no need for it. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The surrounding blade energy erupted, seemingly strengthened, immediately pressuring and pushing against the other blade world. Simultaneously, he pointed and shouted, "Go!" A thread of golden blade energy shot directly at the blue armored man. Xie! Xie! The two condensed blade world energies formed incomparably, and the piercing blades that clashed, completely dispersed. The further away from the body, the weaker and harder it was to control the blade world energy. Hence, every time it would be condensed closer to the body. Since this was the strongest point. Xie! Xie! 2 threads of golden blade energy once again clashed and dispersed. Blue armored man, you are set to lose. After trying 2 attacks, Luo Feng didn't conserve his energy anymore, coldly ordering and pointing at the blue armored man. Xiao! A thread of gold blade energy shot at him. It's no use. You should go back and train further. Your power is close to mine. Train another 3 years and you may pressure me. Train another 10 years and you'll be able to defeat me. The blue armored man controlled a thread of gold blade energy and shot towards Luo Feng to deflect his attack. Poof! Luo Feng stared coldly at him. Who? Luo Feng's attack actually swerved and dodged in mid-air, not going head-on against the blue-armored old man's attack. While it dodged, it continued on towards the blue-armored man. What? The blue-armored man's expression changed. Then we'll risk it all, dot. The two controllers matched off. Especially in Blade World, the two of them used their full strength to condense the blade energy. It was like 2 warriors holding their blades, slashing wildly at each other. This resulted in a heated exchange. If one was stronger and could block off one attack, he could then attack and kill the other. That would mean success. And Luo Feng's move was made to not even block the attack against him, but slashing straight at his neck. This was a suicidal move. It was called kamikaze. Xiao! Luo Feng controlled that shot of blade energy till it reached right before the blue-armored man. Its speed was much faster than the dark cloud shuttle. Xiao! That dark gold blade energy reached Luo Feng too. The two of them were both facing danger. However, they had completely different methods to deal with it. A shield appeared before the blur-armored man, and he used spirit energy to block it. Break! Luo Feng held one shield in his hand and a blood shadow blade in the other. With a roar, the blade pressured the space around, even affecting the blade world energy around it. This blade was filled with brutality, and was extremely fast. The edge of the blade glimmered gold and it slashed directly against that thread of gold blade energy. Rumble. Luo Feng felt the impact and was knocked back 10 m. His blood was boiling within, however the dark golden blade energy was already dispersed. Xie. 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 On the other end, the blade energy that Luo Feng controlled was as fast as lighting. The shield's movement speed couldn't keep up at all with it. After parrying 2 times, the third time, it pierced through the blue armored man's head. His body fell down. Luo Feng looked at the blue armored body and said softly, "We both have the blade world. But my blade and the Nanshan armament isn't too different in level. The 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge, success. Bolin, I'll take the lead." Luo Feng smiled and rushed into the sky, headed towards the 8th level. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 548, Newbie Luo Feng. Chapter 548, Newbie Luo Feng. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. At the end of the Heavenly Bridge's 8th level, Luo Feng looked at the floating meteorite. Every 3 levels of the bridge is a breakthrough level. However, towards the end, it gets harder and harder, like the levels 19, 20 and 21, passing the 21st would make one a knight, an eternal being on the same level as the universe country leader. The 20th and 21st levels are incredibly difficult. From the 7th to 8th, the difficulty may not be as jarring as from the 6th to 7th. However, it was still definitely more than from the 5th to 6th. Trying the 8th level at Universe Level 9, you are indeed exceptional. Right now, in the Virtual Universe Company Universe level, there's only one who has passed the 8th level. The blue armored man stood on the Dark Cloud shuttle, his eyes smiling behind the mask. Receive this. Rumble. The blue armored man's dark golden long rod shot out 10 million gold lights. Luo Feng did exactly the same thing, as simultaneously, countless little golden blades shot in all directions, immediately connecting with the space and gold laws. The land and skies changed in color, and in an instant the entire surroundings were filled with blade energy. Still the same 6th level, own world. Rumble. The blue armored man controlled his blade world and violently smashed over. Immediately Luo Feng's side began to crumble and split apart. The blue armored man's blade world, however, was still growing. Not good. Luo Feng's expression changed. He became a beam of light, wielding the blood shadow blade and rushing at the enemy. Xie. A dark golden blade energy formed right before his eyes and pierced right through his head. Luo Feng lost, the 8th level, failure. I actually lost like that. Luo Feng sat in his study, still shocked from before. According to the information I've seen, this should be the blade world's omnipresent level. Nanshan Armament's 6th level, Blade World was a very terrifying attack. Just like the first level, forming one golden blade, up till 9. The Blade World 2 had different levels. Luo Feng was currently only at the start of controlling it, and was able to condense one thread of the blade energy. He also had to be in close range to the enemy to do it. Because, as he got further away, the control would weaken, he still couldn't control it at will. However, the 8th level opponent did it easily. He gathered his blade energy in an instant and killed Luo Feng. One had to reach a level of control of the blade world where one could easily do what he wanted, to make the blade energy omnipresent. The reason for my failure is due to the blade energy of the opponent being omnipresent, and I couldn't even defend. Even though he had passed the 7th level, he wasn't proud at all, but continued his studies as per usual. Virtual Universe Heavenly Bridge. Watchman Bevan stared wide-eyed, muttering, "The humans of the universe have trillions of races, I've already seen many geniuses." This Luo Feng, however, he actually exceeded Bolin. Bolin's talent was incredibly shocking to countless people before. Interesting, this is getting interesting. After which, Bevan sent out the news of Luo Feng completing the 7th level to the people involved, also sending it out to all Absolute Beginning and Primal Region members. Yuxiang Mountain, Primal Region, Longyun's training grounds. In the vast training grounds, Longyun knelt on the floor, smashing fists after fist against the hollow ground. Rumble! 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 The ground shook and his expression was heavy. Every hit smashed the ground more, until a crater was formed. I said before that I would return proudly to Swelling Water Universe country. I said that I would become an absolute warrior in the universe. I said that I would always remain within the primal region. Longyun gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with veins. Why, back then Luo Feng and I weren't too different in levels. However, right now I just passed the 5th level and he's already past the 7th? I won't accept it. I won't accept it. Longyun grit his teeth. Calm, I need to remain calm. He closed his eyes and muttered softly, yes, one step at a time. I cannot let him affect my emotions. If I am distracted, I'm bound to fail. I need to remain calm, calm. Longyun was a very low-profile person, yet no one truly dared look down on him. He was silent. He had been alone all this while. In his genius competition batch, his talent may have ranked only 20th or 30th, but his improvement speed was just as fast as Wukka's. Similarly within the primal region, Bolin was in his villa. Bolin wielded the blood blade in his hand and he casually swung it about. However, he suddenly frowned and gently tapped the screen before him and a mail opened. Luo Feng successfully passed the 7th level. Bolin gently read it out, after which he completely froze. Pa! The blood blade fell onto the floor. The crash actually awoke Bolin suddenly. He passed? He surpassed me? Bolin didn't even care about the blood blade on the ground, silently walking into his living quarters and into his study. He sat cross-legged and stared at the photo hanging on the wall. It was of an old man teaching a youth. He sat silently. Not a sound was muttered. There was a very crowded spot in the Absolute Beginning region, the arena. The area was a public arena where geniuses would often gather to spar against each other, even wagering on the matches. Naturally both sides would wager on their fights. After all, the deaths in the virtual universe were fake, and no one dared bet too much on others. Your Majesty, I think you should give up. Your Majesty Wukka, you've already lost 8 matches today. Any more, you'll still end up losing. A group of universe-level Absolute Beginning members watching the matches mocked and laughed. In the arena, Wukka was lying flat in the corner of the arena. His head was filled with blood, as he lay there breathing heavily. Shut up all of you! He roared fiercely. He stood up abruptly, as fresh blood stained his face red. He stared hard at the group of spectators below the arena. I'm not dead yet. After which, he stared at the distant youth with silver-white scales on his face. That youth snorted coldly, Your Majesty, you've already lose 8 consecutive matches, I think you should just leave. Bullshit! Wukka roared. Rumble! With a stump, his entire being rushed straight against that youth, closing in until there was only 10 left. In his hands, 2 short axes appeared. He waved one of them and swung it directly at the youth. Humph! The youth with the silver-white scales immediately dodged and left 100 images. With a rumble, he immediately grabbed one of Wukka's arms and swung him around, smashing him straight into the ground. Get lost! Wukka's other axe immediately slashed right through his own captured arm, and he flung that axe straight at the youth, causing his expression to suddenly change as he dodged as fast as lightning. However, there was a slash wound left on his chest already, as fresh blood flowed. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Wukka stood there, his left arm grabbing the axe. fresh blood flowing from his broken right arm, yet he laughed loudly. He held the axe and pointed with his left hand at the youth. Moelin, didn't you proudly declare like an idiot before, that I wouldn't be able to even touch you, huh? The youth gritted his teeth, staring at Wooka. You madman, Ha, madman, Luo Feng of our absolute beginning 3 heroes is the true madman. I cannot compare to him. Wooka laughed loudly, after which he turned to face the group below. He pointed at them. All of you listen, the 8 of us are new here. Haven't you all just trained a few thousand years more than us? What's there to be proud of? Yet, all of you are so arrogant, saying I, Wooka, cannot even hurt any one of you? I've only just passed the 5th level and you've all passed the 6th, don't look down on us new people. After he finished, he jumped straight off the arena. The group at the side of the arena, there were 8 that were gathered. The leader was a man in a silver-gray long robe. He said coldly, Wooka is indeed a Manka warrior, intrepid. However, newbies are still newbies. During this qualification battle, all 8 of you are entering the land and sky region. Only about 10 of the members in that region have reached the 6th level. D. The group of universe-level geniuses all received a mail simultaneously. We've all received something? Who sent it? Open it? The group of senior universe-level members in the absolute beginning region all opened the mail. What, 7th level? Luo Feng? It's Luo Feng of the 8 newbies? Many of the geniuses couldn't help but get shocked. The 6th to 7th level was too difficult. Even though they were geniuses that had trained for thousands of years, only 5 of them managed to pass the 7th. The rest were still stuck on the 6th. Luo Feng. Wooka, who was just about to leave, heard, quickly opening the mail and reading the contents. He immediately stared with glee and surprise, following which he pointed at the group of seniors and laughed loudly. You bunch of bastards, have you seen it? What a genius is, what a true genius is. What about us newbies? We've only trained 100 years, what about it? Yet we are able to pass the 7th level, what about it? Ha, you all better remember the name Luo Feng. He's one of the 3 heroes of the absolute beginning region. Wooka smiled wide. The group of seniors all went silent. Luo Feng? The silver-gray-robed man squinted his eyes, glancing at Wooka, who was wielding the blood-stained axe and leaving. To be able to pass the 7th level, I have to check him out properly. Our attempt to rush into the primal region this time, this Luo Feng has already become a threat. The Honor Secret region of the Universe Mercenary Alliance was akin to the Virtual Universe Company's primal region and absolute beginning regions, a secret region which was excavated and remodeled. Honor Secret region, there was a desolate large planet. It was called Hell Arena. A skinny wolf-like man with yellow fur and green eyes gazed into a distance while standing on a stone. Suddenly he frowned, his brown eyes gleaming green. Luo Feng? This new batch is pretty impressive. However, the slot for the primal region is mine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 549, Change. Chapter 549, Change. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Virtual Universe, Primal Region, Boland's training grounds was currently in Iceland. There was enough snow to bury a person up to his knees. Boland sat cross-legged in the snow, topless with his eyes shut. Boland. A cold voice resounded. Hua! Boland stood up and the snow fell in all directions, and he turned to look. A tall and skinny man with eyes like a venomous snake, and a body rippling with origin laws, appeared in the Iceland, gazing over him. Luo Feng has already passed the 7th level. Why, are you not affected by it? Teacher. Boland bowed, not speaking more. Primal region members had an undying specially catered to teach them, and according to their needs, they can even change for a different undying teacher. This one before him was an official level undying. Stupid, what a joke. The man's cold eyes gazed at Bolin. Are you so stupid that you are still insisting on your old ways? Teacher, I've thought it through. Bolin bowed. Speak. The cold man said. I admit I was too proud before, and too overconfident. Bolin said softly. The study of the universe primal chaos tablet, I've decided to focus on the space laws. That's wise. The cold man revealed a smile. Just like how a parent who makes a decision for their children, but they are obstinate in their ways. However, when the child grows up and discovers that the path his parent chose for them is the right choice. One theory. Bolin's decision was a wise one. When he was young, many warriors weren't as talented as he was, hence his choice had always been right. However, with regards to the problem of which tablet to pick in Primal Chaos City, the ones giving him advice were undyings, and even universe country leaders were afraid of the geniuses falling. Undyings and even universe country leaders, just how high were their perspectives? Their long eternal lives has resulted in them seeing how many generations of geniuses pass? Their suggestions were a result of their experience. Maybe. If Bolin continued down this path, in 10,000 years, 100,000 years, a million years, he would still become an absolute warrior amongst the undying. However, Luo Feng of the same generation would have far left him in his dust. Your space talent is the most absurd I've ever seen. The cold man said. Even compared to the legendary geniuses of before, just your space talent is top class. Your decision is very wise. You should celebrate having such a rival like Luo Feng in the same generation. Because of him, he shocked you. The cold man said. Bolin was silent, his eyes however gleamed in a new way. Luo Feng? Since you've made the decision, then we'll begin according to the plan I've constructed. The cold man said. The universe tablet was one that trained in space and time. However, over 1 trillion years, just how many were able to work on both space and time and improve at the same speed? Hence, there were 3 ways to study the universe tablet. One of them was to have time as the main and space as secondary. Another was space as the main and time as secondary. The last was training both at the same time. If the third option was accomplished, one would definitely be absurdly powerful, and Bolin had picked this third option before. But right now, he was picking to let space be the main and time as the secondary. Once the path was chosen right, the improvement speed would be shocking. Luo Feng. Luo Feng, hurry over. Madman, come to Wuka. Luo Feng, who was studying the 3rd volume of time-space scribbles seriously, immediately received the many messages from Wuka and Rongjun. The 2 of them were worried about disturbing his training, hence they sent messages. The virtual assistant Babata would report to Luo Feng according to his situation. The both of them, why are they looking for me so urgently? Luo Feng smiled and shook his head. After which he flew out his balcony and into the sky, gazing at the not-too-distant Wuka's villa. Within the living room, Wuka and Rongjun sat there, facing the table with wine on it. Madman is here. Rongjun stood up. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Wuka was the first to rush out and welcomed him with a bear hug. What's up? Luo Feng was shocked as he dodged to the side, smiling as he looked at Wuka. Why so friendly? Madman, you are too awesome. Wuka grabbed Luo Feng's arm and dragged him into the living room. Luo Feng saw the exquisite wine on the table, especially with the 2 complex words Thunder Rain. He was shocked. Wuka, you stingy punk actually bought Thunder Rain wine? Thunder Rain wine, in reality, it was something even true Yen Emperor couldn't bear to drink casually. Even in the virtual universe, this one bottle alone cost 32 mixed elements. Meaning that this one bottle was the equivalent of an entire sector lord's wealth, drinking 10 galaxies in one go. However, amongst Luo Feng, Rongjun and Wuka, there was no doubt Wooka was the most wealthy. There was no other way about it, his father had such a high position. Wooka's father was one of the pinnacle figures in the manga universe country. However, even so, he wouldn't dare spend money this way. "What's one bottle of wine?" Wooka said passionately as he gently opened the cork off the bottle, and pouring a glass for Luo Feng. The liquid was translucent, with crystal-like droplets floating within, and the droplets had traces of electricity coursing through them. Even though this bottle of wine didn't have the same effect as changing one's body structure in reality. However, from the body and soul, the feeling was the same. Drinking it in the virtual universe was an extreme luxury. "It's just one bottle. Brother, you've passed the 7th level. That's awesome, thrilling. Wooka couldn't help but shout. "Oh, you all know about it?" Luo Feng was stunned. "Madman, you are shameless." Beside, Rongjun couldn't help but say as he enjoyed the wine. "Truly shameless, you actually never told us about this." Luckily, Watchman Bevan sent a message to all of us. Wooka said. "Damn." Luo Feng stared, "This Bevan actually." "Ha, the message came at the right time." Wooka said, "You didn't see, since the time the virtual universe sent the message regarding the qualification battles, the seniors in the absolute beginning region who were peaceful before suddenly got arrogant and feisty. Everybody is competing to not get kicked into the sky and land region." Wooka shook his head. "Those seniors look down on the 8 of us, who are new. I was unhappy with it, hence I constantly challenged them to battles." "Frequently battle?" Luo Feng was stunned. Wooka had just passed the Heavenly Bridge 5th level. But, amongst the 30 universe level seniors, 5 of them had passed the 7th level and 25 had passed the 6th. "Why, cannot I compete? Our Menka people have never lowered their heads and admitted defeat. Even if we lose temporarily, we'll return to battle again." Wooka snorted coldly, "Those group of bastards are all arrogant. In the end, they were still injured by me. However, this is still not thrilling. The thrilling part was, when that group saw that letter and the news of you passing the 7th level. You didn't see their expressions, that was exciting. Many just stared wide-eyed with shock." Wooka laughed loudly. "Back then I was mocking and laughing at them, they couldn't even retort. That's truly thrilling, hence I bought a bottle of Thunder Rain to celebrate the achievements of us newbies, and also the number 1 person of our batch. Temporarily number 1. Rongjun smiled beside and glanced at Luo Feng. Temporarily number 1. Wooka nodded. Luo Feng laughed. The reason why he got along well with these two was because of their one similarity, which was that they were never willing to admit defeat. They may temporarily be lagging behind, however no one would give up and instead constantly improve. "Wooka, Rongjun, I are ready to accept another mission," Luo Feng said. "However, my knowledge of the missions is very low, do you have any suggestions?" The missions, naturally the higher the difficulty, the more shocking the points. Wooka said. "I have some suggestions. I've already finished the 10 missions for my 100 years. Rongjun said, and these were all suggested by my teacher." The 3 of them began their discussion. Luo Feng's plan was to first pass the 7th level of the Heavenly Bridge. And after, grasp the time to go do some missions. Through real-life battles and along with the training environments, he would be able to improve himself. Through that first Blood River World mission, he had gained huge benefits. He wasn't intending to do any random mission, that simply. Every mission had to have some great benefits hiding behind. It all depended on whether he could get it or not. Of course, the prerequisite was strength. The 3 of them chatted for a while. Luo Feng finally had a clearer plan of how to choose his missions. "This wine is really good. This feeling is even more wonderful than the life evolution when I broke through to the universe level." Luo Feng closed his eyes, feeling the change in his body and soul. That comfortable feeling, of course these were all simulated by the virtual universe company. The real thunder rain was something even Wukka couldn't afford in reality. And even people like Tru Yen Emperor, Tong Nan Emperor, these eternal beings, they would only purchase such luxuries once every countless years. This wine is awesome. It's time I attended classes. The class today is taught by an emperor undying, which fits me well. Luo Feng got up. Isham, I won't send you off. Go on. Rong Jun and Wukka lay on the sofa, enjoying the delicious wine, not willing to get up. Training should be harsh, but one should still indulge occasionally and enjoy the luxuries of life. These two punks. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head, after which he became a beam of light and flew straight into the sky. At this time, within another villa in the absolute beginning region. Today's class talks about space and gold, the fusion of these two laws. That Luo Feng will definitely go. Mo Yilin, sure, you two should go attend the class too and find a way to challenge Luo Feng to feel him out. Once we know what moves he has, we'll be prepared, and when the qualification battles come, it'll be much easier. The man dressed in the silver-gray robe said. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 550, Provocation. Chapter 550, Provocation. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Absolute Beginning Region, Classroom Number 2. The room was 80 kilometers long and 60 kilometers wide. This was bigger than a normal city of Earth, yet this was only a place for an undying to teach. There were over 1,000 seats at the back of the classroom, and beams of lights occasionally flew in to fill the seats. Luo Feng appeared before the seats too, and picked one casually from the left. Look, it's Luo Feng. He's Luo Feng from the newest batch of geniuses? Looks pretty handsome and strong. He hasn't been in the virtual universe company that long and he already passed the 7th level. He seems very strong. We are only on the 8th level, but we are already domain lord level. In the corner, two ladies, one with beautiful wings and another with eyes filled with enticement, discussed with hushed voices. They weren't shy at all, and looked passionately at Luo Feng. The other members in other places were all discussing too. That's Luo Feng? Right, it's him. That punk is brutal. Back when I was at universe level, the highest I got was only the 7th level. And that was over 3,000 years after joining the virtual universe company. According to his improvement speed, he has no chance of entering the primal region this qualification battle. But by the next one, maybe there's hope. As long as he has a few thousand years, he definitely has a guarantee of making it into the primal region. Two sector lords sitting in the corner were discussing. Discussions were rampant. It seemed the moment Luo Feng sat down, the entire classroom number 2 with close to 100 students all began to discuss him. Luo Feng became the center of attention. To be able to in such a short time, pass the 7th level, even before the first qualification battle, only absolute geniuses were capable of such things. Luo Feng sat silently there, his ears moving slightly. He clearly heard all the discussions. I've become a zoo animal. Luo Feng felt helpless within. How do you do, Luo Feng? A boorish voice resounded. Luo Feng turned to see a bent body with a forehead with 6 protrusions, and his skin was covered in black fur. This man sat a few meters away from himself. While looking at Luo Feng and smiling, he said, I'm Sua Dragon, domain lord level. Today, I've heard many discussing about you, however, you are indeed impressive. Thanks. Luo Feng replied. Within, however, he was laughing. According to the separation, the absolute beginning region had 1,000 sector lords, 100 domain lords, 30 universe levels. He was one of the new 8, making the entire number of the region go up to 1138. However, after the qualification battle, the numbers would return back to 1130. Just from the looks of it, the number of sector lords were the highest, and most of the people in this classroom too were sector lords too. Very few of them were domain lords, and the universe level numbers were very pitiful. Including Luo Feng, there were only 4 of them. This alone had made him shocked, because there were usually only 2 universe levels attending the classes. Today, there are 2 more universe level members here. Luo Feng thought. Absolute beginning members have a very low chance of making it into the primal region. Squad-Dragon said softly, "My friend and I were discussing, saying that you will have hopes of making it in a few hundred years. Our absolute beginning region, very rarely will one ever make it. Every time such a thing happens, it makes us all excited. Even if you are only 1 step ahead of everyone, this will eventually lead to you being more steps ahead of everyone. The earlier one gets into the primal region, the faster the improvement." Squad-Dragon seemed to be exclaiming while speaking. Luo Feng to glance at him, "If you work hard, you too will have the chance of making it into the primal region." Ha ha. Don't laugh at me. For me to remain in the absolute beginning region in the next qualification battle is not bad already. Squad-Dragon shook his head, and his eyes were filled with helplessness. If I drop to the sky and land region in the next qualification battle, then my position outside will drop too. What a headache. The Domain Lord Corps members, they were placed outside with authority and position. According to Luo Feng's way of thinking, they were placed as envoys in territories. However, primal region members, absolute beginning, sky and land members, last phase members, their treatment outside was completely different. When the primal region members ventured outside, just their guard team had an undying leading the army. The position they are finally arranged for is also according to their rank. If one was originally a primal region member but knocked back into the absolute beginning region, then the position would shift accordingly. Even the undying general would be shifted away and a sector lord would take his place. This punk sure is unlucky. When he went out as an envoy, he must have been quite powerful. However, with his chances of getting knocked into the sky and land region, his position will definitely shift and his rank will drop. Luo Feng laughed within. Regardless, he chatted for a while with this guy, and came to know of some of the things the envoys frequently encountered outside. After a while, the undying teacher arrived and began his class. Immediately the room went silent. Even if they wanted to discuss, they had to communicate it mentally. They definitely didn't dare disrupt the class. There were a total of 4 universe-level students, of which one of the 2 had a face full of silver scales, and the other had bronze-colored skin, while his forehead with a single black horn. Ah sure, look, this Luo Feng is listening quite seriously. The silver-scaled man communicated. The black-horned man looked at the left corner in which Luo Feng was seated. Mo Lin, Nan has told us to find a reason to challenge him and feel him out. How do you think we should do it? If we find trouble with him and he doesn't care at all, and leaves the virtual universe, then we just look stupid. Relax, I have a plan. The silver-scaled man squinted, like a venomous snake. We'll do this first. It seems simple. The black-horned man frowned after listening. What else can we do? There's no 100% guarantee plan. The silver-scaled man said. Alright, when the class ends, we'll head over. The horned man nodded. After speaking to the class for a while, under the gaze of the absolute geniuses, the Emperor Undying vanished. Luo Feng closed his eyes and tried to savor every bit of the lesson earlier before opening and seeing the 2 men before him. One of them had silver scales on his face and other was a sturdier-looking man with a black horn on his head. Their similarity was that the 2 were universe level. The 2 of them looked at Luo Feng. And you 2 are? Luo Feng sat there looking at them. How do you do, Luo Feng? I'm Mo Lin. The scaled man smiled. Luo Feng, I am sure. The black-horned man smiled. We are both like you, universe-level members. only we joined the virtual universe company earlier. Is there something you two wish to say? Luo Feng frowned. Towards the universe-level seniors, Luo Feng didn't have much of a good impression. Because, as he chatted with Wooka the day before, Wooka had explained many things, and even though he didn't specifically point out anyone, there were only a total of 30 seniors, and Wooka had trouble with at least half of them. We know that you've passed the 7th level, respect. The silver-scaled man's eyes gleamed. I, Moe Lin, love battles. Hence I'd like to have a go with you at the arena, just a friendly spar. I too would like to spar with you. The black-horned man looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng frowned. Battle? If it was for training, he could easily simulate very powerful opponents in the training grounds. Battling people, however, was mostly just for seeing who was better or finding out his trump card. When you know your enemy, that's when one can stay invincible. They probably have never fought with me, hence they don't know my battle tactics and my trump cards. Even though there's footage back from the genius battle, I was still very weak back then. I'm countless times stronger than back then. The footage back then doesn't reflect my true strength, hence they came to challenge me. Luo Feng understood immediately. Apologies, I have no interest. Luo Feng stood to leave directly. The black-horned man and the silver-scaled man exchanged glances. They knew they had to rely on their second plan to challenge him. Ha, Luo Feng, you are the number 1 person in the new batch. I didn't expect your guts to be that small. The scaled man said. If you don't even dare to accept our challenge, it looks like this new batch really has no hope. The black-horned man said. That stupid Wooka, he's so much weaker but he still keeps challenging us. Luo Feng, you are strong, yet you don't dare to do the same. This qualification battle, you newbies should just give up immediately. The groups of sector lords and domain lords in classroom 2 listening to the class before all turned over with interest. Most of them favored Luo Feng because he was indeed shocking. However, that was only because their levels were different. They were sector lords and domain lords, they had no business messing with Luo Feng at this time, naturally they were indifferent. The two who are challenging really have no class. No class at all. If it were me, I'd be too lazy to bother too. Both of them are clowns. The sector lords and domain lords discussed, with some of the sector lords' voices being extra loud. Immediately the expressions of the scaled man and the black-horned man turned uglier. Luo Feng, however, stopped in his footsteps. This made the sector lords and domain lords shocked. Was Luo Feng about to accept their challenge? Was he so easy to provoke? Luo Feng turned to look at the two of them. The scaled man and black-horned man discovered his gaze was hostile. Wooka battled you too? Luo Feng looked at them. You mean that Manka prince? The scaled man mocked. Besides, the black-horned man too joined in, that idiot, he battled us and was severely punished for it. Congrats to you too. Luo Feng said. The scaled man and the black-horned man were stunned. Congrats. I didn't wish to battle you two initially, because I didn't wish to waste any time on you. Luo Feng looked at the two, however now, you've riled me up, I've decided to accept that challenge this time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 551, Nanshan Armament. Chapter 551, Nanshan Armament. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. The silver-scaled man Moe Lin and the black-horned usher, they heard the rage from Luo Feng's voice. Even though they were acting on Ni Nan's orders to provoke and challenge him, they were still ultimately geniuses of humanity from over 1 trillion years. Otherwise, how would they have entered the absolute beginning region? Geniuses were all proud. Waste of time? Battling them was a waste of time. This was said by a newbie that hadn't entered the virtual universe for too long. Let's go to the arena. Luo Feng turned and walked out, seemingly wanting to end the battle quickly. Hoof. Moe Lin looked at his back and couldn't help but snort coldly. Too arrogant. Ah Shi squinted. The two of them exchanged glances and followed Luo Feng out of classroom 2. There were many sector lords and domain lords in classroom 2 that had paid attention to their conversation. Seeing how it had turned out, their eyes gleamed. Interesting. The newbie is fighting the seniors. However, usually it's the seniors pressuring and attaining victory. This time, it's hard to say. When comparing Luo Feng against these two, Luo Feng should be stronger. However, if Luo Feng were to fight against the strongest of the seniors Luo Fu, there's no doubt Luo Fu is stronger. Let's go take a look. Who knows, the 5 geniuses of the seniors might show themselves too. The group of sector lords and domain lords all began to call their friends as they laughed and headed out. The most exceptional of the newbies, Luo Feng, heading to the arena. This was a very interesting thing. There were only so many members in the absolute beginning region. Naturally, the more famous of the universe level and domain lord level were known to all the sector lords. The absolute beginning region had a vast space, and many arenas were constructed about. These became the usual spot for the members to spar and battle, even wager and bet on the matches. At this time, there were 10 people already gathered at the side of the arena. On it were 2 domain lords sparring. One of them was a 8 tall and sturdy black-furred ape-man, and another was a cold-looking bald youth, and on his bald head there were even complex engravings. In an instant he left over 10,000 images, and the black-furred ape-man roared as he danced with his 10 long huge axe. The clashing between these two caused the space to shake, ripples shooting in all directions. The ground around the arena became a mess. I've lost this time. A cold voice resounded. Ha ha. A thick and hoarse voice replied, almost resounding with an echo. The black-furred ape-man stared coldly at the bald youth. In our 10 battles over these 100 years, you've already lost 7 times. The bald youth had shut his eyes, reflecting on the battle before. Beside, the 10 spectators were either discussing or preparing to leave, some even challenging each other. Ah, look! What's going on there? So many people? The 10 people, including the ape-man and the bald youth in the arena, all looked at the distant bustling crowd walking over. There were at least 60 to 70 of them. Luo Feng walked ahead, and behind him was Moe Lin and Shi, and behind them were the large group of sector lords and some domain lords. This bustling group had indeed drawn quite the attention. Luo Feng walked and surveyed the area, glancing at the 10 people in the distant arena. Amongst them there were no universe level. Pick an arena, Luo Feng said. You are the newbie, you choose. Behind him the scaled youth Moe Lin said coldly. Okay. Luo Feng stomped and became a beam of light flying into an arena 10 kilometers away. The scaled youth and the black-horned youth too became beams of lights and followed. Simultaneously, the sector lords and domain lords all prepared to spectate the match, either getting in position or flying up. They all landed at the side of that arena. Go look. So many people spectating, it shouldn't be an ordinary match. The 10 domain lords too flew up. Both the black-furred ape-man and the bald youth followed suit. Luo Feng and the other 2 landed in the arena. Luo Feng glanced at the distant arena. It was mostly filled with the sector lords and a few domain lords. There were only 2 universe levels. One of them was a senior and another was the green-haired youth Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo smiled at Luo Feng and waved his fist and communicated, Luo Feng, the seniors have always despised us newbies. You have to take revenge for us, and teach them a good lesson. Naturally, I'll teach them a very good lesson. Luo Feng replied and smiled. At this time, 3 silhouettes descended from the skies and landed at the side of the arena to spectate. One was a silver-armored youth, another with black skin and thick lips, and finally one with jade-green eyes, sharp ears and a seductive figure, a lady. These 3 gathered to watch. They are all universe level, the middle one is one of the 5 strong seniors, in Ainan. Luo Feng swiftly thought of the information he learnt. Since his teacher Tru Yen had warned him about the 30 universe-level seniors and the 5 strongest, Luo Feng had collected information, especially on the 5, those 5 were in Ainan, Yufeng, Luofu, Gu and Sejin Fire Dragon. The earliest to pass the 7th level was Luofu, he passed over 2,000 years ago. The latest was Gu, over 300 years ago. Moe Lin, teach this punk a lesson, that black skin man roared. Ah sure, don't lose to this punk. That seductive lady shouted too. And the silver-armored Ainan just watched silently. Relax. Watch how I teach him. Moe Lin and Asher stared at Luo Feng. They had taken him to be a true enemy. Naturally, it wasn't that they didn't have any chance of victory, because they had both passed the 6th level long ago, they were pretty close to passing the 7th. And, strength wasn't simply based on comprehension of the laws. One's consciousness. Unleashing. Mental state. Experience. All these determined the final victor. Moe Lin and Asher were confident in their experience and battle consciousness, they believed these exceeded Luo Feng's. Luo Feng, you are too young, and have too much vigor. We'll make you understand that you cannot underestimate any opponent. Moe Lin said. The 2 of us are here in this arena, you pick either one of us to be your opponent. I said before, I don't wish to waste time. Luo Feng looked at the 2 and said, both of you get in here. Together? Moe Lin and Asher were stunned. The group of absolute geniuses in the absolute region spectating were all shocked too. To be able to enter this region, their strengths weren't that different, and of the 30 seniors, only 5 had passed the 7th level and the other 25 had all passed the 6th, and even in the sky and land region there were 10 that had passed the 6th level. What did that mean? It meant that the members in the absolute beginning area were all pretty close to each other in strength. It meant these 25 that passed the 6th level were very close to passing even the 7th. 1 versus 2? Moe Lin, you 2 teach him a good lesson. Teach that punk. The group gathered below slowly grew in numbers. The 2 universe-level members that had just arrived raged and shouted. This is getting interesting. Even more interesting. In the arena. Moe Lin and Asher exchanged glances and nodded. This was good too. If they fought 1v1 against Luo Feng, they didn't have much guarantee. But now, since he wanted to fight both of them himself, their chances of victory together were much higher. You said it yourself. Moe Lin's scales on his face gathered as he frowned, his expression was struggled. Make your move. Asher roared. In the distance, Luo Feng floated into the sky and gazed down at the 2 universe-level opponents. He was clear on how strong he was, and because of this, he didn't even regard these 2 as adversaries. The only reason he chose to fight was to avenge his brother Wukka. Babata, record the footage of this battle for Wukka later. You sure are flashy. While communicating with Babata, Luo Feng smiled and he triggered the dark golden long rod on his back. Rumble. Immediately countless little golden blades shot in all directions. These countless gold lights seemed to form a golden sun behind him. The 6,000 little golden blades seemed to instantly connect through the universe space and gold laws, changing the surrounding 100 kilometers into pure gold. The area engulfed was vast, even the space below the arena was affected. Arena? Grass? They all vanished. Only a vast world filled with countless amounts of blade energy could be seen. Nanshan Armament 6th level, own world, also known as Blade World. My god! This is troublesome. Moe Lin and Asher, the 2 absolute geniuses, immediately had a big change in their expressions, and their eyes filled with shock. This Luo Feng can actually unleash the 6th level? The large group of sector lords and domain lords spectating were all shocked. This was truly shocking. If one came in with the thought of simply checking out the newbies with the crowd, at this time they were all left in disbelief. Because the Nanshan armament was incredibly hard to train. This was one of the 9 godly weapons. The strongest gold and space weapon, it used the gold laws as the main and the space laws to support. And the 9-universe heavenly bridge was built for the comprehension of the space laws. Then, the heavenly bridge's 7th level was a test of one's comprehension of the space laws. Luo Feng was able to unleash the 6th level. What did this mean? It meant that not only was his space comprehension high, but his gold comprehension was even higher. And there were many ways to pass the heavenly bridge. If the challenger was a controller, he could pick a controller, hypnotist, or even fighter, either one. Choosing hypnotist was easier because a spirit reader controller mostly emphasizes on soul defense, hence winning would be easier. Picking fighter was the easiest, because he could simply maintain his distance and use his spirit weapon to attack from far. The fighter was only be able to use instantaneous acceleration over and over to try and think of ways to get close. Picking controller was the toughest, because once that was picked, the controller would be exactly similar in terms of spirit weapon and attack, etc. Utilizing one's strengths to attack the weakness. However, picking an identical controller, that was troublesome. He definitely picks controller to fight. Definitely. Otherwise, passing the 7th level wouldn't even require the blade world. In the arena, Moe Lin and Ashur looked at the surrounding vast blade world, as countless blade energy were revolving, a formless world pressuring could be felt, and they felt despair. Why is he so strong, Dot? And it's the gold and space fusion's strongest weapon? The two were in a mess. And the distant Luo Feng, the blade world's energy condensed madly with countless blade energy finally forming a translucent dark gold blade. This blade glowed slightly, it was the strongest blade energy condensed from the blade world itself. Its power was unbelievable. Go! Luo Feng ordered softly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 552, Rage. Chapter 552, Rage. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Even if we lose, we cannot lose that badly. Ah sure, give it all you've got. Moe Lin grit his teeth. The scales on his face were struggling and frowning, and in his hand he wielded a 50 centimeters thick, 3 m long huge silver white blade. On it were complex golden engravings, a silver white light energy flowed through it. Sh's eyes were flushed red, while each hand was wielding a half-moon blade. Kill! Kill! The two of them moved simultaneously as Luo Feng gathered his blade energy. Rumble! Moe Lin fiercely stomped on the arena and it shook slightly. He moved as quick as lightning. The winds howled around him and a visible high-pressure ripple followed along, as he raised his huge silver white blade high and swung it at Luo Feng. So. The black-horned man Ashur wielded both half-moon blades and their movements were extremely peculiar. Within an instant, 1,000 images appeared and they all formed a powerful battle array filled with countless cold flashes of blade aura that lit up. In the distance, Luo Feng floated in mid-air and pointed ahead. Xie! An incredibly condensed blade energy took the form of a dark golden translucent blade, immediately tearing through the space ahead. I'll first kill Moe Lin. Luo Feng looked at the distant Moe Lin, simultaneously accelerating on the dark cloud shuttle and backing off. Arg! Moe Lin used both hands to wield the huge blade. He swung it and the surrounding air seemed to condense the space, simultaneously it clashed with the dark golden blade energy. He was very clear that the blade energy's speed was extremely fast, and that he couldn't dodge it. The only way was to forcefully deflect it. Rumble! The dark golden blade energy was incredibly strong, causing Moe Lin to completely move backwards. He stepped 10 steps back in the arena, and every step causing craters in the rock ground. Simultaneously, cracks could be heard from his body, almost as though his bones had broken inside. Xie. Moe Lin spit out fresh blood. Gold is sturdy like the sun, indeed it's very strong. Moe Lin stood on the ground staring at Luo Feng. His main arm, which was wielding the blade, was already broken in 9 places. Luckily, he mostly deflected most of the attack into his right arm, otherwise his body itself would be heavily injured. Luo Feng became a beam of light in the distant sky, once again forming an incredibly condensed dark golden blade energy before him. That blade swiveled on the spot, tearing through the space around it. Moe Lin, go and die. Luo Feng stared coldly at him. Bastard! The black horned usher roared, becoming a blurry silhouette and chasing after Luo Feng. Luo Feng, however, stood on his dark cloud shuttle and glanced coldly at him, slowly chase on. This usher, unleashing his movements, could produce up to 10,000 images. After all, being able to produce 1,000 images under the pressure of Blade World was incredible. It was a pity that with the pressure of Blade World, he couldn't keep up with Luo Feng at all. The pains of a fighter. Unless he was like the Masha clansman, who had extreme instantaneous acceleration, pity, against Luo Feng, who've comprehended the 36 wonders of space and some comprehension of the rainstorm. Luo Feng's movements weren't weaker than his. This created the situation in which he simply couldn't catch him. Xiao. The dark golden blade energy tore through the space and shot at Moe Lin. Ya! Moe Lin roared, feeling the pressure around him of the endless blade world. Every move he made was affected, he could only use about 70 to 80% of his power. Ya! His left hand wielded the huge blade, once again slashing as quick as lightning. However, to actually hit the blade world blade energy controlled by Luo Feng was extremely hard. His injuries from before weren't even healed yet, he could only risk it all and try. And now he was using only one arm, and this left arm wasn't as proficient as his right arm, including the injuries from before. Xiao! The dark golden blade energy flashed and directly pierced through his forehead, leaving behind a hole there, from which one could completely see through. Just like a laser that had shot through. Ah! Moe Lin stared wide-eyed, following which his body fell. Rumble, with a crash his entire body slumped onto the stone of the arena, causing it to shake and roll about. Moe Lin, failure. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Well done, now kill the other punk. A loud shout suddenly erupted from below. It was the Manka Prince Wuka. He shouted excitedly, beside him was Rong Jun. Not just them two, even Xian Shui, Ai Chen, Lancelot and Aopatela had arrived. The newbies of the absolute beginning universe level had all gathered, Zhang Mo had informed them all. Flying about on the dark cloud shuttle above the arena, Luo Feng looked below and saw the whole group. He couldn't help but smile and shout, "No problem, just a little dish." Yaya, bastard. Behind him, flashing about and constantly chasing, yet unable to catch up at all, was the black-horned usher, who roared with rage, "Luo Feng, if you have the guts, don't run." In terms of space comprehension, he was close to Luo Feng. In quantity, he was definitely further ahead in space comprehension. In substance, however, Luo Feng's was more solid. The two of them drew close. However, Luo Feng had the blade whirl to pressure him. Hence, how could he ever catch Luo Feng? What a joke, you want a controller to fight close combat with you? While Luo Feng flew, he glanced back at Usher and pointed, "Go." The endless blade world gathered before Luo Feng and a dark golden blade energy was formed. It was extremely piercing. Xiao! The blade energy tore through the space and shot at Usher. Hu, ha you hu. Usher madly waved the two half-moon blades before him, his entire body becoming a blur. Xiao! Xiao! Xiao, dot. The blade energy dodged time and again. Luo Feng had no intention of matching force with him, and purely relied on its extreme speed. shooting from different directions all around at Ashur, pressuring him. Just how fast was the blade energy? Every time Ashur waved his blades he felt as though he was dancing on knives. Shie! The blade energy shot from the side and pierced through Ashur's ears and out the other. The blade energy had left nothing but a mess within his head between his ears. Ah! Ashur stared wide-eyed. Because of the inertia he moved a few km forward before rolling on the ground. Ashur, failure. Ah, we've won, ha ha. Wuka laughed loudly. Luo Feng, beautiful. That handsome Lancelot smiled too. Well done. Rongjun waved his fist strongly, excited and thrilled. Xianshui, Zhang Mo, Aichen and Aopatela were all incredibly excited. They, the 8 newbies of the absolute beginning region, had the lowest qualifications in power. Especially since the qualification battle was drawing close, Zhang Mo, Chen Shui and Wuka knew they were about to be kicked into the sky and land region. Hence they were all under a lot of pressure. This battle had helped ease that pressure and avenge them, and was very thrilling. Ha ha! Luo Feng jumped down and landed beside Wuka and Rongjun. Those 2 punks came to provoke me, and I just dealt with them for kicks. Wuka, were these 2 among those that bullied you? Luo Feng smiled. Yes, they were. Wuka grit his teeth. I've long wanted to teach them a good lesson, but my power wasn't enough. Ha, Luo Feng, thanks for avenging me, thrilling. While Luo Feng and the group were celebrating and dancing about the universe-level seniors, the 10 gathered there. Bastard! We actually lost. Those 10 had ugly expressions. Because, over 100 sector lords and some domain lords all witnessed the battle. And they lost 2v1 to a newbie. This was extremely shameful. This Luo Feng is indeed very strong. The silver-gray robed youth stared at the distant Luo Feng. He is actually able to unleash Blade World. And from the looks of it, for me to defeat him, I'd have to use my trump card too. However, this move was something I prepared for Luo Fu, In Ainan, I heard Moe Lin and Ashur, the 2 punks got defeated by a newbie? A thick voice resounded. The silver-armored youth turned, feeling as though a little mountain appeared behind him. This was a over 6 m tall, fully black armored man, and his armor was sleeveless, while his neck was red, almost like a red metal. His face was red and clear, and on his forehead were 2 curved red horns. There was a rhombus crystal embedded in the middle. Behind him was a long dragon tail. This mad punk is here? The silver-robed youth thought, he said solemnly, yes, Fire Dragon. Moe Lin and Ashur, those 2 punks were indeed defeated by a newbie. That newbie is Luo Feng, who just passed the 7th level. He's extremely arrogant, he doesn't respect us seniors at all. After accepting their challenge, he announced that he would face them 1v2. But no one would have expected him to actually still win. Look at how arrogant those 8 new people are. The silver-robed youth shook his head and looked at the newbies. Over there. Luo Feng and the 8 were extremely happy. Wuka roared from the side, you seniors have trained for how many thousands of years, arrogant for nothing. Losing 2v1, I feel ashamed for you. Wuka! What are you bragging about? Immediately a group of seniors raged. Bastard! The dragon-tailed mountain of a man roared. Rumble! He immediately became a red beam of light and smashed into the arena like a meteorite, causing the arena to shake. This tall dragon-tailed man extended his palm leaf-like hand and pointed at Luo Feng below. Luo Feng, get up here, I'll teach you a good lesson. You can only use that blade world, yet how dare you? What gives you the right to be so cocky? His voice rumbled and resounded throughout. Luo Feng, who was laughing and chatting below, was stunned as he looked up. His expression changed. It's him? Sajin Fire Dragon, one of the pinnacle races of humanity, the Flame Mother race. He was one of the 5 great warriors of the universe level in the absolute beginning region. He trained in the extremely expensive and absolute black hole evolution comparable to the time-space scribbles. 1,500 years ago he had passed the 7th level. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 553, Black Hole Evolution. Chapter 553, Black Hole Evolution. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. As he had checked on the 30 seniors much earlier, he was very clear about their skills, since he had information about them, especially on the 5 great warriors. The top 5 of the universe level, Aninan, Luo Fu, Yufeng, Gu and Sajin Fire Dragon. The strongest and hardest to deal with was without doubt Luo Fu, and most shocking would be the chemist Yufeng. These two were the most terrifying of the 5. Even Luo Feng knew within that at this point he was far from being their match. Luo Fu, courageous and intrepid. Yufeng walked the path of the chemist, which was a rare oddity. However, once he succeeded, he would be extremely terrifying. Even Luo Fu would lose to him. The other 3, Aninan, Sajin Fire Dragon and Gu were closer in strength. Gu, even though he was the latest to pass the 7th level, his battle ability was terrifying. Sajin Fire Dragon? Luo Feng looked up at the man with the dragon tail, frowning. Must I actually fight him now? The original plan was that, after passing the 7th level, he would go take on missions and train well during the 6 years. Settling Moe Lin and Ashur was just a convenience earlier. He had never thought of them as threats. However, it was completely different with Fire Dragon. In the arena, Fire Dragon waved his tail, slapping the sides of the arena stones, and staring down angrily. Luo Feng, get up. Do you not dare come up? Get up. Luo Feng, if you have the guts, go up. The universe-level seniors all shouted together. Moe Lin is weaker than you, so you dare to bully him. Meeting Sajin, you are so terrified you don't dare to get up? The spectators below were mostly made of sector lords. In reality, they were all in dangerous secret areas exploring, going through life of death training. Training over and over, their mental states were extremely nervous. Occasionally watching the younger universe levels spar was interesting. What's more, it was the geniuses among the geniuses fighting. Sajin versus Luo Feng? Interesting. If they really fight, who do you think would win? 3 sector lords in black armor discussed. That Sajin Fire Dragon, he trains the most pinnacle manual, the Black Hole Evolution. Even though with his points he could only exchange for the first few manuals. However, just those are enough for him to unleash his full strength. Beating Luo Feng shouldn't be a problem. I'm favoring Sajin too. Ha, everyone is thinking the same thing. I'm favoring Sajin too. When I saw him battle Luo Fu before, this Sajin was indeed of the battle race Flame Mother. His strength was incredible. Unless Luo Feng can make his blade world reach the omnipresent level, he can't win. The sector lords of the absolute beginning region were all sector lord level 9 pinnacles. Sector lords capable of entering the last phase region were all usually recognized by the laws. And the absolute beginning sector lords, any one of them was an absolute being in the universe, stronger than Black Dragon Mountain's Zheng Tianchen by many times. Just how critical were their judgment on this battle? They clearly saw both Luo Feng and Sajin's strengths. The sector lords and domain lords watched with anticipation. The distant seniors too were challenging. In the arena, Sajin's eyes were gleaming, looking down on Luo Feng. Will you go or not? Wuka looked at Luo Feng. Even you don't have any guarantee, from what I see. That Sajin seems to want to teach you a good lesson. You cannot let it happen. The green-haired youth Jiang Mo said softly, and Sajin had passed the 7th level more than 1,000 years ago. Even if you back out now, it wouldn't be a disgrace. Will you go or not? Rong Jun asked softly too. Around him, Aopatela, the gentle and beautiful Qian Shui and Aichen, the handsome Lancelot, all looked at Luo Feng. The 8 of them were of the same faction, the newbie faction. Their honor and shame were as one. I was originally waiting for the qualification battles to show my trump card. Looks like I have to use it now instead. Luo Feng looked at the man with the dragon tail, and at the surrounding newbies around him looking at him with hope. He made a decision. For everybody, this battle, he had to win. Rumble. Luo Feng became a beam of light like a shooting star and landed in the distant arena. Ha ha. Good. Luo Feng, you've got guts. Nice. Work hard, I favor you. The group of sector lords and domain lords all shouted loudly, hoping for the battle to be exciting. In their hearts they regarded him as the same level as them, because they could easily see that his improvement speed would eventually make him have a very high possibility of entering the primal region eventually. In the arena, Luo Feng and Sa Jin were a few km apart, staring at each other. They could see each other clearly, even the perspiration beads on each other's face could be seen. You've got guts. Sa Jin's voice was strong and firm. Cut the chatter and make your move. Luo Feng said. When the distant Sa Jin heard this, he immediately smiled. You sure are an arrogant punk. However, I'll wake you up. Shwa! The dark cloud shuttle appeared below Luo Feng's feet. Simultaneously the dark golden long rod on his back shot out 10 million gold lights. The little golden blade shot in all directions, the engravings weaved through tens of millions of golden threads. The countless threads connected with the land and skies, immediately forming a 100 kilometers area. The space was vast, countless blade energy revolved. Blade world. Ha, interesting, somewhat interesting. Sa Jin stood in the arena. He raised his head and laughed, simultaneously red flames shot out from around him. The burning flames engulfed his body, at the same time, it clashed and blocked the blade energy. He was like a flame god. What a powerful fire domain. It's incomparably condensed and able to block my blade world's pressure. Luo Feng thought, and the dark cloud shuttle floated in mid-air, simultaneously swiftly forming an incomparably condensed gold blade energy. A translucent dark gold blade was formed. Go! Luo Feng pointed ahead. Xiao! The dark gold blade energy immediately pierced forward. Kaka! Sa Jin was wearing black armor all over. At this time, huge gloves appeared on his hands. It was made of a completely black metal. The joints of the finger regions were sharp like knives. Rumble! Sa Jin, against the lightning-fast dark gold blade energy, punched heavily forward, his fists were like arrows. His bare arms and thick neck muscles shook slightly, as obviously he had poured all his power into that one punch. A simple punch, however, the power was explosive. If he went to the undying altar, Sa Jin could at least reach 90 times his explosive force. Pang! The dark gold blade energy dispersed and Sa Jin took a heavy step back. His heavy boots stomping on the arena caused countless amounts of rubble to fly. This scene made Luo Feng's expression change. He blocked it like that? He's actually able to make me step back. Sa Jin looked at Luo Feng and forced a smile. The Nanshan armament is indeed one of the 9 godly weapons. Rumble! Sa Jin strided and he rushed right before Luo Feng. Luo Feng retreated quickly. So fast. Under the blade world's pressure, his instantaneous speed is still so fast. Luo Feng stood on the dark cloud shuttle and immediately dodged. Rumble! Immediately over 10,000 images appeared in the space around him. These countless images flashed. 10,000 thread movement, the 4th level, 10,000 thread movement. After comprehending the 36th wonder and through the 3rd manual of time-space scribbles along with the rainstorm picture, after half a year, Luo Feng was able to unleash the 10,000 thread movement. Especially with the blade world and its assistance, it was even easier. Usually when he unleashed 10,000 images, it was purely for speed. However, the 10,000 thread movement was able to effectively make the 10,000 images combine and work together, making him like a ghost, who was hard to guard against. 10,000 thread movement? I hate these kind of techniques that's only for fleeing. Sa Jin's eyes seemed to be burning. A controller would naturally not fight close combat with a fighter. Over 10,000 Luo Fengs were laughing simultaneously, also the gold threads once again condensed and shot forward. Xiao! The golden blade energy was just like a playing child, over and over circling Sa Jin, and not going straight up against him. Bastard! Sa Jin raged. He loosened his grip on the gloves and struggled as he once again gripped tight. Rumble! 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 7 images, 7 Sa Jins, and every one of them were using some fist technique. From the left to right, every one of their gloves glowed brighter and brighter, especially the 7th image. The dark red light was at least 30 centimeters thick, making the fist look like a huge hammer. Rumble! Sa Jin punched a fist into mid-air. The land and skies shook with a rumble, and half of the blade world collapsed. Only the region around Luo Feng was maintained. Luo Feng's expression changed. This is the 9 fists? The black hole evolution was comparable to time-space scribbles. They were considered same-level manuals. As long as one reached a high level in these two, they could become universe country leaders. Luo Feng had heard that when the black hole evolution was trained to its peak, whether it was a fist, blade or sword, every thought could produce a black hole. Black hole, this was an extremely terrifying celestial body. It wasn't a true hole, but a celestial body formed from countless collapses and condensation into one body. In terms of density, the white dwarf star was very high, but the Zhengzi star was more terrifying. However, nothing was able to compare to a black hole. The black hole was an extremely small but condensed entity. Its density was even more terrifying than 10 planets, its strength and gravity was absurd. Gravity, tearing through space. Accurately speaking, the black hole was between the primal universe and the messy flow of space feeling. Because of its high density, mass and gravity, even the space flow couldn't affect it. Hence, it was like a boulder rooted and unmoving. It swallowed all light, ships, stars and planets into itself. Even great undyings, if they were to be sucked in, they would also die. The 9 fists was one of the final moves in the black hole evolution manual, and its reputation was well known. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 554, Gamble. Chapter 554, Gamble. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. At this time, there were 2 silhouettes walking in space above the clouds, where the absolute beginning region was in Yuxiang Mountain. Yuxiang Mountain was where the core geniuses of the Virtual Universe Company gathered. Thunder Island was where the undyings of the Virtual Universe Company and the Absolute Warriors gathered. Meaning that Yuxiang Mountain and Thunder Island, the space in which they were located, was in truth the headquarters. The number of warriors gathered was even more than in reality. Under normal circumstances, Luo Feng and the rest had no way to fly that high. They were unable to fly out of Yuxiang Mountain to Thunder Island. They couldn't fly too far away from Yuxiang Mountain either, just like an invisible barrier that covered the entire area. Same theory. Thunder Island, which was the gathering place for countless undyings and stronger beings, had a formless barrier too. Those beings couldn't fly too far from Thunder Island. Hence, to be able to leave Yuxiang Mountain and Thunder Island and fly within this space above, these were definitely the true upper echelons and powerful beings. There were 2 people walking slowly in the space. One of them was almost 8 m tall, and was dressed in silver armor, bearing his arms and neck. As for his face, it was dark red in color, and there was a rhombus crystal embedded between his eyes. He too had a thick strong tail, and his deep eyes look almost like stars burning. From one look, one could tell that this being was a mother flame race person. And the other was only 2 m tall, skinny and dressed in a peculiar black armor, and on it were countless silver engravings. In the middle of his forehead he had a third eye, a vertical eye. That eye seemed to be a place where a golden blade was gathered at, giving off the feeling as though his gaze was like knives shooting out. Ha ha ha! Mother Flame, look below. One of the 2 punks below is your descendant. The three-eyed man gazed below. Through 10,000 kilometers of space, he clearly saw the two, who were preparing to battle. Mother Flame. The ancient Mother Flame race, only one person was worthy of the name Mother Flame, that was the first Mother Flame race person born within the vast universe. He was the first, after mating with other races, through countless years, the race was established. He was the only ancestor head of the clan for over 1 trillion years, and was also the Flame Crystal Universe country leader. He's called Sa-Jin. He is a genius from the Fire Dragon side. Mother Flame gazed below and smiled. Mother Flame, who do you think will win below? The three-eyed man laughed lightly. Of course Sa-Jin. Mother Flame laughed confidently. He then looked at the three-eyed man beside and said, Why, Manya, you don't agree? The three-eyed man smiled. I bet that his opponent wins. If I win, you have to give me that dagger of yours, how about it? Dream on. Mother Flame stared. Fine, not your dagger then. But if I win, you'll have to give me that golden horn world stone instead. How about that? The three-eyed man said. Mother Flame glanced and smiled. That's fine. But, if I win instead, you'll have to give me the purple thunder glass. Okay. The three-eyed man replied. Ha, then get ready to give that exquisite glass to me. Mother Flame said. You get ready to give me that stone too. A golden horned beast can only gather enough to make one such stone in its life. With that, my disciple's weapon's main material would be acquired. The three-eyed man smiled. The two of them smiled, while gazing below. The purple thunder glass and the golden horn world stone, those were mysterious items formed in the universe. The golden horn world stone, only the pinnacle of the 12 space beasts, the golden horned beast could produce it. And it could only produce one in its entire life. As the numbers of the beast were extremely low in the universe, this stone was extremely rare and valuable. As for the purple thunder glass, in the universe, only the Bug Clan region's terrifying Thunder Shrine produced it. This Thunder Shrine, countless years ago, had a peculiar clan that lived in it. Even that clan had yet to fully explore the secret region. Later on, that clan was destroyed by the automaton race, The Thunder Shrine then became a strongly reputed secret region, causing trillions of races in the vast universe to head over and explore it. The undyings of the humans too went over. The Thunder Glass was a more important and valuable material. 10,000 thread movement. The three-eyed man nodded and smiled. 9 fists. He's bound to win. Mother Flame smiled too. The two of them continued to gaze below. Yuxiang Mountain absolute beginning region, in that arena, Luo Feng and Sa-Jin's fight had already reached the craziest level. Rumble. Sa-Jin's one punch immediately caused the surround space to crumble. His eyes were staring straight at Luo Feng. Punk, you are bound to lose. So. Sa-Jin's speed exploded and his movement became peculiar and hard to predict. It was almost as though in an instant there were 2 Sa-Jins rushing over, and yet it also felt like there was only one. His 9 fists already warps the space itself, and his silhouette and image seems real to the naked eye. Luo Feng's expression changed. Stepping on the dark cloud shuttle, he unleashed the 10,000 thread movement and dodged. He simultaneously controlled the Blade World, and with only half of the world left to extend, he borrowed the Blade World's energy and locked onto his target. It's no use. Sa Jin roared and instantly reached before Luo Feng. Rumble. That 30 centimeters thick, red light huge fist was like two dark red hammers. There were flames surrounding the fists. It was fast like lightning, leaving a streak of flames and hitting Luo Feng's body. Shie. Luo Feng became a blur and dispersed. So fast. A few km away, Luo Feng stared at Sa Jin on the dark cloud shuttle. Once again a thread of condensed golden blade energy appeared before him. Go! The dark golden blade energy tore through the space forward. Luo Feng didn't control the blade energy to match force with force. But rather, he used it to attack from peculiar angles, affecting Sa Jin's speed. Roar! Sa Jin was frustrated as he was stuck. With a roar, the flames around him condensed and simultaneously a dark red light formed around his bones and skin all over. He resembled a person wearing a dark golden light armor. Simultaneously his right fist became a blur. Pang! It was extremely fast, as it knocked against the blade energy. Its speed is so much faster than before? The distant Luo Feng's expression changed. I was prepared to use this against Ku Luo Fu. However, today I'll let you try it out. Sa Jin's speed exploded and he rushed towards Luo Feng. So. His movement was fast like lightning. Luo Feng was getting fatigued just from dodging. It was risky. Black Hole Evolution's Flame Crystal 9 bodies? This Sa Jin has actually completed one of the levels? The gray-robed Ni Nan below the arena changed his expression. It'll be very hard for me to beat him. Flame Crystal 9 bodies was one of the other techniques within Black Hole Evolution. In terms of power, the 9 fists was stronger. The Flame Crystal 9 bodies, once completed, one's entire body will have an armor-like layer. Also, it wasn't only for defense, it would amplify the warrior's speed and attack as well. It was a very powerful technique. However, simply starting this was very hard. That Sa Jin was from the Mother Flame race, hence he was naturally suited for this. With high talents and a good teacher, after training hard for thousands of years, he finally had some progress. Luo Feng is in trouble now. Rong Jun's expression changed. That blockhead is moving too fast. Wuka stared wide-eyed too. The group of newbies and the universe-level seniors, including the sector lords and domain lords, were all shocked. Not just power, but level-wise, this Sa Jin could be considered among the middle and top even amongst the domain lord-level geniuses. This Luo Feng is about to lose, but no shame in this loss. He was overpowered. Luo Feng was indeed being overpowered. Sa Jin, who had unleashed the Flame Crystal 9 bodies, was a strange being after all. His fist speed could already keep up with the blade energy speed, and his body movement could catch up to Luo Feng on the Dark Cloud shuttle. After 2 attempts, during the 3rd time, his fists hit Luo Feng's 6-edged shield. Rumble! The shield was knocked away and Luo Feng fell hard on the arena ground, leaving a crater on the surface. You actually didn't die? Your usage of the shield is just as good as a strong fighter's. Sa Jin smiled, however, it's useless. Strong fighter? Shield and blade, these were what the Masha clansmen had trained in the illusionary techniques for many years. It used the blade well, naturally the shield defense was just as strong. Rumble! Sa Jin rushed over again. Luo Feng, who was on the ground, looked up fiercely, staring at Sa Jin. He roared, "Go and die!" 1. The blade whirled fiercely, rose in all directions, and a condensed gold blade energy gathered before him. Sa Jin still rushed over without a care, but suddenly, he revealed a look of shock. Rumble! A terrifying consciousness pressure descended on him, smashing against Sa Jin's consciousness. One of Luo Feng's trump cards, consciousness pressure. The golden horned beast was already domain lord level 9. This domain lord level 9 beast, just in terms of consciousness strength, was comparable to a human sector lord level 3's pressure. Back when Luo Feng was in Blood River World, the Domain Lord Pinnacle consciousness pressure was enough to cause a star-level soul to instantly crumble. With a glance, he would die. And right now, Sa-Jin had encountered a Sector Lord level 3 pressure. Even though that Sa-Jin had a good bloodline and high talents, and had many miraculous encounters, in terms of consciousness strength he was at most a Domain Lord level 1 or 2. There was one huge level gap. Even if he didn't die, he would still be thrown off balance for a while, losing all resistance. This ability was very powerful. While exploring Blood River World, Luo Feng used this often. However, when he attempted the Heavenly Bridge level 7, he never used it at all. Because, the Heavenly Bridge was a test of one's comprehension of the laws. Using the consciousness pressure would be akin to somewhat cheating, and Luo Feng was afraid the virtual universe system would immediately be on alert. Hence, he never used it before in the Heavenly Bridge. However, during a 1v1, he could still use it. Rumble. Sa-Jin instantly spaced out, and his eyes were lifeless. Shie. The dark golden blade energy shot through his eyes and pierced his head. As it pierced through, his eyes seemed to gleam a little, as though he had regained consciousness. However, it was too late. Rumble. Sa-Jin fell on the floor, smashing into the arena. Return. Luo Feng stood up. The countless little golden blades in the sky around all flew back into the dark golden long rod. Victory. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 555, Arrival. Chapter 555, Arrival. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. High above the misty Yusiang Mountain, there stood two men gazing down with different expressions. Ha, Mother Flame, thanks for you Golden Horn World Stone. My disciple's weapon finally has its material. The three-eyed man smiled, simultaneously glancing over, checking his expression. That punk actually won? Mother Flame gazed below and frowned. What strong consciousness pressure. Don't change the subject. The three-eyed man smiled. Are you trying to get away with it? Relax, I'll definitely give you the stone. Mother Flame felt his loss. This wasn't a commonly seen metal in the universe, like the hybrid copper essence. Even though it was an extremely expensive metal, however, with the Yun Mo master Hu Yenbo's ability he could still acquire a large enough amount to build a ship. And the golden horned world stone? One golden horned beast could only produce one. If a beast died prematurely, then it wouldn't even have had a chance to produce the stone. Even with all the stones in the universe added together, a ship couldn't be built. Compared to the hybrid copper essence, it was like diamond versus soil. I can't understand why that punk's consciousness pressure is so strong. Mother Flame said. He was born with great brain size, or some miraculous encounters, causing his soul to evolve. The three-eyed man smiled. Anyway, in the vast universe, there are a lot of mysteries. There's still much even we don't know. Encountering something that evolves one's soul and consciousness strength. Even though it's rare, there's still such things. Mother Flame shook his head, staring at the three-eyed man. You've earned quite a bit. Ha, don't blame me. Blame that little genius from your clan. His willpower is very average. If he was strong enough, he would have been able to remain conscious. The three-eyed man smiled. Mother Flame was shocked, nodding. His willpower is average. The consciousness was the countless soldiers, whereas willpower was considered the general. When Luo Feng attempted Fantasy Ocean, knocking through each island, he would feel the consciousness pressure. At the 9th island, even many Sector Lord Pinnacles couldn't pass it. The 9th island's consciousness pressure was stronger than even a Sector Lord Pinnacle. In between the Sector Lord Pinnacle and Undying. And when Luo Feng attempted it before, his consciousness was only at the Domain Lord Pinnacle level. A whole level gap. He forcefully dealt with it, keeping his calm and passing it. And when he reached the 10th island, as that was a pressure on the level of an undying, it completely crumbled his consciousness. Hence, he had failed at this level. A sector lord to undying was a huge evolution of the soul, hence the pressure increase from universe level to domain lord in sector lord wasn't as terrifying. Sector lord to undying. There was an absolute increase in consciousness pressure. Hence, at the 10th island, Luo Feng's consciousness was simply destroyed. Luo Feng's willpower was already very terrifying, and his consciousness was incomparably sturdy, like a crystal. It could withstand anything. When it comes to retaining consciousness, unless it was simply too much of a difference, it would just break. Either the consciousness would prevail strong, or it would just break. There were only two outcomes. And those without strong willpower, simply getting shouted at would stun them. Stun. This was a state where they were semi-conscious and blanked out. That Sa Jin, under Luo Feng's consciousness pressure attack, was stunned for an instant. If his willpower was as solid as Luo Feng's, he would have at most felt a little dizzy, but still would have been able to maintain his consciousness. Absolute beginning region, the area below the arena was silent. Close to 300 people had already gathered there. This was about 1/4 of the members in the entire region. How can that be? He lost? Sa Jin unleashed the 9 fists and flame crystal 9 bodies. Yet, he still lost? What happened at that last moment? That Luo Feng, did he use some spirit attack? The group of sector lords were shocked, as most of them had thought that Sa Jin would win. However, the final outcome was quite a surprise. Even with their abilities, they weren't able to see what actually happened. Lost? We've lost? Sa Jin, he lost. The seniors of the universe level were all completely stunned. They looked dejected at the black-haired youth. They too were geniuses in the absolute beginning region. They too were picked from the genius battles, picked from a battle of the strong, and the final group nurtured from the 1008 universe countries. Who wasn't a genius? And these were geniuses that had been training for very long. And yet today, against a group of newbies that had just joined the virtual universe company who had yet to participate in their first qualification battle, they lost. Enai Nan. Moe Lin and Asher, who were defeated earlier, stood beside the gray-armored Enai Nan. What happened? How could we lose? Enai Nan stared at Luo Feng in the arena. Sa Jin, that punk, even I have no guarantee against him. I can only hope to risk it all in battle. However, in that final moment, he was still defeated. Just what happened? Enai Nan was worried within. Because Luo Feng would be his obstacle in the qualification battle. Sa Jin's final defeat, I might meet the same end. Enai Nan frowned and was pondering hard. At that final moment, what happened? Luo Feng carried his dark golden long rod and headed down from the arena. Ha, Luo Feng, beautiful. Wuka jumped and cheered loudly. Impressive. Rongjun smiled and waved his fists. Luo Feng, your final roar, go and die, was very thrilling. The handsome Lancelot laughed and shouted too. Jiang Yamo and Xian Shui and his sister shouted excitedly as well. The gentle and calm Ai Chen was all smiles too, and Ao Patela laughed stupidly there. Luo Feng smiled and walked to the side of the arena, and jumped down. Luo Feng! A roar could be heard from behind. Luo Feng turned. In the distance, a silhouette descended from the arena. It was Sa Jin. The tall and sturdy Mother Flame race was filled with shame and rage. The moment his consciousness returned to reality, he immediately jumped back into the virtual universe and flew over from his villa. What happened before? Sa Jin stared at Luo Feng. He didn't understand. For someone who was at the same universe level 9, how could the consciousness pressure difference be that huge? Don't ask me, I can only say your willpower is too weak. Luo Feng looked at Sajin and communicated mentally, go and train your willpower well. Sturdy willpower. Even if one's consciousness was pressured, as long as the difference wasn't too huge, one could still maintain consciousness. You? Sajin pointed at Luo Feng, speechless. I hope the next time I see you, you'll be stronger. Otherwise, the slot of the primal region doesn't have your place. Luo Feng finished and jumped down. He landed beside Wuka and Rong Jun and the rest of them, laughing as he said, let's go back. Wuka, don't fight with me. I'm treating today. The genius Jiang Mo from the AO Gusi planet shouted. This batch of newbies, in terms of wealth. Wuka, Jiang Mo, and Shen Shui were all pretty wealthy. As for Luo Feng and Rong Jun and the rest, they were far worse. After all, their families were not extremely wealthy. I don't care who's treating. Luo Feng smiled. As long as there's something to eat. Rong Jun smiled. Viciously take his money. Wuka shouted. The group of newbies laughed and left. Over 200 sector lords and domain lords were still discussing below the arena. Even though they were shocked, they slowly returned to their groups and left. Obviously, this battle had made them all strongly remember the name Luo Feng. Below the arena, only the universe-level seniors still lingered. Sajin, how could you lose? What happened? Many people close to Sajin walked over. Sajin? Nan walked over too. Sajin snorted, gazing at the group and staring at Nan, you have to be careful too. Otherwise, you'll lose to him too at this qualification battle. After which, Sajin turned and left. That punk. The silver-armored youth Nan stared at the huge back of Sajin, his gaze gloomy. He actually didn't share anything. Sajin rushed into the sky, smiling coldly, Nan, do you think I am that stupid? Telling you that Luo Feng's move? Wouldn't I be helping you prepare then? If you all lose, I'll have more hopes of entering the primal region. It's good I lost this match, at least I'll be prepared for the qualification battle, but... looks like I have to frequently visit Fantasy Ocean to train my willpower. With weak willpower, I won't be able to withstand that consciousness pressure. Sajin decided. This battle quickly grew widespread. Even the undisputed king of the absolute beginning universe level Luo Fu and the terrifying chemist Yu Feng heard of it. After which many seniors continued to challenge Luo Feng, however he didn't even respond. Because he had begun to his training mission. According to the plan, after passing the 7th level he was to begin his training. Absolute beginning region, Dragon Tower planet. This was an ancient and enormous planet. A disguised automaton ship entered the atmosphere of the planet, after which a silhouette kept the ship and flew 100 kilometers, landing in the vast forests below. This was none other than Luo Feng. His upper half was covered in the dark red armor, an armor made by the cloud contact vine. Above it was another layer of alluring colors. His arms were covered in 2 alluring colored guards. His legs too had the same armor, formed from alloys. Its flexibility and defense were both very high. His arm guards were embedded with a screen within, and on it, large amounts of words were displayed. It was information pertaining to his surroundings. He carried the dark golden long rod on his back. It was really uncomfortable in Blood River world not being able to use many weapons and technology. In this Dragon Tower world, however, I can use anything. Luo Feng glanced around. However, the danger level here is very high too. Universe level soldier Luo Feng had arrived in Dragon Tower planet. He thus began his training mission journey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 556, Intrepid Luo Feng. Chapter 556, Intrepid Luo Feng. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. Dragon Tower Planet, an ancient planet produced in the absolute beginning region. If it were in a regular star field, these sort of enormous planet wouldn't even exist. However, with the secret region's incomparably thick universe energies production, a separate path is opened in the universe secret region, with many special celestial bodies in life. Gravity, 10,812 times that of Earth. The air, 98% nitrogen. The fully armored Luo Feng walked within the vast forest, the screen on his left arm showing him specific details. He gazed about, while his ears started moving. There's something there. Schwa. His boots gently stepped on the rotted branches and leaves below. In an instant he vanished to 100 kilometers away. He squatted on an ancient tree's branch that was at least 30 m thick. A mix of green and yellow color could be seen around the bent neck of the tree. He gazed at the enormous thing that was 10 kilometers away. With his vision, this huge dragon 10 kilometers away was clearly seen by him. Even the scales were clearly visible. At 200 m tall, its body length was at least 600 m. With a 100 m short tail, its entire body seemed to be covered in purple stone-like scales. Its head was huge, especially its blood-colored mouth, which seemed to be extremely hideous. A single gulp would be able to finish off an entire river. Its 4 hooves were strong. Hence, its ability to run was unbelievable. It was the leader within the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. This T-Rex type, rock dragon, it had high offensive abilities. The black blur of dragons with wings 100 m wide, which were flying above, were roaring. So, the rock dragon rushed forward fiercely, leaving a trail of images in the distance. As it ran, it suddenly opened its mouth and a blood-colored light flashed, hitting one of the winged dragons and causing them to scatter as they roared. And the dragon which was hit by the light madly struggled. However, it was dragged into its mouth following that blood-colored light. Ka-cha-ka-cha, that 100 m long dragon was eaten cleanly. On. The rock dragon roared happily after finishing. In the distant forest, Luo Feng stood on the branch and looked at his arm wristband, and on it the data was clearly shown. Rock Dragon, Mature, Universe Level 9 Pinnacle. One of the targets. Schwa. The screen changed to complex pictures. On it were many different types of dragons. Without a doubt, all of the targets were all Universe Level 9 Pinnacle. The mission on Dragon Tower Planet was dragon hunting. The mission was to kill all of these targets and acquire a certain material from each of them to present. After killing all of them, when one returned, they would be awarded 10,000 points. The mission seemed simple enough. To kill one, it was indeed easy. However, there were still hidden dangers within. There weren't simply these weak dragons alone on Dragon Tower Planet. To Luo Feng, this level of warriors, Universe Level 9s were indeed weak. There were many other domain lords and even Sector Lord level dragon races. The moment a Sector Lord Pinnacle dragon race was disturbed, even the automaton ship Star Annihilator cannon could fire one shot after storing for a while. And within the planet were countless dragons. If he was surrounded, even if he was sitting in the ship, he wouldn't be able to escape. Rock dragon? Luo Feng nodded, the first one. So, he became a blur and vanished. 10 kilometers away, the rock dragon that had just eaten fully within the forest was roaring and gazing about proudly. It had the right to be proud. Because, during the growth period of the dragons, almost 90% of them are eaten or killed during the infancy period. Very few actually manage to live through and reach maturity. On Dragon Tower Planet, the matured dragons, the weakest, were at least universe level. Any one of them could control a territory. Of course, the territories differed in sizes. Go! Luo Feng appeared in mid-air and the gold light around him formed a 3 m long dark golden long blade. Nanshan Armaments 5th Level, Space Slicer. Xiao. On. That huge head of the rock dragon slightly turned and saw the little dot in midair staring at it. It just let out a dissatisfied roar when a gold light shot over. It wanted to turn and dodge, but felt the formless space pressure entangling it. It became slightly slower. Chi. The gold light shot through the head of the dragon, chi. It madly slashed about. After which, the gold light flew out of the head and returned to Luo Feng. Those huge eyes of the rock dragon stared wide-eyed at the little dot. It didn't seem to know just what terrifying lifeform that dot was, after which, its consciousness was destroyed. Rumble. The huge body of the rock dragon crashed onto the ground, causing the ground to shake quite a bit. South. Luo Feng landed on the body, and his boots stepped on the purple stone scales. He looked around and felt like he was on a mountain. Collecting the scales on its chest. Luo Feng flashed and appeared on the chest of the dragon. Using his spirit energy, he took one of its scales and kept it within his space ring. Shwa! He instantly landed in the distant wilderness. Through the grass, he looked about, on to the next. The vast Dragon Tower planet, anything under Sector Lord level would die without a doubt under Luo Feng's hands. Not discussing the colorful boots and pant armors he wore, even though those were all cheap alloy materials, they were still E9 grade. Luo Feng's strongest armor was still the Cloud Contact armor within, and right now it had already reached Domain Lord level 9, the 80 years in Blood River world was enough. By simply relying on it alone, he would be able to wipe out all those under Sector Lord level. To Luo Feng, the biggest problem was how to let it break through to Sector Lord level, using points? He couldn't bear to use money, as he didn't have enough. I can only wait. When I've done all the missions I can do, and make it into the primal region, I'll let the human body rise to Domain Lord level. That way, I can acquire the biggest part of my teacher's inheritance. Dragon Tower Planet Mission, Dangerous Level. He finished it in 39 days, acquiring 10,000 points. Space Cliff Mission, Dangerous Level. He used 21 days to complete it and was awarded 15,000 points. Luo Feng began his journey of completing missions. According to the rules of the Virtual Universe Company, only universe-level geniuses could take on these missions. The Domain Lords were sent outside to territories and the Sector Lords had to go through life or death training. And the universe-level geniuses could at most take 10 missions every 100 years. To prevent them from continuously taking on missions, everyone's total number was limited. For a universe-level genius, completing an impossible-level mission had restrictions. A Primal Region member can at most take on 3. Absolute Beginning members can only take 2. The Sky and Land and Last Phase members can only take 1. This was in consideration of their safety. If one's power wasn't enough, wouldn't it be suicide to take on the impossible level missions? There was also the distribution of resources. The impossible level missions were incomparably dangerous. The points awarded, however, were extremely absurd. The Primal Region members could only do 3, which was the highest of the lot. The dangerous level missions, the Primal Region members could do up to 15. The Absolute Beginning members could do 10. The Sky and Land members could do 6. The Last Phase members could do 3. The difficult level missions. According to the points, Luo Feng had never once considered the safe, normal and difficult level missions. The points awarded were too pitiful. The impossible level missions, lowest amount of points was 100,000. There were even some with 10 times the points, leading up to 1 million. The dangerous level missions, normally they gave 10,000, 20,000, and at most 100,000 points. The difficult level were all about 1 to 2,000 points. The normal level were about 1 to 200 points. Safe level was not worth even mentioning. 6 months later. Brother, you are awesome, simply too awesome. Damn, it's only been that long and you've completed 4 dangerous level missions? Wooka looked like he had seen a ghost as he stared at Luo Feng. Rongjun, who was beside him, stared at him too. Luo Feng sat and lifted his wineglass and said while laughing, "Don't be so shocked. Weren't you the one who asked me, and would I lie to my brothers? However, after I told you all, look at your expressions. Including your Blood River World mission, you've already completed 5 dangerous level missions, right?" Wooka pondered. From what I know, the dangerous level missions are set in many secret regions, of which there are only 5 in the absolute beginning region. Completing so many in such a short time, if you had to go to other star regions, just the travel time alone wouldn't be sufficient. Wooka stared at Luo Feng. "You've done all the dangerous level missions in the absolute beginning region? Smart." Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Vicious. Wooka nodded. "To save time, you don't even choose the missions seriously. Anyway, only 3 of the dangerous level missions give the highest points." Luo Feng smiled indifferently. "And absolute beginning members can at most do 10 of the dangerous level missions. I still have credit." "Ah?" Luo Feng looked down at the fist-sized babata on his shoulder, standing up. "Wooka, Rongjun, my teacher is looking for me. I'll leave first." "Teacher? Go on." The two of them didn't stop him. Luo Feng became a beam of light and left Wooka's villa, heading back to his own. Within the training grounds of his villa, the tall and sturdy Truyen Emperor rubbed his golden fur on his face. His expression was that of a shock, as he looked at his disciple. Truyen was an ancient being of over 1 trillion years. However, of his many disciples, only 3 to 5 of them could truly make him proud, and Luo Feng was one of them. "You are very talented. Your improvement is getting more and more shocking. You have the right to be proud and confident." He rubbed the fur on his face, frowning as he looked at Luo Feng. "You've already done 5 consecutive dangerous level missions. However, there is still impossible level. This is the impossible level. Why is it called impossible? The death rate is about 90%. Whoever's gone in has been very confident. However, the death rate still reaches 90%. You, look at yourself, you haven't even taken part in your first qualification battle and you are attempting an impossible mission. Speak, I don't know whether to call you rash and crazy or confident." Truyen looked at his beloved disciple before him. He couldn't help but advise him. "Teacher, I've made my decision and I'm very confident," Luo Feng said. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 11, Chapter 557, Impossible Mission. Chapter 557, Impossible Mission. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Luo Feng was very humble in front of his teacher. His answer, however, was filled with immovable determination. Truyen Emperor looked at his respectful disciple before him and shook his head, before smiling. "Luo Feng, your decision is pretty reckless. However, even before me, you seem decided and immovable. That's good. To become a strong warrior, one has to constantly reflect and discover his own faults to improve. And if one thinks his own decision is correct, he has to believe in it and press on. Since you've made up your mind, I won't try and dissuade you. Just one thing, come back alive." Truyen looked at this disciple in his prime. In his trillion-year lifespan, he had seen many disciples die. "Teacher, I will definitely come back alive." Luo Feng bowed respectfully. "Go on." Truyen nodded and waved. Luo Feng bowed and left the training grounds. Truyen watched as he left, and his eyes were filled with a sense of complexity, after which he disappeared. Walking out of the training grounds, the staff and guards in the villa all bowed as they saw Luo Feng. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" The group was incredibly respectful. Luo Feng, however, frowned and pondered. Teacher was right, those that dared attempt the impossible missions were all extremely confident too. Yet, their death rate was still as high as 90%. I have the Masha clansman and golden horned beast, my survival ability should be 10 times of theirs, however I can't be careless. Just in the 4 dangerous level missions in the half a year, there were 2 occasions, during which he was actually met with danger. He instantly switched to the Masha clansman and relied on the domain lord level 9 Masha and its unbelievable speed to get away. If he could meet with trouble in even the dangerous level. During this impossible level mission, naturally he couldn't be careless at all. Luo Feng entered his study and sat before his desk and opened the laptop, opening the pages. Safe level, normal, difficult, dangerous, impossible. Impossible. Luo Feng didn't even hesitate, pressing it. D, 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 D. A piercing sound resounded from the screen. Luo Feng, this is a heavy reminder, this is the impossible level mission. Many of our members from the absolute beginning and primal region have in the past lost their lives. We advise you that after passing the qualification rounds, to go and try the impossible mission. The electronic voice resounded within the study. If you wish to drop out, please cancel your choice. If you wish to proceed, please confirm. The moment you confirm, you cannot back out. You'll have to undergo the impossible mission. Luo Feng smiled, pressing confirm. D. The page refreshed itself and a new page appeared, a page that displayed only to those that begun the impossible mission. There was a line right above the page. Impossible mission, death rate 90%, surviving the impossible mission requires strength and luck. You can at most pick 2 impossible missions, please pick wisely. Here is the list of impossible missions. 1. Purgatory Abyss, Virtual Universe Company Primal Region. 2. Cloud Palace, Huge Axe Dojo Beginning God Region. 8. Demon Mountain, Virtual Universe Company Absolute Beginning Region. 12. Death Star, Universe Mercenary Alliance Honor Region. 18. Blood Demon Continent, Universe First Bank Dripping Blood Region. Luo Feng looked at the list and frowned. There are a total of 186 dangerous level missions, however, this impossible level list only has 18, pathetic. There were 18 impossible level missions. Among which, 4 of them were in the Virtual Universe Company regions. The other 14 were in the Huge Axe Dojo, Universe Mercenary Alliance, Universe Galaxy Bank and Universe First Bank regions. Just from these names, Luo Feng could feel the danger from each of them, why they were named impossible and that these weren't set just to scare people. I'll seriously look through them first, just what places are these impossible regions? Luo Feng opened and flipped through. The detailed introductions and requests of each mission were shown. The different points awarded. The lowest Death Star mission, however, this mission had a total of 3 options within it, and every one of them awarded 100,000 points. Added together, it was quite a bit. The highest Purgatory Abyss mission only had 1, and the points awarded was 1 million. After reading through each and every one of their detailed information, it took a total of half an hour. Inhale. Luo Feng inhaled a breath of cold air. Staring at the screen, he said softly, vicious indeed, it wasn't wrong when it said earlier. To survive these missions, strength is a given, but you still need luck. Even if my luck goes south and I end up in a nightmare situation, with everything revealed, I may not survive. 18 missions, all of them were extremely abnormal. As long as my luck isn't too bad, I still have some guarantee. Which do I pick? Luo Feng wasn't even afraid or worried. In truth, there wasn't any 100% safe or guaranteed things in the universe. Even for the normal people of Earth, a flower vase might just drop on someone walking and minding their own business. Even if one followed all the rules, those drunk drivers might simply crash into you. Even for such a powerful warrior like Luo Feng, if he had bad luck, he might encounter an absolute being going through some tragic problems, venting it out and killing all the punks around. Or there may be a bug clan or automaton group attack, through universe travel, entering the secret regions and killing everybody. All in all, There wasn't any 100% safe thing, or 100% guarantee to passing any mission. Demon Mountain is the only one in the absolute beginning region. From the description, it seems more suited for me, and it's close as well. I'll pick this. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed and he gently tapped. D. Please confirm your selection of Demon Mountain mission. Selection success. Please fill in the departure time. The Virtual Universe Company will arrange for people to send you there. Luo Feng took a deep breath and nodded. Demon Mountain was a mysterious ancient place in the absolute beginning region. It floated in space. Surrounding the Demon Mountain, there were a total of 9 ancient planets. On these planets were many surviving aboriginals. Countless of them would leave their own planet to explore Demon Mountain, because only through surviving Demon Mountain would they be accepted into the Virtual Universe Company and becoming a member of the Virtual Universe Company. Yes. Different from Blood River World, Demon Mountain and its surrounding 9 ancient planets were being controlled from the shadows by the Virtual Universe Company. Of course, in terms of mystery level, that Demon Mountain was even more mysterious. Demon Mountain Mission 1. Survive in Demon Mountain for 3 months, points 100,000. 2. Survive in Demon Mountain for 3 years, points 300,000. Just these 2 simple missions needed to be completed. Simply survival. However, from further reading, Luo Feng realized that simply surviving was a very hard thing to do. 2 days later, a universe ship landed on Luo Feng's star fragment territory. Your Majesty Luo Feng. 3 black uniformed men walked down from the ship, bowing respectfully. Let's go. The bright-colored armored Luo Feng with the inner layer of cloud contact vine armor nodded and said, yes. The 3 uniformed men bowed respectfully, and followed Luo Feng through a cabin door. After which, it shut and slowly rose up. Respectfully sending off Your Majesty. The Sector Lord Ao Duo and the group of guards bowed behind. So, the universe ship vanished into the distant space. Universe travel complete, traveling within the dark universe. Your Majesty Luo Feng, it'll take about 6 hours to reach Demon Mountain. The leading black uniformed man smiled. He had silver threads on the sleeve of his arm. Luo Feng nodded. Right, you are the dedicated team for sending people to Demon Mountain? Luo Feng suddenly asked. The black uniformed man smiled and bowed. Yes, all of the universe-level members in the absolute beginning region, as long as they are heading towards Demon Mountain, I'm the one who would send them off. What's the death rate like? Luo Feng asked. No idea. The black uniformed man smiled. Even though I receive them, when the survivors return, it's members from the Virtual Universe Company specially stationed at Demon Mountain that send them back. Hence, I don't know how many actually end up dying. However, from my colleague, I heard it's pretty high. Ah. Luo Feng nodded. However, I can tell Your Majesty, including yourself, there's been a total of 3 people who've headed there. The black uniformed man said. 3? Luo Feng frowned. One of them is a Primal Region member, one is a Last Phase member and the third is yourself. However, they are all already within Demon Mountain. The man smiled, the one in charge of receiving them after is my colleague. Luo Feng nodded. Universe-level Primal member? 3 seniors in Bolin and Long Yun, that's a total of 5 of them. He might face them in the qualification battle, hence he had checked on these 5's details. Who could it be, Bolin? Or Long Yun, or one of the 3 seniors? After which Luo Feng returned to the resting room. After about 6 hours, the universe ship once again went through universe travel and returned to the actual universe. Look! Ahead is Demon Mountain. Within the control room, the black uniformed man pointed ahead. Through the external simulator, Luo Feng could clearly see the distant space in which there was a spot covered in green and white mist. It was a huge black mountain. It was incredibly majestic and enormous. In the distant surroundings about this mountain, he could see the ancient planets. From where he stood, he could see 5 ancient planets. Demon Mountain was 1.8 million km tall. At its base, its width is 3.2 million km. The black uniformed man pointed at that majestic mountain in space. Demon Mountain is what our virtual universe company people call it. The aboriginals from the 9 ancient planets all call it a sacred land, forbidden area, inherited forbidden land, and so on. Large amounts of the aboriginals enter the mountain. In terms of numbers, the members of the virtual universe company that enter aren't even a 10,000th of the aboriginals there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 558, Demon Mountain. Chapter 558, Demon Mountain. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Demon Mountain was majestically floating in space. This Demon Mountain was simply too enormous. Any platform at the base of the mountain alone, or any canyon, was equivalent to the surface area of Earth. Hence, at the foot of Demon Mountain, there were many magnificent palaces, some as tall as 10,000 li. Those who are able to build such palaces were all undyings. It's forbidden to announce loudly. It's forbidden to fight or kill each other. It's forbidden to fly out of the canyon. Anybody who breaks these rules will be killed immediately. A powerful voice resonated throughout the canyon. Within the canyon, there were many silhouettes, who were either sitting cross-legged or leaning on the stones, or chatting in their groups. They all looked pretty similar, with 2 hands, 2 feet, 2 eyes, nose, and mouth. Even their heights were similar to that of Earth people. The only difference was they all had 2 curved horns on their foreheads. Some were black in color, while others were silvery white. From one look, one could see that there were at least 1,000 people in that canyon. Teacher, how long are we going to wait here? Demon Mountain has been closed for so long, yet the virtual universe company isn't letting us in at all. An armored but bare-armed black-horned youth said softly. Beside him were another 6 men and women, surrounding a purple-armored old man in the center. There were 8 of them. The purple-armored old man was at Sector Lord level. As for his disciples, 2 of them were Domain Lords, while the rest 5 were Universe level. They have to reach 10,000 people before we can enter. An old voice resounded from the old man. Teacher. A clean voice sounded. A silver-horned young lady couldn't help but say, the warriors that get here from the many planets, sometimes there's many while other times there's only a few. There's no pattern at all. Right now we've only gathered a little over 6,000, who knows how long we'll have to wait until we hit the 10,000 mark. Do you wish to go against the rules of the virtual universe company? The purple-armored old man turned and glared at his disciples. The lady bit her lips and went silent. Wait patiently. The old man exclaimed. As long as any one of you can survive in there for a month, then you'll be accepted into the virtual universe company. Then, you'll be able to explore the vast universe. Compared to the vast universe, our 9-star ocean is simply too small. The 7 disciples' eyes gleamed. Right. 9-star ocean, the name of the 9 ancient planets bunched together. In history they've had many that entered the virtual universe company. Some having gone to explore the universe, and returned to build their own sects and left behind advanced technology. These experiences and incidents made the 9-star ocean know about the wonders of the vast universe. Remember, if you feel that it's too dangerous and you can't hold out for a month, immediately find a way to exit. The purple-armored old man said. Safety first. If you cannot pass this time, you can always return and try again when you are stronger. Understood. The 7 disciples nodded. Suddenly, A controlled announcement resounded from a distance. The 8 of them immediately stood up. "Teacher, look over there. It's the Virtual Universe Company attendant." The 8 of them, including the thousands in the canyon, all looked shocked at the large group of silver-armored people flying from the majestic palace. These were attendants of the Virtual Universe Company, and they had high amounts of power and authority. Even the Aboriginal sector lords didn't dare offend them. So many of them? Close to 100. Why are there so many attendants? The thousands of universe levels to sector lord aboriginals were all extremely shocked, yet no one dared make a loud sound at all. Because anyone who disobeyed the rules had one end: death. "Look, a ship. Wow, what a beautiful ship." The thousands of aboriginals' eyes gleamed. In the distance, a universe ship swiftly drew closer, and quickly stopping above the canyon, the cabin door opened. A colorful armored black-haired youth walked out. Close to 100 attendants flew over, all gathering in an organized fashion and standing respectfully. At the front of the group, 3 white-robed men and women all bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty Luo Feng." "Your Majesty Luo Feng." Close to 100 attendants said respectfully. In midair, Luo Feng nodded, after which, with the 3 white-robed people accompanying him, the group of attendants all flew downwards. My God! My God, even the white-robed attendants personally welcomed him? White robes, those are sector lord pinnacles that have been acknowledged by the laws. They are like gods. I can see that the black-haired youth is only a universe level. Thousands of aboriginal warriors didn't dare make a ruckus, and could only discuss in hushed voices to vent their shock. The powerful silver-robed attendants were extremely respectful towards that black-haired youth, like he was Sun Tzu. Suddenly, one of the silver-robed attendants left the large group and rushed towards the canyon. Immediately the voices of the thousands hushed. Listen well. The silver-robed attendant gazed coldly down on the thousands of aboriginals. One of our Virtual Universe Company majesties is about to enter and train in Demon Mountain. Hence, we are about to begin the Demon Mountain mission. You can all enter too. Go acquire your identification tag and prepare to enter Demon Mountain. Yes. Thousands of aboriginals replied. The attendant flew away and the aboriginals below were extremely excited. A majesty actually came. Our luck sure is good. Now we don't have to wait for 10,000 people anymore. The purple-armored old man laughed loudly, and beside him, his 7 disciples were gleeful, of which the silver-horned lady said, "Teacher, just who is that majesty? His position seems really high." The majesties of the headquarters are all absolute geniuses picked by the Virtual Universe Company from the vast universe. They are tens of thousands to millions of times stronger than you all. The purple-armored old man said, and for 3 white robes to welcome him, this majesty must have the position of that of a god. Like a god? The 7 disciples all stared wide-eyed. Luo Feng flew towards the palace, gazing at the aboriginals below in the canyon. Your Majesty Luo Feng, these are all aboriginal warriors of the 9 planets. According to the rules we've set, entering Demon Mountain, the lowest should be at least a universe level. Hence amongst the group, most of them are universe levels. There are also some domain lords and sector lords. The tall and handsome white-robed youth explained as he smiled, simultaneously carefully observing this Luo Feng before him. Luo Feng's name was reputable even in the management level. Even though this person was a low-level management level staff, he knew too that Luo Feng hadn't even passed his first qualification battle and he had already passed the Heavenly Bridge's 7th level. This had made the upper echelons of the Virtual Universe Company favor him. Such a person, how could he be neglected? They welcomed him and acted according to the Primal Region members' customs, which was that 3 white robes and a team of silver robes are to welcome him. And usually, absolute beginning members only get 1 white robe and 9 silver robes. Second level of the palace, Luo Feng entered the 2nd level through the guidance of the white-robed youth. And the thousands of aboriginals were entering the 1st level single file. These are your identification tags. Everyone will get one, quickly," the attendant said as he gave out the completely black tags. "If you want to enter the Virtual Universe Company, there are 2 ways to do so. One of them is to survive a month in Demon Mountain. The other is to kill others and acquire 1,000 black tags or 1 red tag. Black tags are the ones you all get. The red tags are given to the majesties that come from the Virtual Universe Company to train here. As long as you can kill one of them and acquire his red tag, you'll not only get to enter the Virtual Universe Company, but you'll also get a treasure that even an Undying would favor." These words made the eyes of the thousands of aboriginals gleam, however they weren't shocked at all. Because these rules had been passed down over countless years, they all knew it well. Palace Level 2. "This is your tag." The white-robed youth gave Luo Feng a red tag and smiled. "You have to remember, the moment you appear within 500 m of those aboriginals, the tags will resonate and they'll know you carry the red tag. They will immediately try to surround and kill you." "I know." Luo Feng nodded. He had read the detailed information much earlier. Killing someone like him, those aboriginals would immediately change their lives. Naturally, they'd risk it all. In Demon Mountain, those who are able to kill you are either the aboriginals or the beasts within Demon Mountain. The white-robed youth explained. Naturally, if they can kill you, you can kill them too. As long as you can collect 10,000 black tags, you'll acquire an extra reward. This is a reward outside the mission. Extra reward? Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. This, I didn't know about, that. The white-robed youth smiled. The extra reward is even better than your point rewards. Ah? Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. However, I don't have authority to tell you what the reward is. When you acquire 10,000 black tags, then you'll acquire the reward. Relax, the Virtual Universe Company is extremely generous. The white-robed youth smiled. As long as you acquire 10,000 tags, you can exchange 1 time. If you acquire 20,000 tags, you can exchange 2 times and so on. There's no limit. Luo Feng smiled and shook his head. Was it that simple? There were only how many aboriginals within? And among them, there were Sector Lord Pinnacles. This Demon Mountain mission wasn't simple at all. Demon Mountain, why demon, dot. Actually, even though the threat of the aboriginals was big. As long as he didn't want to collect the 10,000 tags and hid well, then the threat of the aboriginals paled in comparison to the threat of Demon Mountain itself. Demon Mountain, entering from the front would be Demon Note Mountain. Entering from the caves behind would be Ice Mountain. The white-robed youth smiled. I believe that Your Majesty Luo Feng knows about the 2 different regions. Please make a choice of which one you will enter from. Demon Mountain had 2 sides. They were split into Demon Note Mountain and Ice Mountain. The universe evolutions had made 2 special environments in this mountain. These are actually the true terrors of Demon Mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 559, Official PU. Chapter 559, Official PU. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. Luo Feng smiled. The Demon Mountain was separated into Demon Note Mountain and Ice Mountain, of which Ice Mountain was exactly as it sounded. It had extreme cold temperatures. The cold reached unbelievable levels. The absolute cold was only what the technology of Earth allowed to be measured and knew. In the vast universe, the absolute cold reached even lower temperatures. Just like the huge ice planet that Luo Feng's star fragment revolved about. Like the Ice Mountain, dot. They were all extremely cold, even to the point that it could harm a universe-level's body and cells. The temperature within Ice Mountain wasn't constant throughout. Some parts could harm a universe level, and some parts were so cold they could even harm a domain lord or sector lord. Hence, if one was exploring within and accidentally stumbled upon a terrifyingly cold area, he could be instantly frozen and killed. Ice Mountain, the main thing was its effects on the body. Demon Note Mountain was against the soul. Demon Note Mountain was vast and deep. One could feel chilly winds howling about, and occasionally accompanied by all sorts of sounds. These sounds were natural hypnotism. If one got careless, he could be hypnotized. Because different regions had different sounds, with different levels of hypnotism. Several terrifying places could easily make a universe-level or even domain lord to lose their consciousness and become meat puppets. I choose Demon Note Mountain, Luo Feng said. Demon Note? The white-robed youth was shocked, saying, Your Majesty Luo Feng, forgive my intrusion. This ancient mountain's two sides. Even though that ice mountain is dangerous, its effects are against one's body. When you compare body and soul, the soul is the core. There's still a chance to struggle in the ice mountain. However, the moment you are affected in Demon Note Mountain, you'll lose your consciousness. You won't even be able to resist. No problem. Luo Feng smiled. Demon Note? Natural hypnotism. In terms of willpower, Luo Feng already exceeded most sector lord pinnacles, and was even comparable to an undying. 80 years in Blood River World's killing aura training had made his willpower much stronger than before. Since that's so, I'll arrange for people to send you to Demon Note Mountain. The white-robed youth bowed. Your Majesty Luo Feng, please remember to bring your identification tag when you leave. Once you lose it, it means you failed the mission. I know this. Luo Feng nodded. Please wait a moment. The white-robed youth turned and left and walked along the vast halls of the palace. His silhouette was like lightning, instantly reaching far away. In just a second, a 100m long oval-shaped universe ship flew over and stopped before Luo Feng. The cabin door opened and 3 white-robed people walked out, including that youth from before. Your Majesty Luo Feng, please. Luo Feng instantly closed the distance and entered the ship. Demon Mountain was majestic and tall. The universe ship was like a fly revolving about it. Control room. Luo Feng glanced over. He could occasionally see caves in the majestic mountain, and those caves were filled with cold air. Your Majesty Luo Feng, Demon Note Mountain takes up about half of the entire Demon Mountain. Due to its size, there are trillions of entrances into the mountain itself. The white-robed youth pointed. On the distant mountain one could easily make out a blur several kilometers to hundreds of kilometers wide caves. Your Majesty can pick anyone to enter from. We'll fly a while more. Luo Feng ordered. Yes. After a while, the ship was far from the canyon earlier. Only then did Luo Feng pick a cave to enter. At the base of the mountain, many palaces were built there, some big and some small. Close to the base of Ice Mountain, there was a 10,000 km tall completely jade green umbrella-like palace. There stood a group of attendants in green armor, and these group of attendants could all easily destroy an entire country. They all had a jade green snake tail and on it were dense scales. The ship carrying Luo Feng earlier stopped before the palace. The door opened and the white-robed youth flew alone to the entrance, standing outside full of respect. Zhichang, enter. A gentle voice resounded. The white-robed youth seemed to be shocked as he squinted a little, however he still maintained a look of respect and entered the shrine. The palace was huge and complex. The white-robed youth flew for a while within and finally arrived within a chilly large palace. This palace was several li in width and height. There weren't any staff within, only a 1 kilometer tall throne could be seen, in which a terrifying silhouette Saturday. Greetings, official Puyu. The white-robed youth bowed. He didn't dare to look up at the silhouette in the throne. Luo Feng has entered? The gentle voice resounded. Yes, His Majesty Luo Feng just entered. The white-robed youth said. He entered Demon Note Mountain. The gentle voice continued. When he comes out, bring him to meet me. Yes. The white-robed youth bowed. Zhichang, you can go. the gentle voice said. Yes. The youth didn't dare speak anymore, swiftly leaving the palace and out of the chilly place. Once he walked out, only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Official Payu is a sick bastard. His moods are irrational, and he can kill me randomly at will. That would be injustice. Luckily nothing happened today. Where there were benefits, there would be competition. For a huge leviathan like the Virtual Universe Company, there would definitely be competition within the internal departments, only they were all suppressed. However, for a being like Payu, randomly killing a sector lord didn't mean anything at all. Luo Feng and Bolin and such people were heavily respected, they were like the fruits of the company. But that was only because they were geniuses, hence they were respected. And for people like Shichang who had to slog until he reached the sector lord level, he had to remain cautious at all times. His position wasn't high enough, he could easily be killed by the upper levels just because they were in a bad mood. Within that chilly palace, high above in the throne, a huge silhouette flew and landed within. She was a person with a 10 m long jade green snake tail. Her upper body was simply perfect, especially her long jade green hair. The absolute beauty that enticed even one's soul, her mesmerizing eyes that gazed far within the palace, seemingly looking at a place a trillion years away. Ha! Ha! She suddenly revealed a manic laugh. Ha ha! The opportunity has come. She muttered softly. After which, chi, her body swiftly began to change, her jade green tail shrank and became 2 bare feet, simultaneously clothing grew on her body and she became a 8 m tall absolute beauty. I'll first collect on the loan. Killing him is only the first step. The absolute beauty muttered softly and vanished. A few minutes later, within a dark red planet, one of the 9 revolving around Demon Mountain, a universe ship swiftly entered. On the planet, an ancient city took up 10,000 li in area. It was one of the top 3 sects on this planet, the Thousand Star Sect. Rumble. The elders of the Thousand Star Sect all swiftly came out from within, some rushing from the quiet spots about. In just a few minutes all of them had rushed to the shrine of the sect. Shrine? Why shrine? Because there was a god, hence the shrine was built. There is currently a 1,000 star undying in this sect. Why has the sect leader called us so urgently? I don't know. Hurry, the leader has never called us so urgently before. Sector lords and domain lords all swiftly rushed to the 1,000 star sacred land. Within the shrine, a beautiful lady sat in the majestic throne high above, and below was an old man with 2, 1 meter black horns. It was the 1,000 star sect leader, 1,000 star elder. Sect leader. Sect leader. The sector lords and domain lords rushed over and bowed respectfully. Master Bing. The black-horned old man knelt down respectfully. The closest sector lords and domain lords from the 1,000 star sect have all gathered. There's a total of 6 sector lords and 53 domain lords. Master? The sector lords and domain lords with either black or silver white horns were all stunned. The beautiful lady in the throne looked at the shrine's entrance, a formless energy seemed to push open the door. Rumble. The door automatically opened, making the sector lords and domain lords even more nervous. They all couldn't help but glance at the beautiful silhouette in the throne, however they couldn't see her appearance. They could only feel a formless pressure causing them to feel a natural sense of fear. Those of you who've passed Demon Mountain, stand on the left. Those who haven't, stand on the right. A gentle voice resounded. It was like they were being controlled. 59 naturally moved to the 2 sides. 32 of them stood on the left and 27 on the right. 6 of you stay. 6 jade green lights descended from above and landed amongst the 27 sector lords and domain lords. 3 of these were sector lords, and 3 were domain lord level 9s, the rest of you can leave, but the door opened automatically again. The other 53 sector and domain lords moved out like puppets, after which the door shut again. Outside the shrine, What's going on? What just happened? Didn't the sect leader gather us? Why are we out again? The sector and domain lords were almost like in a dreamlike state. They exchanged glances, not remembering clearly what happened in the shrine earlier. All of you go back. Immediately. No questions allowed. An old angry voice resounded in their minds. Yes, sect leader. The group immediately complied and dispersed in all directions. Within the shrine, the beautiful lady sat in the throne, gazing down at the 3 sector lords and 3 domain lords. To work for the 1,000-star sect is our honor. Whatever the master wishes and orders, our 1,000-star sect disciples will complete. The black-horned old man 1,000-star elder said respectfully. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 560, Self-Preparation. Chapter 560, Self-Preparation. Translator, Translation Nation Editor, Translation Nation. The 3 sector lords and 3 domain lords were extremely nervous. They could see that the other warriors had left with puppet-like gazes. To be able to control sector lords without any action whatsoever, and to make the sect leader kneel there like a maid. This being before them must be an absolute being even within the virtual universe company. 1,000-star, you can leave. The beautiful lady ordered. Yes. The black-horned old man left swiftly through the left side door. Only the beautiful lady above and the 6 were left behind. The 6 of you, look carefully. The beautiful lady pointed in mid-air. Immediately, a light-formed screen appeared from where her left hand pointed, and on it displayed the black-haired youth Luo Feng. He was dressed in his colorful armor. The screen showed his detailed measurements and data. I need you to kill this person. This one on the screen. The lady said. Immediately the 6 below were suspicious, a great being, even stronger than their sect leader, getting them to kill one person. Just how strong was this person? He is only at universe level 9. The lady said gently. Only universe level 9? The 6 of them below all let out sighs of relief. Amongst them were 3 domain lord level 9s. Killing a universe level 9 was as easy as killing an ant. However, don't look down on him. The lady pointed at the screen. He is wearing alloy armor. It may look very normal, but they are still E9 grade. However, such simple armor defense cannot compare to genetic armor's complete defense. Below that, however, is a layer of cloud contact armor. Cloud contact vine? The 6 of them were suspicious. Immediately data appeared on the screen. The lady continued, Cloud Contact Vine, a special assisting plant lifeform. It is able to meld with the skin and act as armor, or whip, and is able to transform to many things and constantly evolve. And his Cloud Contact Vine is Domain Lord level 9. The Cloud Contact Vine's strength is able to morph at will, and its life energy is extremely strong. Its strength is usually much stronger than a human of the same level. Hence, you 3 Domain Lord level 9s will probably be easily killed by his armor alone. The lady said. The 3 Domain Lords of the 6 below were immediately shocked. Mysterious. Sick. Their hometowns had never heard of such assisting plant life. A universe level 9 using a plant life form, and is easily able to kill a Domain Lord level 9? That was absurd. You 3 Sector Lords, the weakest among you is a Sector Lord level 5, and highest is at Sector Lord level 9. As long as you meet him, you should be able to easily kill him. The lady said, as for the 3 Domain Lord level 9, if you meet him, you will die. The 3 Domain Lords listened nervously, not daring to speak. This is called a laser gun. The lady flipped her hand and immediately 3 automaton weapons appeared, 3 laser guns with diameters of 1 m, totally about 3 m long. It was made of a silver-white material, and on it were no engravings. Obviously it was the style of the automaton race. E9 laser guns. The lady said indifferently, "It only needs 0.1 seconds to prepare an absolute level laser gun. With a hit of this gun, you can pierce through E9 grade material and kill even a Sector Lord level 9 warrior." The lady's words had just resounded and the six below changed their expressions. Their eyes gleamed as they stared at the guns. Heavenly madness. They weren't completely oblivious to the vast universe. They too knew that within the universe, strength was what mattered. Even there, Sector Lords had special authority and status. Just how hard was it to become a Sector Lord? Which one of them six hadn't been through hell and hardships? However, one simple technological weapon, even a weakling with this weapon could prepare in 0.1 seconds and kill a Sector Lord level 9? This was madness. This level of technological weapon, even amongst the universe countries of humanity, was still an absolute high-level weapon, and the price was extremely expensive. Many Sector Lords' entire wealth couldn't even afford a fraction of one of these E9 grade laser guns. These 3 E9 grade laser guns, even normal undyings wouldn't be able to afford. These 3 E9 grade laser guns will be used temporarily by you three. The lady waved and the 3 guns flew towards the 3 domain lords and floated before them. The 3 domain lords stared wide-eyed at the completely silver-white technological weapon. What a beautiful structure. Terrifying barrel. This little thing, one gun, could kill a normal Sector Lord level 9? The 3 of you are weak, and are all fighters. Even if you meet this black-haired punk, he wouldn't bother with you. The lady said, in his eyes, he can kill you 3 in an instant. The 3 domain lords nodded. And because he looks down on you, and doesn't think of you as a threat, you'll have a chance. The lady said, with your combined strengths, even if you meet the Cloud Contact Vine's attack, if you can hold up for 0.1 seconds, you'll be able to store enough energy to shoot him. Understood. Yes. We will definitely be able to kill him. The 3 domain lords answered excitedly, their answers all different. The 3 Sector Lords beside glanced at the laser guns. While their eyes were gleaming, the lady in the throne however said coldly, "You 3 Sector Lords, just your powers alone should be enough. Remember the target's appearance and armor." "Yes." The 6 replied respectfully. "He's different from you lot." The lady said, "His wealth alone wouldn't lose to even your sect elder, hence he'll be prepared. He may change his appearance, armor etc. Just remember, the moment you meet a universe level 9, no matter what he looks like, make a move. If you discover the Cloud Contact Vine body, you'll be able to confirm the target. When you meet the Domain Lord level or Sector Lord levels, don't make a move. Your target this time is him. You 3 Domain Lords remember clearly, flee if you meet a Sector Lord. If they truly wish to kill you, you can then use the laser gun to attack. If you meet a Domain Lord, just flee. Kill any universe levels. If you discover the Cloud Contact Vine, then use the laser gun. Because your laser guns can at most shoot 9 times, its energy will be depleted after those 9 shots. Yes. The 6 of them complied. The 6 of them understood that even though they were 3 Domain Lords and Sector Lords, this being before them had obviously placed her hopes on the 3 Domain Lords. This black-haired youth sure is unlucky. A great being actually has a grudge with him and has deployed such vicious tactics. However, we don't know his identity and status. This being actually doesn't dare to kill him herself, letting us do it for her. Who cares, anyway killing within Demon Mountain is allowed by the Virtual Universe Company. Many thoughts went through their minds. If you manage to successfully kill him, the 6 of you including Thousand Star Sect will be heavily rewarded by me. The lady said. I hope that the 6 of you don't let me down. If you do, you should know what the result of that will be. The lady gently gripped armrest and rubbed it, it began to crack and break apart. The 6 of them were shocked. We'll pledge our lives to complete this mission. The 6 complied. The lady nodded. Within the majestic Demon Mountain. The caves and canyons were a vast sea of black, and on the surface of every stone, however, there was a layer of cold ice. Whether it was the walls or ground, they were all covered in that cold. The formless chill made Luo Feng, who was walking within, frown, as it pierced right through his cloud contact armor, painfully against his skin. This is Demon Note Mountain, and it's already this cold. Ice Mountain must be even crazier. He gently breathed in and felt the cold air enter his lungs. Immediately his organs within went numb. It's cold enough as is. Suddenly he stopped. This cave was at least 10 kilometers tall and 80 kilometers wide. One could even build an entire city within this huge cave. So many pathways? Luo Feng gazed ahead. There were many large and small caves, extending to hundreds of pathways. Who? Howl. The sound of the wind howled through the many passages, almost like a demon's cry or wolf's howl. The sounds created were very peculiar, with occasional high and low frequencies that would permeate into Luo Feng's consciousness and soul, creating a noiseless hypnotism within. You dare try with this level of hypnotism, humph. Within his consciousness, Luo Feng's willpower was as sharp as a blade. It instantly gathered and formed a sharp blade that was cold and condensed. It would break any hypnotism that even drew near. This was his willpower at its limit after his 80 years of training in Blood River World's killing aura. His second brother Thunder God thought he was at the limit. Indeed he was, and he had always been. Absolutely cold like a mirror, sharp like a blade. With no compromise. Demon Note Mountain, different regions have different levels. The moment I succumb to it, I'll be a living puppet, with no chance to struggle at all. I cannot be careless. And there is the threat of the aboriginal warriors and wild beasts. I'll act according to the plan before. Luo Feng stood in the ice, swiftly taking off his colored armor and retrieving a completely silver armor he had prepared just for this mission. This was an armor that was the most common within 9-Star Ocean. Its material was F-grade metal. Maybe using an F-grade metal to build a ship like the Yun-Mo ship was something beyond what he could do. But simply building an armor wasn't hard at all for him. This is an impossible mission, not like the dangerous level from before. That colored armor is definitely not enough. Luo Feng immediately donned the silver armor and kept his bracelet screen into his storage ring, connecting with the cloud contact armor that grew 2 black horns on his forehead. These 2 dark red horns extended and slowly changed its color to black. Black horns. The simple and common silver armor. The black blade on his back. His entire savage energy had grown completely. Very good. Even though there will be killing between the aboriginals themselves, this is still normal. The moment my identity is revealed, there will be madness. This red identity tag is very dangerous, it's like a hot coal in hand. Luo Feng, though, storing the red tag in his storage ring. I have to get a black identity tag on myself later. If I'm disguising myself, I have to do it all the way. Luo Feng was very clear. Only with talent could he catch the fish. Disguising himself as one of the aboriginals would decrease the dangers significantly. So, he randomly picked one of the passages of the hundreds ahead, flying deep within, and began his journey into the depths of Demon Note Mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11, Chapter 561, Exploration. Chapter 561, Exploration. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. When Luo Feng entered Demon Note Mountain, the 1,000s of warriors were still lining up for their identification tags, after which they either entered Demon Note Mountain or Ice Mountain. They all had to enter from a fixed, pre-picked location from among the 10,000 entrances. So, a purple disc-shaped ship flew to Demon Mountain's canyon. The cabin door opened and 6 silhouettes flew out and kept the ship. These 6 were the 6 from the 1000-star sect sent by official Paiyu. The leader of the sect was after all an Undying, and a core member of the Virtual Universe Company, who had explored the universe before. Hence, the domain lords and sector lords of the 1000-star sect all had universe ships. Normal universe ships were very cheap. Of course, domain lords didn't have large enough space rings to store the universe ships. The sector lords, however, could store them in their internal worlds. Buy-in, look. There's so many queuing to get their tags. Even though one tag is being handed out every second, it would still take a couple of hours to go through these thousands. Don't get careless, we have to grasp our time. We cannot miss our chance. If we do, we'll have to wait for the next 10,000 batch before we can enter. The 6 immediately flew towards the distant palace. It took a few minutes for official Paiyu to head towards 1000-star sect. Giving the order also took a few minutes. They took another 10 minutes to head over to their ship. At this time, only a small group of the thousands of aboriginals had acquired their tags. As for the distribution, the Virtual Universe Company's members definitely wouldn't have such high efficiency for such aboriginals. 1 hour later. Let's go to Demon Note Mountain. According to the god's orders, we'll split up and it'll be easier to meet our target. We'll split here. The 6 of them followed the same cave entrance to a split path and separated, and they headed in 6 different paths. Actually, attempting Demon Mountain was mostly meant for universe levels. There were very few domain lords and even less sector lords. Hence, the weakest amongst these 6 was domain lord level 9. The true dangers of Demon Mountain were the demon notes and beasts. Compared to this, the threats of the other aboriginals to them was small, unless they were truly unlucky to meet the rare sector lord in this vast mountain. A black-horned youth was carefully progressing along the deep and vast pathways, or countless of them interweaved. On. Yan. Howl. Every time he heard the demon notes, Luo Feng would immediately slow down and stop, not daring to risk it, in case he accidentally headed into an extremely strong area. Even though he was confident, he didn't dare to be careless. Luo Feng, at a distance of 18.2 kilometers ahead of your path, there's a domain lord level 3 fighter. Babata's voice resounded in his consciousness. My path? Luo Feng frowned. In Demon Note Mountain, other than his 3 great bodies and the cloud contact vine, there was one more very important thing, Babata. He had an extremely powerful scanning device. Even though the area was small and only within 20 kilometers, its efficiency was extremely high. Even sector lords couldn't detect that well in this range here. This scanning device was an expensive device bought back then by the master Hu Yenbo of the Yun Mo planet. Even the current Luo Feng wouldn't be able to afford such a high-end device. Naturally, the area was only 20 kilometers, suitable for such special regions and secret regions like Demon Note Mountain. Swiftly getting closer, 12.8 km, 9.9 km. Babata informed him.